Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 1. The Boy Who Lived. At number 4, Privet Drive. The Dursleys took great satisfaction in presenting themselves as entirely ordinary. In their view, normality was not just a trait, but an achievement, one they upheld with quiet pride. Anything peculiar, unexplained, or out of the ordinary was firmly dismissed as nonsense, precisely the sort of thing they would never allow into their lives. Mr. Dursley worked as the head of a company called Grunnings, a business that manufactured drills. He was a broad, heavy-set man, with almost no visible neck and a thick moustache that seemed to make up for it. His wife, by contrast, was slim and fair-haired, distinguished by a remarkably long neck, and this feature proved quite useful, as she frequently stretched over garden fences to keep a close watch on the neighbours and their affairs. Together, they had a young son named Dudley, whom they regarded as nothing short of exceptional. On the surface, the Dursleys lacked for nothing, yet beneath that comfortable exterior lay something they guarded carefully, a secret they were determined no one would uncover. The mere thought of it becoming known filled them with dread. This concern centred on the Potters. Mrs. Potter was Mrs. Dursley's sister, though the two had not seen each other in years. In fact, Mrs. Dursley preferred to behave as if no such sister existed at all, unwilling to be associated with someone so thoroughly unlike herself or her husband, who she considered equally unsuitable. The idea of the Potters appearing on their street was deeply unsettling, especially when considering what the neighbours might think. The Dursleys were aware that the Potters had a son as well, though they had never laid eyes on him. That suited them perfectly. They had no desire whatsoever for Dudley to come into contact with a child of that sort. The morning began without distinction, wrapped in a dull, lifeless grey that flattened the sky above Privet Drive. When Mr. and Mrs. Dursley awoke, nothing in that colourless expanse hinted that anything unusual was already in motion beyond their narrow world. The day appeared as safe and predictable as any other, and that was exactly how they liked it. Mr. Dursley moved through his routine with quiet certainty, selecting a tie so plain it bordered on invisible. A low hum lingered on his lips as he dressed, steady and unthinking. Across the room, Mrs. Dursley spoke brightly and without pause, her voice laced with eager curiosity as she shared bits of neighbourhood chatter. At the same time, she struggled to force Dudley into his high chair. The child's screams rose sharply, his limbs flailing in protest, but she pressed on with firm insistence, as though disorder itself could be subdued through effort alone. Outside, unnoticed, a large tawny owl swept past the window, its wings cutting silently through the heavy air before disappearing from sight. By 8:30, everything had settled back into its expected pattern. Mr. Dursley took up his briefcase, leaned in to brush his wife's cheek with a quick, absent kiss, and turned to Dudley. The attempt at a farewell failed. Dudley had descended into a full tantrum, flinging cereal across the walls in chaotic bursts. "Little tyke," Mr. Dursley said with a brief chuckle, as though the destruction were harmless, before stepping out and closing the door behind him. Moments later, he was in his car, reversing out of the drive at number 4 with practiced ease. The world remained firmly in place until he reached the corner. Something there caught his eye. A cat. It stood on the pavement, unnaturally still, a tabby with a gaze that seemed too focused, too deliberate. For a fleeting second so brief, he almost dismissed it immediately. Mr. Dursley had the strange impression that it had been reading a map. He drove past it before the thought could settle. Then, abruptly, he turned his head, a flicker of unease passing through him. The cat was still there. No map, nothing unusual, just the animal, watching him with quiet intensity. He blinked hard. A trick of the light, he told himself, nothing more. Yet, as he turned onto the next road, he checked his mirror. The cat remained at the corner, its attention now fixed on the street sign. Privet Drive.
No, just looking at it, he corrected himself quickly. Cats didn't read, they didn't study signs, they didn't behave like that.
He gave a short shake of his head, forcing the thought aside. By the time he had driven a little farther, he redirected his focus towards something far more solid, a large order of drills he intended to secure that day.
Work, numbers, certainty.
But as he approached the edge of town, that certainty began to slip. Traffic thickened into the usual morning standstill, hemming him in. At first, nothing seemed out of place. Then, gradually, he began to notice them. People, too many of them, scattered along the sidewalks. They weren't moving with purpose, nor did they seem to belong anywhere in particular. They simply stood in small clusters, speaking in low, urgent tones.
And the way they were dressed?
Mr. Dursley's mouth tightened. Cloaks. Long, heavy garments in deep, unnatural colours that seemed to swallow the weak daylight. They clashed sharply with everything around them, as though they had stepped in from somewhere that did not follow the same rules. Irritation rose quickly. He had no patience for that sort of nonsense, outlandish clothing, attention-seeking behaviour, the kind of absurdity he associated with foolish trends, probably some ridiculous new fashion. That had to be it. He tapped his fingers against the steering wheel, trying to dismiss it, but his gaze drifted again to a nearby group. They stood close together, whispering with an intensity that didn't match the casual explanation he had given himself. And then he noticed something that unsettled him more than he cared to admit. Some of them were older. One man in particular stood out, older than Mr. Dursley, unmistakably so wrapped in a deep emerald cloak that fell heavily around him. He showed no embarrassment, no self-consciousness. If anything, he seemed quietly pleased. Mr. Dursley felt a flicker of anger, sharp and immediate. The nerve of it!
Still, reason forced its way back in. There had to be an explanation, something organized.
A collection, perhaps. Yes, charity. That would explain the groups, the murmuring, the sense of shared purpose. It fit well enough. He held on to that thought. The traffic began to move again, slowly pulling him forward. The strange figures faded behind him, their presence lingering only as a faint unease. A few minutes later, he turned into the Grunnings parking lot. By then, his thoughts had settled once more into familiar territory. Drills. Mr. Dursley sat in his usual place on the 9th floor, his chair deliberately turned away from the window behind him. It was a habit so ingrained he never questioned it. Had he faced the glass that morning, he might have struggled to keep his attention fixed on drills at all. Outside, in full daylight, owls swept across the sky, one after another, their movements drawing stares from people below. Pedestrians paused, pointing upward, some openly gaping at the strange procession. Most of them had likely never seen an owl even at night, let alone in such numbers. None of this reached Mr. Dursley. His morning remained intact. Orderly, untouched, he snapped at several employees, made a series of important calls, raised his voice a few more times, and found himself in rather good spirits by the time noon approached. Eventually, he decided to take a short walk and buy himself something from the bakery across the street. He had nearly forgotten about the oddly dressed people until he passed another group of them near the shop. His eyes narrowed as he went by, irritation rising without a clear reason. They unsettled him in a way he couldn't quite explain. Once again, they stood close together, speaking in low, eager whispers. But there was still no sign of any collection tin or obvious purpose. On his way back, holding a large donut in its paper bag, he caught a fragment of their conversation. The Potters. Yes, that's right. Their son, Harry. The words struck him abruptly. He stopped where he was, a sudden chill running through him. For a moment he looked back at them, as though he might say something, demand an explanation, but the thought dissolved before it could form. Instead, he turned away and hurried across the street, moving faster than usual. Back in his office, he shut the door sharply and told his secretary not to disturb him. He grabbed the telephone and began dialing his home number, his fingers moving quickly, then paused halfway through. The receiver hovered in his hand. This was ridiculous. He was overreacting. Potter was a common enough name. There must be plenty of people called Potter, and no shortage of boys named Harry. He wasn't even entirely certain that was his nephew's name. He had never seen the child. It could have been something else. Harvey, perhaps, or Harold. There was no reason to alarm Mrs. Dursley. She always became agitated at the slightest mention of her sister. He set the receiver down slowly and stroked his moustache, trying to steady his thoughts, though the image of those whispering figures in cloaks refused to settle. The rest of the afternoon dragged, numbers blurred, figures slipped, and the steady logic of drills no longer held his attention as firmly as it should have. When 5 o'clock finally arrived, he left the building, still preoccupied, and promptly collided with someone just outside the door. "Sorry," he muttered, barely looking. As the other person stumbled, it took him a moment to notice the man was small, elderly, and dressed in a deep violet cloak. Strangely, the man did not seem upset in the slightest. Instead, his face broke into a broad smile. "No need to apologize, my dear sir," he said, in a high, almost trembling voice that drew curious glances from passers-by. "Nothing could trouble me today. Rejoice, you know who is gone at last. Even muggles like yourself should be celebrating this most happy day." Before Mr. Dursley could react, the man stepped forward, embraced him briefly around the middle, and then moved away into the crowd. Mr. Dursley remained where he was, stunned. He had just been hugged by a complete stranger. Worse, the man had called him something muggle, a word that meant nothing to him and yet lingered unpleasantly in his mind. He felt shaken, deeply unsettled, and hurried toward his car, clinging to the hope that he had misunderstood everything. He had never liked imagination, never trusted it, and now more than ever he wished to believe it had nothing to do with what he was experiencing. When he turned into the driveway of number 4, the first thing he noticed, much to his irritation, was the tabby cat from that morning. It sat on the garden wall, perfectly still. He was certain it was the same one. The markings around its eyes were identical. "Shoo!" he said sharply. The cat did not move. It simply looked at him, steady and almost disapproving. Mr. Dursley hesitated, unsettled by the thought that this might not be entirely normal behavior for a cat. For a moment he stood there, uncertain, before forcing himself to look away. He unlocked the door and stepped inside, firmly deciding that he would not mention any of this to his wife.
Simple, reliable, uncomplicated. And for now, he chose to believe that was all there was.
Mrs. Dursley spent what she would later describe as a thoroughly satisfying and entirely ordinary day. Over dinner, she spoke at length, detailing Mrs. Next Door's ongoing troubles with her daughter and proudly reporting that Dudley had mastered a new word, won't, which he used with remarkable determination. Mr. Dursley responded as expected, offering brief acknowledgments, careful to appear attentive while keeping his own thoughts tightly contained. After Dudley had finally been settled into bed, he withdrew to the living room and caught the closing portion of the evening news. The announcer's tone carried a hint of forced amusement. Reports had been pouring in from across the country, he explained, describing highly unusual owl activity. Birds that typically avoided daylight had been seen in significant numbers since morning, flying openly and in all directions. Specialists, he added, had no clear explanation for the shift. The presenter allowed himself a small, uncertain smile before passing the segment along. The weatherman followed, sounding no more certain, mentioning calls from viewers across distant regions who claimed to have witnessed what they described as showers of shooting stars instead of the expected rain. Perhaps, he suggested lightly, people had begun celebrating bonfire night early, though it was still days away. Regardless, he concluded, the night ahead would be wet. Mr. Dursley remained still, the remote resting loosely in his hand. The words did not settle easily. Owls in daylight, falling stars across the country, the cloaked figures from earlier, and beneath it all, that name quietly spoken, yet impossible to ignore, the Potters. Mrs. Dursley entered carrying tea and placed a cup beside him. The moment lingered longer than usual. Avoiding the subject now felt deliberate. He cleared his throat, the sound slightly strained. Petunia, you haven't heard from your sister recently, have you? The reaction was immediate and predictable. Her expression tightened, surprise giving way to irritation. They did not acknowledge her sister. That understanding had long been in place. No, she said shortly. Why? He hesitated, then gestured vaguely toward the television. There's been strange things reported. Owl, for one, and something about shooting stars, also well. I noticed some rather oddly dressed people in town today. And, she replied sharply. He shifted, choosing his words with care. I only thought it might be connected to her sort. Mrs. Dursley took a measured sip of tea, her lips pressed thin. The silence that followed made him reconsider saying more. He almost mentioned the name he had heard earlier, but stopped himself. Instead, he added, in what he hoped sounded casual, their boy, he'd be about Dudley's age now, wouldn't he? I suppose, she said, stiffly. What was his name? Howard. Harry, she corrected at once, with clear disapproval. A very unpleasant name, yes. Mr. Dursley said quietly. Something heavy settling in his chest. I agree. The subject went no further. They moved upstairs not long after, neither returning to it. While Mrs. Dursley was occupied in the bathroom, Mr. Dursley stepped toward the bedroom window and looked down at the front garden. The cat was still there. It had not shifted from its place on the wall, its attention fixed toward the far end of the street as though anticipating something. A faint unease stirred again. Could any of this be connected? Was it possible that the day's events, each one explainable on its own, formed part of something larger? And if so, if there were any link at all between them and that other family, he felt a sharp discomfort at the thought and pulled back from the window. They went to bed. Mrs. Dursley fell asleep quickly, as she always did. Mr. Dursley did not. He lay awake, turning over each detail, trying to impose order on what refused to settle into reason. Even if the Potters were somehow involved, he told himself, there was no reason for them to come anywhere near him. They were fully aware of his and Petunia's views. There was distance enough to keep things separate. Nothing that had happened today needed to concern them. That thought, repeated often enough, began to dull his unease. Eventually, fatigue overtook him, and he drifted into sleep, holding on to the belief that whatever was unfolding would remain far from his life.
He was mistaken.
Mr. Dursley slept, though not deeply, but outside the house the cat remained awake. It sat motionless atop the wall, as still as if it had been carved there, its gaze unwavering as it watched the corner of Privet Drive. It did not react to the sound of a car door slamming in the distance, nor to the silent passage of owls overhead. Time passed unnoticed. The night deepened. Only as midnight approached did the cat finally stir. A figure appeared at the corner the cat had been watching so abruptly and without a sound that it seemed less like an arrival and more like he had simply been there all along. The cat's tail flicked once, its gaze sharpening. No one like this man had ever set foot on Privet Drive. He was tall and spare, unmistakably old, his long silver hair and beard flowing down far enough to be tucked neatly into his belt. His clothing alone set him apart. Layered robes, a sweeping purple cloak brushing the ground, and boots fastened with buckles, raised slightly at the heel. Behind half-moon spectacles, his blue eyes shone with an alert, almost amused brightness, and his nose, long and crooked, suggested it had been broken more than once. This was Albus Dumbledore. He gave no sign of noticing how completely out of place he was in that quiet, rigid street. Instead, he busied himself searching through the folds of his cloak, as though the surroundings were of no concern at all. Then, quite suddenly, he looked up. The cat had not moved, and their eyes met across the distance, for reasons known only to him. The sight seemed to entertain him. A quiet chuckle escaped him. "I might have guessed," he murmured. Whatever he had been looking for revealed itself at last, a small silver object resembling a cigarette lighter. He held it up, flicked it open, and pressed it once. With a soft pop, the nearest street lamp went dark. He pressed again. Another light vanished, one by one. With steady precision, he extinguished them, until the entire street was swallowed in darkness. Only two faint points remained visible, the cat's eyes, reflecting what little light was left. Anyone glancing from a window now, even the sharpest observer, would have seen nothing at all. The man slipped the device, clearly no ordinary lighter, back into his cloak and walked toward number 4. Reaching the garden wall, he sat beside the cat. For a moment, he said nothing. Then, without turning his head, he spoke. "I was wondering when I might find you here, Professor McGonagall." He turned to look, but the cat was gone. In its place stood a woman, stern in appearance, wearing square spectacles that mirrored the markings the cat had borne. She, too, wore a cloak, deep green, and her dark hair was pulled back tightly into a severe bun. Her expression carried clear irritation. "How did you know it was me?" she asked. Dumbledore's eyes softened with quiet amusement. "My dear Professor, I have never encountered a cat capable of sitting so rigidly for so long." "You would be equally rigid," she replied sharply, "if you had spent the entire day perched on a brick wall." "The entire day," he said, mildly surprised, "and you chose that over celebrating. I passed more gatherings than I could count on my way here." She gave a small, disapproving sniff. "Yes, celebrations everywhere," she said, her tone edged with frustration. "Far too many. In fact, one would think people might show a little caution, but no, even the Muggles have begun to notice. It was mentioned on their news." She gestured toward the darkened house behind them. Owls, shooting stars, they may not understand, but they're not blind. Something like this was bound to draw attention. Shooting stars in Kent, no doubt Daedalus Diggle. He never had any sense of restraint. Dumbledore listened patiently. "It's difficult to fault them," he said at last, his voice gentle. "There has been very little worth celebrating for a long time." "That may be so," Professor McGonagall replied, still tense. "But it doesn't excuse recklessness. People are behaving carelessly out in the open, dressed as they please, exchanging rumours as if secrecy no longer matters." She cast him a pointed look, as though expecting confirmation of something unspoken. "When none came," she continued, "it would be just our luck if, on the very day he appears to have vanished, everything were exposed. Tell me, Dumbledore, do you truly believe he is gone?" Dumbledore paused, considering. "All evidence suggests that he is," he said, quietly, "and for that, we should be grateful." "Lemon drop." "A what?" she said, taken aback. "A lemon drop," he repeated, producing a small, sweet, a Muggle confection I happen to enjoy. No," she said shortly, her tone making it clear she found the suggestion inappropriate. "As I was saying, even if he has disappeared, my dear Professor," Dumbledore interrupted gently, "surely someone as sensible as you can bring yourself to say his name. This habit of avoiding it has persisted far too long. For 11 years I have encouraged people to use it. Voldemort," Professor McGonagall flinched visibly. But Dumbledore, now unwrapping 2 lemon drops, appeared not to notice. "It only complicates matters." He went on calmly, "When we hide behind you-know-who, I have never seen any reason to fear the name itself."
"I am aware you never have," said Professor McGonagall. Her tone caught somewhere between frustration and reluctant respect. "But you are not like the rest of us. Everyone knows you were the only one he ever feared." "Yes. All right, Voldemort. You give me too much credit," Dumbledore replied evenly. "There were abilities he possessed that I never will." "Only because you refuse to use them," she said, after a pause, searching for the word. "Because you choose not to." "How fortunate that it's dark," he said lightly. "I should hate to be seen blushing. Not since Madame Pomfrey complimented my earmuffs have I been so embarrassed." Professor McGonagall did not smile. Her gaze sharpened instead. "The owls are insignificant compared to the rumours spreading everywhere," she said, lowering her voice. "You must know what people are saying about his disappearance, about what stopped him." It was clear she had arrived at the point she had been holding back all day.
Whether perched as a cat or standing as herself, she had not looked at him with such intensity until now. She was waiting not for gossip, not for reassurance, but for confirmation. Dumbledore, however, seemed in no hurry to answer. He selected another lemon drop, unwrapping it with quiet care. "They're saying," she continued, unable to wait any longer, "that he went to Godric's Hollow last night, that he sought out the Potters, and that Lily and James, that they—" her voice faltered, "that they're dead." Dumbledore inclined his head, and the movement alone was enough. Professor McGonagall drew in a sharp breath. "Lily and James? No. I refuse to believe it. I hoped it wasn't true." "Oh, Albus." He reached out, resting a hand gently on her shoulder. "I know," he said softly. "I know." She steadied herself, though her voice still trembled when she spoke again. "There's more. They say he tried to kill their son as well, Harry. But something happened. He failed." "He couldn't kill the child. No one understands it. But the story is that when he tried, something turned against him, that his power broke, and that is why he vanished." Dumbledore nodded, though the gesture carried little comfort. "It's true?" she asked, almost in disbelief. "After everything he's done, all the lives he's taken, he was stopped by a baby. How is that possible? How could the boy survive?" "We can only speculate," Dumbledore said quietly. "The truth may remain beyond us for some time." Professor McGonagall withdrew a lace handkerchief and pressed it to her eyes. Dumbledore gave a soft, thoughtful sniff, then reached into his pocket and produced a peculiar watch. It bore no numbers. Instead, tiny planets circled its edge, shifting in patterns only he seemed to understand. After a brief glance, he tucked it away again. "Hagrid is late," he said, "though I assume he was the one who told you where to find me." "Yes," she answered. "Though I still don't understand why you chose this place of all places. I am here to leave Harry with his relatives," Dumbledore said. "His aunt and uncle, they are the only family he has remaining." "You cannot be serious," Professor McGonagall said at once, rising to her feet and gesturing toward number 4. "Those people, I've observed them all day. You would be hard-pressed to find anyone less like us. And their son, he was kicking his mother all the way up the street, shouting for sweets."
"And you intend for Harry Potter to grow up here. It is precisely why it must be here," Dumbledore said firmly. "In time, they will explain what he needs to know. I have left them a letter." "A letter?" she repeated faintly, sitting back down. "You truly believe that a letter will suffice? They will never understand what he is. He will be known everywhere. People will speak his name for generations. I would not be surprised if this very day is remembered because of him. There will be books written. Children will grow up knowing who he is." "Exactly," said Dumbledore, his expression now serious behind his glasses, "and that is precisely why he must not grow up surrounded by it. Fame at that age would shape him before he even understands it. He will be better off here away from all of that until he is ready."
Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "Yes, perhaps you're right, but how will he be brought here?" Her eyes flicked to his cloak, as though expecting the child to be hidden within its folds. "Hagrid is bringing him," Dumbledore said. "You trust Hagrid with this?" she asked, doubt creeping back into her voice. "With something so important?" "I would trust Hagrid with my life," Dumbledore replied, simply. "I am not questioning his loyalty," she said, though without conviction. "But he—" The machine itself was enormous, but it was overshadowed by the man riding it. He was vast, easily twice the height of an ordinary man and several times as broad, everything about him.
"Hagrid," Dumbledore said, and the tension in his voice eased at once. "You've made it. Where did you come by that motorbike?" "Borrowed it." "Professor," the giant answered, climbing down with care. "Sirius Black lent it to me. I've got the boys safe." "Sir, there were no complications? Nothing serious? The house was nearly gone, but I got him out before any muggles came swarming?" He feigned.
Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall leaned in to look. Wrapped in the blankets was a baby, fast asleep. A shock of dark hair lay across his forehead, and beneath it a thin, sharp mark unmistakably shaped like a lightning bolt. "So that's where it happened," McGonagall whispered. "Yes," said Dumbledore quietly. "That will remain with him." "Couldn't it be removed?" she asked. "Even if it could," he replied, "I would not do so. Scars can be useful reminders. I have one myself, though admittedly less striking." He extended his arm. Hagrid handed the child over reluctantly, as though letting go required effort. "May I say goodbye, sir?" he asked, his voice thick. Without waiting, he bent his large, unkempt head and brushed a rough kiss against the baby. A moment later, a broken cry escaped him, loud and raw, quiet. Professor McGonagall snapped under her breath. "You'll wake them!" "Sorry," Hagrid choked, fumbling for a handkerchief and pressing it to his face. "I just can't help it. Lily and James gone, and the poor little one left to live here. Yes, it's dreadful," she said, though more gently now, "but you must pull yourself together." Dumbledore had already stepped over the low wall and approached the front door. He bent down and placed the child carefully on the doorstep, arranging the blankets so they were secure. From inside his cloak, he drew out a letter and tucked it beside the boy. Then he returned to the others. For a moment, none of them spoke. They stood there, watching the small bundle. Hagrid's shoulders shook silently. McGonagall blinked rapidly behind her glasses, and the familiar brightness in Dumble.
"Well," Dumbledore said at last, his voice steady but quiet, "that settles it. There is no reason for us to remain. We should go." "Right," Hagrid muttered, still unsteady. "I'll return the bike to Sirius. Good night, Professor McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore." He wiped his face on his sleeve, climbed back onto the motorbike, and with a deafening roar, it rose into... "I expect we shall meet again soon," Dumbledore said, inclining his head. McGonagall answered only with a brief nod, still dabbing at her eyes. Without another word, Dumbledore turned and walked away. At the corner, he paused and took out the small silver device once more. With a single click, the darkness-lifted street lamps flared back to life one by one, casting a warm glow along Privet Drive. In the distance, a tabby cat slipped quietly out of sight. From where he stood, he could just make out the small figure left on the doorstep of number 4. "Good luck, Harry," he said softly. Then he turned, and in a sweep of his cloak, he was gone.
A light breeze moved through the hedges, rustling them gently, as the street settled back into stillness beneath the dark sky, a place that gave no hint of anything remarkable. Within his blankets, Harry stirred slightly, but did not wake. One small hand closed loosely around the letter beside him, and he slept on, unaware of who he was, unaware of the name he would one day carry, unaware that within hours he would be discovered by Mrs. Dursley as she opened the door at dawn, or that the days ahead would be filled with discomfort at the hands of his cousin Dudley. He could not know that at that. Chapter 2. The Vanishing Glass. Almost 10 years had gone by since the Dursleys had discovered their nephew left outside their front door. Yet life on Privet Drive carried on with barely a visible shift. The early sunlight still brushed across the perfectly trimmed gardens and gleamed against the brass number 4 fixed to the door. It slipped into the living room, a space that seemed stubbornly unchanged since the evening Mr. Dursley had watched that peculiar news story about the owls. If anything revealed the passage of time, it was the row of photographs lined along the mantelpiece.
Once, those frames had been filled with images of a round, rosy-faced baby wrapped in bright hats of every colour. Now they told a different story. Dudley Dursley had grown into a large, fair-haired boy, shown proudly, wobbling on his first bicycle, grinning from a carnival ride, hunched over a computer game with his father, or being smothered with affection by his mother. There was no hint anywhere that another child shared the house.
Still, Harry Potter was there asleep for the moment, though that peace wouldn't last. Aunt Petunia was already awake, and her sharp, cutting voice broke through the quiet morning air.
"Up! Get up at once!"
Harry jolted awake. A second later came a brisk knock.
"Up!" she repeated loudly. He heard her heels tapping away toward the kitchen, followed by the metallic clatter of a frying pan set down hard on the stove, staring at the ceiling. Harry tried to cling to the dream he'd just left behind. It had been pleasant, something about a motorbike soaring through the air. There was a strange sense of familiarity about it, as if it wasn't the first time.
Footsteps returned to his door.
"Well, are you up yet?" she demanded. Nearly, Harry replied.
Then hurry. I need you to watch the bacon, and don't let it burn. Everything must be just right for Duddy's birthday. Harry let out a low groan.
What was that? She snapped immediately. Nothing.
Dudley's birthday, he couldn't believe he'd forgotten. Slowly, Harry swung his legs out of bed and began searching for his socks. He found a pair beneath the bed, shook a spider off one, and pulled them on without concern. Spiders didn't bother him. The cupboard under the stairs, where he slept, was full of them anyway. Once dressed, he stepped into the hallway and made his way down to the kitchen. The table was almost completely covered with Dudley's presents. From the look of it, he'd received the computer he'd been demanding, along with a second television and even a racing bike. Why he wanted a racing bike? Harry couldn't imagine Dudley was overweight and avoided exercise whenever possible, unless it involved bullying someone. Harry was usually his favorite target, though Dudley rarely managed to catch him. Harry might not seem it, but he could move very fast when he needed to. It might have been the years spent sleeping in a cramped, shadowy cupboard, but Harry had always been unusually small and thin for his age. In fact, he often appeared even more undersized than he truly was, largely because his wardrobe consisted entirely of Dudley's old clothes, and Dudley outweighed him several times over. Harry had a narrow face, bony knees, messy black hair, and striking green eyes. His round glasses were mended with layers of tape, the result of Dudley's frequent punches to his nose. If there was one feature Harry didn't mind, it was the faint, lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. He'd had it for as long as he could remember, and one of his earliest memories was asking Aunt Petunia how it got there. "In a car crash, the one that killed your parents," she had replied sharply. "And don't ask questions." That had become a rule Harry knew well. Don't ask questions if you want to avoid trouble with the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon strode into the kitchen just as Harry was turning the bacon. "Comb your hair," he snapped instead of saying good morning. About once a week, Uncle Vernon would lower his newspaper just long enough to complain that Harry needed a haircut. Harry had probably had more haircuts than anyone else in his class, but it never seemed to matter. His hair stubbornly grew in every direction anyway. By the time Harry started frying eggs, Dudley came waddling into the kitchen with his mother. He bore a strong resemblance to Uncle Vernon, a large, flushed face, hardly any neck, pale blue eyes that seemed too small for his face, and thick blonde hair slicked neatly over his head. Aunt Petunia often described him as looking like a cherub. Harry privately thought he resembled a pig wearing a wig. Balancing the plates of eggs and bacon, Harry set them down on the already crowded table. There was barely space, thanks to the mountain of presents piled in front of Dudley, who was busy counting them. Suddenly, his expression darkened. 36, he said, staring at his parents. "That's 2 fewer than last year." "Sweetheart, you forgot Aunt Marge's present. It's right there under the big one from us," said Aunt Petunia quickly.
"Oh, then 37, Dudley muttered, his face turning red. Harry, sensing an explosion was coming, began eating as quickly as possible. Dudley had a habit of reacting badly, and tables had been overturned before.
Aunt Petunia seemed to sense it too. "We'll buy you 2 more presents while we're out today," she said hastily. "How does that sound? 2 extra gifts, is that better, darling?" Dudley paused, thinking hard.
"So I'll have 30.
39, sweetheart," she supplied.
"Oh." Dudley dropped into his chair and seized the nearest present. "All right, then." Uncle Vernon laughed approvingly. That's my boy knows the value of things. He gave Dudley's hair an affectionate ruffle.
Just then, the telephone rang. Aunt Petunia hurried off to answer it while Harry and Uncle Vernon watched Dudley tear into his presents: the racing bike, a video camera, a remote control airplane, stacks of computer games, and a VCR. He had just begun unwrapping a gold watch when Aunt Petunia returned, her face tight with worry.
"Vernon, there's a problem," she said. "Mrs. Fig's broken her leg. She won't be able to take him." She jerked her head toward Harry.
Dudley looked horrified, his mouth hanging open, but inside Harry, something lifted. Every year on Dudley's birthday, his parents took him out, sometimes to theme parks, sometimes to restaurants or the cinema, and Harry was always left behind with Mrs. Fig, an eccentric old woman who lived a few streets away. He dreaded those visits. Her house smelled strongly of cabbage, and she always made him sit through endless albums of photographs featuring every cat she had ever owned. "So what are we supposed to do now?" Aunt Petunia snapped, glaring at Harry as if the whole situation were somehow his fault. Harry knew he ought to feel at least a little sorry that Mrs. Fig had injured her leg. But it was difficult when he remembered it meant a long break from Tibbles, Snowy, Mr. Paws, and Tufty. "We could ring Marge," Uncle Vernon suggested. "Don't be ridiculous. Vernon, she can't stand the boy." The Dursleys had a habit of discussing Harry as though he weren't in the room, or as if he were some unpleasant creature that didn't understand human speech. "What about your friend? What's her name? Yvonne?" "She's away in Mallorca," Aunt Petunia replied sharply. "You could leave me here?" Harry said cautiously, a flicker of hope rising. He might finally get control of the television or even try Dudley's computer for once. Aunt Petunia's face tightened, as though the idea physically offended her.
"And come back to a destroyed house," she said coldly. "I wouldn't wreck anything," Harry protested. But no one paid him any attention.
"Well, we could take him along to the zoo," Aunt Petunia said slowly, "and leave him in the car."
"Absolutely not," Uncle Vernon said at once. "That car is brand new. He's not staying in it by himself." At that moment, Dudley began making loud, dramatic, sobbing noises. He wasn't truly crying. He hadn't done that in years, but he had perfected the art of fake tears, knowing they usually got him whatever he wanted. "Diddykin, don't cry. Mummy won't let him ruin your special day," Aunt Petunia cooed, wrapping him in a tight embrace. "I don't want him to come," Dudley wailed, stamping his foot for effect. He always ruins everything." Through his mother's arms, he shot Harry a smug, spiteful grin.
Just then, the doorbell rang.
"Oh heavens, they're here!" Aunt Petunia exclaimed, hurrying to answer it.
Moments later, Dudley's best friend, Piers Polkiss, entered with his mother. Piers was thin and sharp-faced, with a slightly rodent-like look. He was usually the one who pinned people down while Dudley did the hitting. At once, Dudley stopped his performance. Half an hour later, Harry found himself in the back seat of the Dursleys' car, squeezed between Dudley and Piers, hardly able to believe his luck. They were on their way to the zoo, a place he had never visited before. His aunt and uncle had clearly run out of options. But before leaving, Uncle Vernon had pulled Harry aside. "Listen carefully," he had said, leaning in so close his flushed face filled Harry's view. "I'm warning you, no funny business, not a single thing. If anything unusual happens, you'll be back in that cupboard until Christmas."
"I won't do anything," Harry replied quickly. "I promise."
But Uncle Vernon didn't trust him. No one ever did. The truth was, odd things had a habit of happening around Harry. and trying to convince the Dursleys he wasn't responsible never worked. Once, fed up with Harry returning from the barber looking unchanged, Aunt Petunia had seized a pair of kitchen scissors and chopped his hair so short he was nearly bald, leaving only his fringe to cover that dreadful scar. Dudley had laughed uncontrollably, while Harry lay awake that night dreading school, where he was already teased for his oversized clothes and mended glasses, yet by morning his hair had grown back exactly as it had been before. For this, he'd been punished with a week in the cupboard despite repeatedly insisting he had no idea how it had happened. On another occasion, Aunt Petunia had tried to squeeze him into one of Dudley's hideous old sweaters, a brown one covered in orange pom-poms. The more she tugged it down over his head, the tighter it seemed to get, shrinking inch by inch until it was small enough to fit a doll rather than a boy. In the end, it was completely useless, convinced it must have shrunk in the wash. Aunt Petunia let the matter drop, much to Harry's relief. Not all incidents ended so easily. He'd once been in serious trouble after being discovered sitting on the roof of the school kitchens. Dudley and his gang had been chasing him, as they often did, and somehow, without any clear explanation, Harry had ended up perched on a chimney. The headmistress had sent a furious letter home, accusing him of climbing school buildings. Harry had tried to explain, shouting through the locked cupboard door, that he had only meant to jump behind the large bins by the kitchen doors. Somehow, he must have been carried upward mid-leap, as though by a sudden gust of wind. But today felt different. Nothing was going to go wrong. Even being stuck with Dudley and Piers was worth it if it meant spending the day somewhere that wasn't school, the cupboard, or Mrs. Figg's cabbage-scented house.
As Uncle Vernon drove, he filled the car with his usual complaints. He had a talent for finding fault in almost everything: his job and the neighbours, the bank, and, most often, Harry himself. Today's target, however, was motorcycles. Roaring about like lunatics, the lot of them, he grumbled as one sped past. I had a dream about a motorcycle, Harry said suddenly. It could fly.
Uncle Vernon jerked in his seat so violently he nearly drove into the car ahead. He twisted around, his face flushed deep red beneath his moustache.
Motorcycles do not fly, he barked.
Dudley and Piers burst into snickering laughter.
I know, Harry said quickly. It was just a dream.
Still, he regretted speaking. The Dursleys disliked many things about him, but nothing irritated them more than any mention of things behaving strangely, even in dreams or cartoons. It was as though they feared he might start believing such things were possible. The day was bright and warm, and the zoo was packed with families enjoying the sunshine. At the entrance, the Dursleys bought Dudley and Piers enormous chocolate ice creams. Then, because the cheerful woman at the stand had asked Harry what he wanted before he could be ignored, they reluctantly bought him a cheap lemon ice pop. Harry didn't mind as he licked it. He watched a gorilla scratching its head and couldn't help noticing how much it resembled Dudley, aside from the lack of blonde hair. That morning turned out to be one of the most enjoyable Harry had experienced in a long while. He made sure to keep a slight distance from the Dursleys, careful not to give Dudley and Piers the chance to grow bored and turn their attention back to tormenting him. By lunchtime, they were already losing interest in the animals. They ate at the zoo cafe, where Dudley threw a fit because his Knickerbocker glory didn't have enough ice cream piled on top. Uncle Vernon immediately bought him another, leaving Harry to quietly finish the untouched one. Even then, Harry had a faint sense that things were going a little too well to last. Afterward, they headed to the reptile house. Inside, it was dim and pleasantly cool. with rows of illuminated enclosures lining the walls. Behind the glass, snakes and lizards slid over rocks and branches, their scales glinting under the artificial light. Dudley and Piers rushed ahead, eager to find the biggest and most dangerous creatures. It didn't take long. Dudley stopped in front of an enormous snake easily large enough to coil itself around Uncle Vernon's car and crush it flat, though at the moment it lay completely still, fast asleep. Pressing his face against the glass, Dudley stared.
"Make it move," he complained. Uncle Vernon tapped on the glass. Nothing happened. "Do it again," Dudley insisted.
This time Uncle Vernon knocked harder, but the snake didn't so much as twitch. "This is boring," Dudley grumbled, wandering off. Harry stepped closer, taking his place by the glass. He studied the snake quietly. If anything, it looked just as bored as he often felt, stuck all day with nothing but people tapping and staring. At least Harry sometimes got to leave his cupboard and wander the house. Then, without warning, the snake opened its eyes. Slowly, it lifted its head until its gaze met Harry's.
It blinked.
Harry froze. He glanced around quickly. No one seemed to be paying attention. Carefully, he looked back and blinked in return. The snake shifted its head slightly toward where Dudley and Uncle Vernon stood, then rolled its eyes upward in a strangely expressive way. The meaning was unmistakable. Harry leaned closer to the glass. "Yeah," he whispered. "I suppose you get that a lot." The snake gave a small, definite nod. "Where are you from?" Harry asked. The snake flicked its tail toward a sign beside the enclosure. Harry leaned over to read it. "Boa Constrictor Brasil." "Was it nice there?" he asked. The snake tapped the sign again. Harry read further. This snake was bred in captivity.
"Oh, so you've never actually been there?"
The snake shook its head. Just then, a loud voice shattered the moment.
"Dudley, Mr. Dursley, come quick look at this."
Dudley came charging back at once.
"Move!" he snapped, shoving Harry hard in the side. Caught off guard, Harry stumbled and hit the ground. The next instant, everything changed so quickly that no one could say exactly how. One moment, Dudley and Piers were pressed up against the glass, and the next, they were scrambling backward, shouting in terror.
Harry pushed himself up from the floor, staring in shock. The glass at the front of the boa constrictor's enclosure had completely disappeared. The enormous snake was already unwinding its coils, sliding smoothly out onto the floor. All around them, people began to scream, rushing toward the exits in panic.
As it glided past him, Harry was certain he heard a soft, whispering hiss. "Brazil, here I come. Thanks, friend."
The reptile keeper stood frozen, pale and trembling. "But the glass," he kept repeating helplessly. "Where did the glass go?" Later, the zoo director himself made Aunt Petunia a cup of overly sweet tea, apologizing again and again. Dudley and Piers could barely form proper sentences, still shaken. From what Harry had seen, the snake hadn't harmed them at all. It had only flicked playfully at their heels as it passed. But by the time they were back in the car, Dudley was insisting it had nearly torn his leg off, while Piers claimed it had tried to crush him. Worst of all, at least for Harry, was when Piers finally added, "Harry was talking to it, weren't you?" Uncle Vernon didn't say a word until they had dropped Piers off safely at home. Then he turned on Harry with such fury that he could barely get the words out. "Go cupboard, stay there, no food," he managed, before sinking into a chair, red-faced and shaking. Aunt Petunia hurried to fetch him a large glass of brandy. Much later, Harry lay awake in the darkness of his cupboard, wishing he had some way to tell the time. He didn't dare creep out for food until he was sure the Dursleys were asleep. He had lived with them for nearly 10 years, 10 long, unhappy years ever since he had been a baby and his parents had died in that car crash. He had no memory of the accident itself. Sometimes, when he concentrated hard enough during those long hours alone, he would recall something strange. A burst of green light and a sharp pain across his forehead. He assumed it must be part of the crash, though he couldn't understand where the green light had come from. He couldn't remember his parents at all. The Dursleys never spoke about them, and questions were strictly forbidden. There weren't even any photographs of them in the house. When he was younger, Harry used to imagine that one day a relative he'd never met would come and take him away, but no one ever did. The Dursleys were the only family he had. Still, every now and then, he couldn't shake the feeling that strangers seemed to recognize him. They were unusual people, too. Once, a short man in a violet top hat had bowed to him in a shop. Aunt Petunia, after demanding to know if Harry knew him, had rushed them out immediately. Another time, an elderly woman dressed entirely in green had smiled and waved at him on a bus. And just recently, a bald man in a long purple coat had shaken his hand in the street without saying a word before disappearing into the crowd. The strangest thing about all of them was how quickly they vanished whenever Harry tried to look at them properly. At school, Harry was alone. Everyone knew better than to get close to him. Chapter 3. The Letters from No One. Harry's punishment for the Brazilian boa constrictor incident turned out to be longer than anything he'd ever endured before. By the time he was finally let out of the cupboard, summer had already settled in. During his confinement, Dudley had been busy. His new video camera was broken, his remote control airplane reduced to scraps, and his first ride on his racing bike had ended with old Mrs. Fig B. The end of school should have been a relief, but Harry found little comfort in it. Dudley's gang made sure of that, turning up day after day without fail. Piers, Dennis, Malcolm, and Gordon were all equally bulky and slow-witted, but Dudley, larger and louder than the rest, ruled them easily. Together, they devoted themselves to their favorite activity. So Harry kept his distance, spending hours outside, drifting from place to place and counting down the days until the holidays would end. There was a sliver of hope waiting for him. Come September, everything would change. He would start secondary school, and for once, Dudley wouldn't be there. Dudley had secured a place at Smeltings, Uncle Vernon's old private school, with Piers Polkiss following him there. Harry, meanwhile, was bound for Stonewall High, the neighbour. They dunk people's heads in toilets on the first day at Stonewall, Dudley said with a grin. Want to come upstairs and give it a try?
I'll pass, Harry shot back. That toilet suffered enough already, it wouldn't survive your head. He didn't wait to see Dudley's reaction, bolting before the insult could sink.
In July, Aunt Petunia took Dudley to London to buy his Smeltings uniform, leaving Harry behind with Mrs. Fig. Surprisingly, she wasn't quite as dreadful as usual. She'd recently broken her leg after tripping over one of her cats, and her affection for them seemed to have cooled. She let Harry sit in front of the television and even offered him a piece of chocolate cake, though it tasted suspiciously. That evening, Dudley made a grand display of his new uniform, pacing around the living room for inspection. The Smeltings outfit consisted of a maroon tailcoat, orange knickerbockers, and a flat straw hat called a boater. Each boy also carried a heavy stick with a knotted end, meant for hitting one another when teachers weren't watching apparent. Uncle Vernon watched with unmistakable pride, declaring it the finest moment of his life. Aunt Petunia grew tearful, overwhelmed at the sight of her little Dudleykins looking so grown and distinguished. Harry, however, stayed silent. He was too busy trying not to laugh, certain that if he did, something inside him might actually snap. The next morning, Harry stepped into the kitchen and was immediately met with a foul, sour smell. It seemed to drift from the sink, where a large metal basin sat half submerged in murky water. Curious, he leaned over to inspect it. Inside floated a pile of what looked like grimy, worn-out cloth. "What's that?" he asked. Aunt Petunia's mouth thinned at once, the familiar warning sign that questions were unwelcome. "Your school uniform?" she replied curtly. Harry glanced back into the basin.
"Oh," he said slowly. "I didn't know it was supposed to be soaked." "Don't be ridiculous," she snapped. "I'm dyeing some of Dudley's old clothes grey for you. When I'm done, they'll look perfectly normal."
Harry wasn't convinced in the slightest, but arguing never helped. He took his seat at the table and tried not to imagine what he'd look like on his first day at Stonewall High. The thought that he might resemble someone wrapped in scraps of old elephant hide was hard to shake. Moments later, Dudley and Uncle Vernon entered, both wrinkling their noses at the lingering smell. As usual, Uncle Vernon unfolded his newspaper. The thought that he might resemble someone wrapped in scraps of old elephant hide was hard to shake. Moments later, Dudley and Uncle Vernon entered, both wrinkling their noses at the lingering smell. As usual, Uncle Vernon unfolded his newspaper, while Dudley thumped his smelting stick against the table, clearly enjoying the noise. Then came the sharp click of the letterbox, followed by the soft slap of mail landing on the doormat. "Fetch the post, Dudley," Uncle Vernon said without lowering his paper.
"Make Harry do it."
"Go on, Harry."
"Let Dudley do it." "Give him a prod with your stick, Dudley."
Harry sidestepped just in time to avoid the jab and made his way to the hallway. On the mat lay 3 items: a postcard from Aunt Marge, who was holidaying on the Isle of Wight, a brown envelope that looked like a bill, and something unexpected. A letter addressed to him. Harry picked it up slowly, staring as his pulse seemed to snap tight inside his chest. No one had ever written to him before, not once. He had no friends to send letters, no relatives who cared, not even overdue library notices, nothing. And yet here it was, unmistakably his. Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The envelope felt unusually thick, made of yellowish parchment, and the address was written in neat emerald green ink. There was no stamp. He turned it over with trembling fingers and saw a deep purple wax seal. Stamped into it was a crest, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake encircling a large letter, H. "Hurry up, boy," Uncle Vernon's voice bellowed from the kitchen. "What are you doing out there checking for explosives?" He gave a short laugh at his own remark. Still fixated on the envelope, Harry returned to the kitchen. He handed over the bill and the postcard, then sat down again, his attention fixed entirely on the letter as he carefully began to open it. Uncle Vernon tore open the bill with irritation, letting out a grunt as he skimmed it, then turned to the postcard.
"Marge is unwell," he said shortly to Aunt Petunia. "Ate something dodgy whelks, apparently." "Dad!" Dudley suddenly burst out. "Dad, Harry's got something."
Harry had just begun unfolding the letter, its parchment as thick and unusual as the envelope, when Uncle Vernon's hand shot out and yanked it away.
"That's mine," Harry protested, reaching for it.
"Who on earth would be writing to you?" Uncle Vernon scoffed. He flicked the letter open with one hand and glanced at it. What followed was almost unbelievable. His face flushed a deep red, then shifted rapidly to a sickly green like a traffic signal, changing too fast to follow. Within moments, it drained to a pale, lifeless grey.
Petunia," he stammered.
Dudley lunged forward and trying to grab the letter, but Uncle Vernon held it high above him. Aunt Petunia took it instead, her curiosity quickly turning to shock as her eyes scanned the first line. She clutched at her throat, making a strangled sound as though the air had been knocked from her lungs.
"Vernon! Oh, Vernon!"
For a moment, the two of them simply stared at each other, as if Harry and Dudley had ceased to exist. Dudley, unaccustomed to being ignored, jabbed his father sharply on the head with his smelting stick.
"I want to see that letter," he demanded. "So do I," Harry snapped. "It's mine." "Out, both of you," Uncle Vernon croaked, hastily stuffing the letter back into its envelope.
Harry didn't budge.
"I want my letter," he shouted. "Let me read it," Dudley added loudly. "Out!" bellowed Uncle Vernon.
He grabbed them both by the backs of their necks and shoved them into the hallway, slamming the kitchen door behind them with a bang.
"Immediately!" Harry and Dudley scrambled for position at the door, each trying to claim the keyhole, Dudley being larger. 1. Harry dropped flat to the floor, pressing his ear to the narrow gap beneath the door, his glasses hanging crookedly from one ear. "Vernon!" Aunt Petunia's voice trembled. "Look at the address. How could they possibly know where he sleeps? Do you think they could be watching us? Watching, spying, maybe even following?" Uncle Vernon muttered, his voice thick with unease.
"But what do we do? Should we reply, 'Tell them we don't'?" Through the gap, Harry could just make out Uncle Vernon pacing back and forth, his polished black shoes crossing his line of sight again and again. "No," he said at last. "No, we'll ignore it. If there's no reply, yes, that's the safest course. We do nothing."
"But I will not have one of them in this house. Petunia," Uncle Vernon snapped. "Didn't we agree, when we took him in, that we'd stamp out all that dangerous nonsense?"
That evening, after returning from work, Uncle Vernon did something completely unexpected. He came to Harry's cupboard. The moment he squeezed inside, Harry spoke.
"Where's my letter? Who sent it?" "No one," Uncle Vernon replied bluntly. "It was a mistake. I've destroyed it."
"It wasn't a mistake," Harry said angrily. "It had my cupboard on it."
"Silence!" roared Uncle Vernon.
The force of his voice made a couple of spiders drop from the ceiling. He stood there, breathing heavily for a moment, then forced his expression into something resembling a smile, though it looked stiff and deeply uncomfortable. Yes, Harry, and about this cupboard, your aunt and I have been thinking. You're really getting a bit big for it. We think it might be nice if you moved into Dudley's second bedroom." "Why?" said Harry.
"Don't ask question, weak," snapped his uncle. "Take this stuff upstairs, now!"
The Dursleys' house had 4 bedrooms, one for Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, one for visitors, usually Uncle Vernon's sister, Marge, one where Dudley slept, and one where Dudley kept all the toys and things that wouldn't fit into his first bedroom. It only took Harry one trip upstairs to move everything he owned from the cupboard to this room. He sat down on the bed and stared around him. Nearly everything in here was broken. The month-old video camera was lying on top of a small, working tank Dudley had once driven over the next-door neighbour's dog. In the corner was Dudley's first-ever television set, which he'd put his foot through when his favourite programme had been cancelled. There was a large birdcage, which had once held a parrot that Dudley had swapped at school for a real air rifle, which was up on a shelf with the end all bent because Dudley had sat on it. Other shelves were full of books. They were the only things in the room that looked as though they'd never been touched. From downstairs came the sound of Dudley bawling at his mother. "I don't want him in there. I need that room. Make him get out." Harry sighed and stretched out on the bed. Yesterday he'd have given anything to be up here. Today he'd rather be back in his cupboard with that letter than up here without it. Next morning at breakfast, everyone was rather quiet. Dudley was in shock. He'd screamed, whacked his father with his smelting stick, been sick on purpose, kicked his mother, and thrown his tortoise through the greenhouse roof, and he still didn't have his room back. Harry was thinking about this time yesterday and bitterly wishing he'd opened the letter in the hall. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia kept looking at each other darkly. When the mail arrived, Uncle Vernon, who seemed to be trying to be nice to Harry, made Dudley go and get it. They heard him banging things with his smelting stick all the way down the hall. Then he shouted, "There's another one. Mr. H. Potter. The smallest bedroom. 4 Privet Drive." With a strangled cry, Uncle Vernon leapt from his seat and ran down the hall, Harry right behind him. Uncle Vernon had to wrestle Dudley to the ground to get the letter from him, which was made difficult by the fact that Harry had grabbed Uncle Vernon around the neck from behind after a minute of confused fighting, in which everyone got hit a lot by the smelting stick. Uncle Vernon straightened up, gasping for breath, with Harry's letter clutched in his hand.
"Go to your cupboard. Your bedroom." He wheezed at Harry. "Dudley, go, just go!"
Harry walked round and round his new room. Someone knew he had moved out of his cupboard, and they seemed to know he hadn't received his first letter. Surely that meant they'd try again, and this time he'd make sure they didn't fail. He had a plan. The repaired alarm clock rang at 6 o'clock the next morning. Harry turned it off quickly and dressed silently. He mustn't wake the Dursleys. He stole downstairs without turning on any of the lights. He was going to wait for the postman on the corner of Privet Drive and get the letters for number 4 first. His heart hammered as he crept across the dark hall toward the front door.
Harry leapt into the air. He'd trodden on something big and squashy on the doormat, something alive.
Lights clicked on upstairs, and to his horror, Harry realized that the big, squashy something had been his uncle's face. Uncle Vernon had been lying at the foot of the front door in a sleeping bag, clearly making sure that Harry didn't do exactly what he'd been trying to do. He shouted at Harry for about half an hour and then told him to go and make a cup of tea. Harry shuffled miserably off into the kitchen, and by the time he got back, the mail had arrived, right into Uncle Vernon's lap. Harry caught sight of 3 more envelopes, each one addressed in the same striking green ink.
He started, but before he could finish, Uncle Vernon snatched them up and tore them into tiny scraps right in front of him.
That day, Uncle Vernon didn't leave for work. Instead, he remained at home and hammered a board over the mail slot. "There," he said, speaking around a mouthful of nails. "If they can't get them in, they'll stop trying." Aunt Petunia didn't look convinced. "I'm not sure it's that simple." "Vernon?" "These people don't think like we do," Uncle Vernon insisted, attempting to drive a nail into place using a chunk of fruitcake Aunt Petunia had just handed him. "They're different." By Friday, the situation had escalated. A dozen letters arrived for Harry. Since the mail slot was blocked, they found their way in through every possible gap, slid beneath the door, squeezed through the sides, and even forced through the small bathroom window downstairs. Uncle Vernon stayed home again. After gathering the letters and burning them all, he took things further, boarding up cracks around both the front and back doors until the house felt sealed tight. As he worked, he hummed "Tiptoe Through the Tulips," though he flinched at the slightest unexpected sound. Saturday brought complete chaos. 24 letters arrived, cleverly hidden inside the eggs delivered that morning. The milkman, clearly bewildered, had passed them through the living room window without question, while Uncle Vernon made a series of furious phone calls to both the post office and the dairy. Aunt Petunia fed the letters into the food processor, reducing them to shreds.
"Who would go to this much trouble just to reach you?" Dudley asked, staring at Harry in disbelief.
By Sunday morning, Uncle Vernon looked exhausted and pale, but oddly pleased with himself as he sat at the breakfast table. "No post on Sundays," he announced brightly, spreading marmalade across his newspaper. "No letters today." Before he could finish, something shot down the chimney and struck him sharply on the back of the head. In the next instant, a flood of letters burst out of the fireplace, flying into the room like a storm of paper. The Dursleys ducked for cover, but Harry sprang upward, trying to grab one.
"Ow! Ow!" Uncle Vernon roared.
He grabbed Harry around the waist and hurled him into the hallway. Aunt Petunia and Dudley rushed out after him, shielding their faces, and Uncle Vernon slammed the kitchen door shut behind them. From inside, they could still hear the steady barrage of letters hitting walls and floor.
"That's it," Uncle Vernon said, struggling to keep his voice steady while tugging at his moustache so hard that clumps came loose. "Everyone back here in 5 minutes. We're leaving. Pack clothes. No arguments."
The wild look on his face, paired with the uneven remains of his moustache, was enough to silence any protest. Within 10 minutes, they had forced their way out through the boarded doors and piled into the car, speeding off toward the highway. In the back seat, Dudley sniffled miserably. His father had struck him for delaying them while he tried to cram his television, VCR, and computer into a sports bag. They kept driving mile after mile, with no clear destination. Even Aunt Petunia didn't dare question where they were headed. Every so often, Uncle Vernon would suddenly jerk the wheel and double back the way they'd come, muttering under his breath, "Lose them. Got to lose them." They didn't stop once, not for food, not for water. By the time darkness fell, Dudley was in full meltdown. He had never endured such a dreadful day. His stomach growled. He'd missed several of his favorite shows, and worst of all, he hadn't been able to spend a single minute blasting aliens on his computer.
At last, Uncle Vernon pulled up outside a bleak, run-down hotel on the edge of a large city. Harry and Dudley were shoved into a small room with 2 narrow beds, the sheets damp and smelling faintly of mildew. Dudley fell asleep quickly, snoring loudly, but Harry couldn't rest. He sat by the window instead, watching headlights drift past in the dark, his thoughts turning over endlessly.
Breakfast the next morning was no improvement. Stale cereal and cold tomatoes on toast. They had barely finished when the hotel owner approached their table.
"Excuse me," she said. "Is there a Mr. H. Potter here? I seem to have received about 100 letters for him."
She held one up, and the green ink stood out immediately. "Mr. H. Potter, room 17, Railview Hotel, Cokeworth." Harry lunged for it, but Uncle Vernon struck his hand aside.
"I'll take those," he said quickly, rising from his chair and following the woman out.
Hours later, Aunt Petunia spoke in a small, uncertain voice. "Wouldn't it be better if we just went home, Vernon?" But he didn't respond. Whatever he was searching for, it remained a mystery to everyone else. He drove them into a forest, stopped, got out, scanned the area, then shook his head and returned to the car. Then they were off again. The same pattern repeated itself in the middle of a ploughed field, halfway across a bridge, even at the top of a multi-story parking garage.
"Dad's gone mad, hasn't he?" Dudley muttered later that afternoon.
They were parked by the sea now. Uncle Vernon had locked them in the car and disappeared. Rain began to fall, heavy drops hammering against the roof. Dudley sniffed miserably.
"It's Monday," he said. "The great Humberto's on tonight. I want to be somewhere with a TV."
Monday. That thought lingered with Harry. If it was Monday, something Dudley always kept track of because of television, then tomorrow would be Tuesday. His birthday. His 11th birthday. Of course, birthdays had never meant much. The year before, he'd received a bent coat hanger and a pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks. Still, turning 11 felt like something different. The car door suddenly opened. Uncle Vernon had returned and, strangely, he was smiling. In his hand was a long, narrow package.
"Found it," he announced. "The perfect place. Out you get."
The cold hit them immediately as they stepped outside. Uncle Vernon pointed toward the sea. At a jagged rock rising from the waves, perched on top of it, stood a miserable-looking shack, barely holding itself together. There was one thing you could be absolutely certain of. There was no television there. "Storm coming tonight," Uncle Vernon said with satisfaction, rubbing his hands together. "And this gentleman has kindly agreed to lend us his boat." An old man with few teeth shuffled toward them, gesturing toward a small, battered rowboat bobbing in the steel-grey water below. He grinned in a way that made Harry uneasy.
"I've got supplies," Uncle Vernon added. "Come on into the boat."
The journey was freezing. Sea spray soaked them through. Rain slipped down their collars, and the wind cut sharply across their faces. It felt like hours before they finally reached the rock, slipping on wet stone. Uncle Vernon led them up to the crumbling hut. Inside, things were no better. The air reeked of seaweed. Wind whistled through gaps in the wooden walls, and the fireplace was cold and useless. The place had only 2-room television there. "Storm coming tonight," Uncle Vernon said with satisfaction, rubbing his hands together. "And this gentleman has kindly agreed to lend us his boat." An old man with few teeth shuffled toward them, gesturing toward a small, battered rowboat bobbing in the steel-grey water below. He grinned in a way that made Harry uneasy.
"I've got supplies," Uncle Vernon added. "Come on into the boat."
The journey was freezing. Sea spray soaked them through. Rain slipped down their collars, and the wind cut sharply across their faces. It felt like hours before they finally reached the rock, slipping on wet stone. Uncle Vernon led them up to the crumbling hut. Inside, things were no better. The air reeked of seaweed. Wind whistled through gaps in the wooden walls, and the fireplace was cold and useless. The place had only 2 rooms, and neither looked even remotely comfortable. Uncle Vernon's idea of supplies turned out to be disappointingly simple. A single bag of chips for each of them and 4 bananas. He made an attempt at lighting a fire, but the empty chip bags only curled and blackened, giving off thin trails of smoke before collapsing into nothing. "Shame we haven't got those letters now, eh?" he remarked brightly. He seemed thoroughly pleased with himself. Clearly, he believed they were beyond reach, that no one could possibly track them down in the middle of a storm just to deliver mail. Harry, deep down, suspected he was right. Still, the thought brought him no comfort. As darkness closed in, the storm arrived in full force. Waves crashed violently against the rock, spraying the hut's walls. while the wind howled through every crack, rattling the grimy windows. Aunt Petunia managed to dig out a few damp, mold-spotted blankets from the other room and arranged a bed for Dudley on the sagging, moth-eaten sofa. She and Uncle Vernon retreated to the adjoining room, leaving Harry to fend for himself. He found a patch of floor that seemed slightly less hard than the rest and wrapped himself in a thin, fraying blanket that offered little warmth. The night grew wilder by the hour. Sleep refused to come. Harry shivered, shifting constantly, trying to get comfortable while his empty stomach growled in protest. Dudley's usual snoring was swallowed by the distant rumble of thunder that began rolling across the sky around midnight. Harry glanced at Dudley's watch, its glowing face dangling from his wrist over the edge of the sofa. 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes until he turned 11. He lay still, watching the seconds pass, wondering if the Dursleys would remember or care. He wondered, too. Chapter 4. The Keeper of the Keys.
Boom! The knocking came again, louder this time.
Dudley jolted awake. What was that cannon fire? He mumbled, still half asleep. A sudden crash sounded behind them as Uncle Vernon came sliding into the room. In his hands was a rifle, the contents of the long, narrow package now revealed.
"Who's there?" he shouted. "I warn you, I'm armed."
Silence followed for a heartbeat. Then,
crash.
The door exploded inward, torn clean off its hinges and slammed onto the floor with a thunderous bang. A massive figure filled the doorway. He was enormous, his head nearly brushing the ceiling as he stepped inside. His face was mostly hidden beneath a thick tangle of hair and an unruly beard, though his eyes shone through, dark and sharp, like glints of black glass. The giant ducked slightly as he entered, then casually picked up the broken door and pushed it back into place as though it weighed nothing. The roar of the storm dulled behind it. He turned, surveying the room. "Wouldn't happen to have a cup of tea, would you?" he said in a deep, rumbling voice. "Been a long journey." He strode toward the sofa where Dudley sat frozen.
"Shift over." "Yeah, great lump."
Dudley let out a terrified squeak and scrambled away, hiding behind his mother, who clung to Uncle Vernon.
"Ah, there you are, Harry," the giant said.
Harry looked up. Beneath all the wild hair, he could see the man's expression now, the fierce face softened by a small, warm smile. "Last time I saw you, you were just a baby," he said. "You've got your dad's look, but your mum's eyes."
Uncle Vernon made a strained, choking sound. "I insist you leave immediately." "Sir," he barked, "you are trespassing?" "Oh, pipe down." "Dursley, the old prune," the giant replied casually.
Reaching over the sofa, he seized the rifle from Uncle Vernon's grip, twisted it effortlessly into a knot as though it were soft metal, and tossed it aside into a corner.
Uncle Vernon whimpered faintly. "Now then, Harry," the giant continued, turning away from the Dursleys. "Many happy returns. Got you a little something? Might have sat on it. Mind, but it'll still be good."
He pulled out a slightly crushed box from inside his coat. Harry opened it carefully, his fingers shaking. Inside lay a large chocolate cake, a bit squashed but unmistakable, with green icing spelling out, "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry looked up, overwhelmed. He meant to say thank you, but the words wouldn't come.
Instead, he asked, "Who are you?"
The giant let out a hearty laugh.
Right, I haven't said. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts."
He extended a massive hand and shook Harry's entire arm. "So about that tea," he added, rubbing his hands together. He meant to say thank you, but the words wouldn't come.
Instead, he asked, "Who are you?"
The giant let out a hearty laugh.
Right, I haven't said. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts."
He extended a massive hand and shook Harry's entire arm. "So about that tea," he added, rubbing his hands together, "though I wouldn't mind something a bit stronger, if there's any." His gaze dropped to the cold fireplace, filled with the remains of burnt chip bags. He gave a snort of amusement, then crouched down. For a moment, his broad back blocked the view. But when he straightened again, flames roared to life. A bright, crackling fire filled the hearth, casting warm light across the damp, miserable hut. Heat spread quickly through the room, wrapping around Harry like a long-forgotten comfort, as if he'd stepped into warmth after being cold for far too long. The giant lowered himself onto the sofa again, which groaned under his weight, and began rummaging through the deep pockets of his coat, one by one. He produced an assortment of items: a battered copper kettle, a crumpled bundle of sausages, a poker, a teapot, a handful of chipped mugs, and a squat bottle filled with an amber-coloured liquid. He took a generous gulp from it before setting to work. Before long, the hut was filled with the sharp hiss of sausages cooking and their rich, savoury smell. No one spoke while he worked. The only sound came from the sizzling food and the storm still raging outside. But when the giant finally slid a set of plump, slightly charred sausages off the poker, Dudley couldn't help shifting forward in his seat.
"Don't touch anything he gives you, Dudley," Uncle Vernon said quickly.
The giant let out a low, amused rumble. "That great lump of a son of yours could do with less, not more. Dursley," he said. "No need to worry." He handed the sausages to Harry. Harry took them eagerly. He was so hungry that they tasted better than anything he could remember. Still, even as he ate, he couldn't stop staring at the enormous stranger. The silence stretched on, and when no explanation seemed forthcoming, Harry finally spoke.
"I'm sorry," he said carefully, "but I still don't really know who you are."
The giant drained some of his tea and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
"Hagrid," he said simply. "That's what everyone calls me. Like I told you, keeper of keys at Hogwarts. Thought you'd know that already." No," said Harry. Hagrid blinked, clearly taken aback. "Sorry," Harry added quickly. "Sorry," Hagrid echoed, his voice suddenly rising as he turned toward the Dursleys, who shrank further into the shadows. "They're the ones who ought to be sorry. I knew you weren't getting your letters, but I never imagined you didn't even know about Hogwarts. Good grief, did you never wonder where your parents learned everything?" "Learned what?" Harry asked.
"What?" Hagrid bellowed. In an instant, he was on his feet again, his presence filling the tiny hut. The Dursleys pressed themselves against the wall as if trying to disappear.
"Are you telling me," he growled, glaring at them, "that this boy doesn't know anything? Not a single thing?"
Harry frowned slightly. That seemed a bit unfair. He had gone to school, after all, and he hadn't done badly there either. "I know a few things," Harry said defensively. "I mean, I can do math and other stuff." But Hagrid waved this aside as though it were meaningless. "Not that kind of thing. I'm talking about our world, your world, my world, the one your parents belong to."
"My what world?" Harry asked.
Hagrid's expression tightened, as if his patience were about to snap.
"Dursley," he thundered. "Uncle Vernon now ghostly pale, muttered something unintelligible under his breath. Hagrid ignored him. His eyes locked on Harry.
"But you must have heard about your mum and dad," he said, sounding genuinely baffled. "They were well known, you are, too." Harry blinked. "What? No, they weren't famous, were they?"
Hagrid stared at him, stunned.
"You mean to say you really don't know?" he murmured, running a hand through his tangled hair. His gaze sharpened. "You don't even know what ye are." Before Harry could respond, Uncle Vernon burst in.
"Enough," he barked. "That's quite enough. I will not have you telling him anything." Hagrid turned slowly toward him. The look he gave would have silenced most men instantly, and nearly did.
"You never told him?" Hagrid said, his voice trembling with fury. "Never told him what was in the letter Dumbledore left for him? I was there that night. I saw it left on your doorstep."
"Kept what from me?" Harry demanded, leaning forward. "Stop! I forbid it!" Uncle Vernon shouted, his voice cracking with panic.
Aunt Petunia let out a sharp, frightened gasp.
"Oh, stuff the lot of you!" Hagrid snapped, losing patience entirely. He turned back to Harry.
"Harry, you're a wizard." The words seemed to hang in the air. For a moment, no one spoke. Outside, the wind howled and waves crashed against the rock, filling the silence.
What?" Harry whispered. "A wizard," Hagrid repeated, settling back onto the sofa, which sagged even further beneath him. "And a good one. I'd say once you've had some proper training, with parents like yours, there was never much doubt, and it's high time you saw that letter."
This time, Harry didn't hesitate. He reached for the thick, yellowish envelope addressed in green ink. "Mr. H. Potter, the floor hut on the rock, the sea." With slightly shaking hands, he pulled out the letter and began to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
"Headmaster Albus Dumbledore."
Order of Merlin. First Class. Grand Sorcerer. Chief Warlock. Supreme Mugwump. International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed, you will find a list of all required books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. Please send your reply by owl before July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry's thoughts scattered in every direction at once, questions piling over each other faster than he could catch them. He hesitated, then finally blurted out the first one that made sense. "What do they mean, send my reply by owl?"
Hagrid froze for a second, then smacked his forehead with a loud thud. "Right, nearly forgot."
He plunged a hand into his coat again and, to Harry's astonishment, pulled out a living owl, slightly scruffy-looking, along with a quill and a roll of parchment. Settling himself, he began writing in large, uneven strokes, his tongue peeking out in concentration. Harry leaned forward, reading the words upside down. "Professor Dumbledore, letter delivered to Harry, taking him to get his things tomorrow. Storm's dreadful. Hope all's well."
Hagrid.
With practiced ease, Hagrid rolled up the note, handed it to the owl, and carried it to the door. Without hesitation, he flung it out into the storm. Then he returned, sat back down, and folded his hands as though he'd just sent off an ordinary message. Harry blinked and shut his mouth, realizing he'd been staring. "Now then," Hagrid muttered, trying to pick up where he'd left off. But Uncle Vernon stepped forward, his face pale but his voice hard.
"He's not going," he said.
Hagrid gave a short, unimpressed grunt. "Wouldn't mind seeing you try to stop him."
"A what?" Harry asked quickly. "Muggle," Hagrid said. "That's what we call non-magic folk. And unlucky you, growing up with a pair like them, the worst sort I've ever seen."
"We made it perfectly clear when we took him in," Uncle Vernon snapped, "that we would put a stop to all of that. We meant to drive it out of him completely. Wizard nonsense indeed."
"You knew," Harry said, turning sharply. "You knew what I was?" "Knew." Aunt Petunia's voice cut through the room like glass. "Of course we knew. How could we not, with my sister being what she was?"
Her face twisted as years of bitterness finally spilled over. "She got a letter just like yours," she went on, her voice shaking. "And off she went to that school, came back every holiday with pockets full of disgusting things, performing tricks turning teacups into animals. I was the only one who saw it properly. She was unnatural a freak." She drew a sharp breath, then continued more fiercely. "But my parents adored her. Always Lily this, Lily that, so proud to have a witch in the family. Then she met that Potter, married him. Had you and I knew you'd be the same. Strange. Wrong. Abnormal." Her voice rose to a near shout.
"And then she got herself blown up and we were stuck with you."
Harry felt the world tilt. "Blown up?" he said faintly. "You told me they died in a car crash."
"Car crash," Hagrid exploded, and jumping up so suddenly the whole hut seemed to shake. "You expect me to believe that? A car crash, kill Lily and James Potter. That's an insult, a scandal. And you, Harry Potter, not even knowing your own story, when every child in our world knows your name."
Harry stared at him, breath unsteady. "Then what happened?" he demanded. The anger drained from Hagrid's face as quickly as it had come. In its place was something uneasy, almost troubled.
I didn't expect this," he said quietly. "Didn't realize how much they'd kept from you. Dumbledore mentioned there might be some difficulty finding you, but not this."
He hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. "Truth is, I'm not sure I'm the one who ought to explain it all," he went on. "But someone has to. You can't go off to Hogwarts not knowing the basics." He shot the Dursleys a look full of disapproval before turning back to Harry.
"I'll tell you what I can. Not everything. Mind some of it's still, well, a bit of a mystery."
For a moment, he sat, staring into the fire, the flames flickering across his face. Then he spoke again. Slower this time. "It all starts with a man, a wizard. Strange that you've never heard the name. Everyone knows it where I come from."
"Who?" Harry asked. Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. "I don't much like saying it out loud. Most people don't." "Why not?" "Because they're still afraid," Hagrid muttered. "Can't say I blame 'em. Right, here goes."
He drew a breath. "There was this wizard who went bad. Not just a little proper bad, worse than anyone you could imagine. His name was..." Swallowing hard.
"Could you just write it down?" Harry suggested.
"Wouldn't help," Hagrid said. "Can't spell it right anyway." "All right, Voldemort." He visibly shuddered after saying it. "Don't ask me to repeat it," he added quickly. "Anyway, about 20 years back, he started gathering followers, and he got plenty. Some were scared into it. Others just wanted a share of his power, and he had plenty of that. Make no mistake." His voice grew darker. "Those were bad times, Harry. Real bad. No one trusted anyone. You didn't dare get close to people you didn't already know. And if you stood against him..." Hagrid paused. You didn't last long. The fire crackled loudly.
He was taken over, bit by bit. The only place that felt safe was Hogwarts. People reckoned Dumbledore was the only wizard he ever feared. Never dared make a move on the school, not then.
Hagrid leaned forward slightly. Your mum and dad, they were among the best. Brilliant. Both of them. Head boy and girl back in their day. Always wondered why you-know-who never tried to bring them over to his side. Probably knew they were too loyal to Dumbledore. He frowned. Maybe he thought he could turn them, or maybe he just wanted them out of the way. Hagrid's voice softened. All anyone really knows is this 10 years ago, on Halloween night, he found you. Found where you were living. You were just a baby. He stopped.
And he went to your house, and... Hagrid suddenly pulled out a large, stained handkerchief and blew his nose loudly.
Sorry, he muttered. Knew your parents. Fine people. The best. He took a breath and continued.
He killed them. Both of them. And then, well, here's the strange part, he tried to kill you too.
Hagrid looked straight at Harry.
But he couldn't.
Harry didn't move. You ever wonder about that scar on your forehead? Hagrid said. That's no ordinary mark. That's what happens when a powerful curse hits you and somehow fails. He gestured vaguely. It destroyed your house, took your parents, but it didn't take you. No one ever survived after he decided to kill them. No one except you. And he'd already taken down some of the strongest witches and wizards. There were the McKinnons, the Bones, the Prewets. He shook his head slowly.
And you were just a baby, and you lived.
Silence fell. Something stirred deep inside Harry's mind, sharp and sudden. As Hagrid's words settled, a memory surfaced more vividly than ever before. A flash of green light, blinding and violent.
And then, for the first time, he heard it clearly. A high, cold, merciless laugh. Hagrid watched Harry for a moment, his expression softening with something close to sympathy. I was the one who brought ye out, he said quietly. Out of the ruins. Dumbledore told me to. Left you with them. Absolute nonsense, Uncle Vernon snapped.
Harry started. He had almost forgotten the Dursleys were still there. But Uncle Vernon had clearly recovered his nerve. He stood rigid, fists clenched, glaring at Hagrid. Now listen here, boy, he said, his voice sharp with contempt. I'll admit there's something odd about you, though I dare say a firm hand might have sorted that out years ago. As for your parents, well, they were clearly abnormal. No point denying it. Frankly, the world is better off without people like them. Got exactly what they deserved. Mixing with that sort always knew it would end badly.
He never finished. Hagrid shot to his feet in a flash, pulling a battered pink umbrella from inside his coat. He levelled it at Uncle Vernon like a weapon. I'm warning you. Dursley, he said, his voice low but dangerous. One more word. Uncle Vernon froze, faced with the towering figure and the pointed umbrella. His courage crumbled instantly. He pressed himself flat against the wall and said nothing.
That's better, Hagrid muttered, still breathing hard as he dropped back onto the sofa this time, causing it to sink almost completely to the floor.
Harry, however, was hardly paying attention anymore. His mind was racing.
But what happened to him? Harry asked. You know who? Hagrid nodded slowly. Good question. No one knows for sure. Disappeared that same night. Vanished. That's what made you famous. See, it's the biggest mystery of all. He was stronger than ever. So why'd he go? He paused, then continued. Some say he died. I don't buy that, not fully. Anyway, don't reckon there was enough of the man left in him to die proper. Others think he's still out there somewhere, waiting, but I'm not convinced of that either. Plenty who followed him came back afterward like they'd been under some kind of spell. Don't think that'd happen if he was still pulling the strings.
Hagrid leaned forward slightly.
Most of us think he's still alive, just not what he was. Lost his power. Too weak to carry on. And whatever happened that night, it had something to do with you, Harry. Something he didn't expect. Something that stopped him cold. He looked at Harry now with unmistakable respect. But Harry didn't feel proud. Not at all.
Instead, a heavy doubt settled over him. A wizard, him.
It didn't make sense, not after everything. He'd spent his life being shoved around by Dudley, ordered about by Aunt Petunia, ignored or shouted at by Uncle Vernon. If he really had magic, why hadn't anything changed? Why hadn't he ever used it? Why hadn't he turned them into anything to stop it? If he'd somehow defeated the most dangerous wizard in the world, how could Dudley still treat him like a punching bag?
Hagrid, he said slowly. I think you've got the wrong person. I don't think I'm a wizard.
To his surprise, Hagrid laughed a deep, warm chuckle.
Not a wizard, eh? He said. Never had strange things happen when you were upset or scared.
Harry hesitated, then glanced toward the fire. Now that he thought about it, every odd thing that had ever happened, the things that made his aunt and uncle furious, had come when he'd been angry or afraid. Running from Dudley's gang and somehow ending up out of reach, his hair growing back overnight after that awful haircut, and that time at the zoo. He looked up sharply.
Hadn't he, without even meaning to, set the boa constrictor on Dudley?
Harry turned back to Hagrid, and this time he was smiling slightly.
Hagrid, meanwhile, looked delighted.
See, he said, Harry Potter not a wizard. You just wait, you'll be famous at Hogwarts. But Uncle Vernon wasn't ready to give up just yet. Didn't I already tell you? Uncle Vernon snapped. He's not going. He'll go to Stonewall High and be thankful for it. I've read those letters. He'd need all sorts of rubbish. Spell books. Wands. If he wants to go, you won't stop him, Hagrid said, his voice low but firm. You think you can keep Harry Potter, Lily and James Potter's son away from Hogwarts? Don't be ridiculous. His name's been down since the day he was born. He's going to the best school there is. 7 years there and he won't be the same person. He'll be with others like him for once and taught by the greatest headmaster Hogwarts ever had, Albus Dumbledore.
I am not paying for some crackpot old fool to teach him magic tricks, Uncle Vernon shouted. That was it.
Hagrid moved fast. He jumped up, pulled out his umbrella, and pointed it straight at Dudley.
Don't, he said quietly. You dare insult Dumbledore in front of me.
A flash of purple light, loud crack, Dudley screamed. He jumped up, clutching his backside, yelling in pain. When he turned, Harry saw it clearly. A small, curly pig's tail sticking out through his trousers.
Uncle Vernon roared and dragged Dudley and Aunt Petunia out of the room, slamming the door behind them.
For a moment, only the storm could be heard.
Hagrid looked down at his umbrella and sighed.
Shouldn't have lost me temper, he muttered. Didn't quite work either. Meant to turn him into a pig, but I suppose he was already halfway there. He glanced at Harry.
Best not mention that at Hogwarts. Yeah, I'm not really supposed to be doing magic. Only got permission to track you down and make sure you got your letter.
Why not? Harry asked. Hagrid hesitated. I went to Hogwarts, he said, but I got expelled. 3rd year, they snapped my wand. Dumbledore let me stay on. Though, gave me a job as gamekeeper. Why were you expelled?
Hagrid cleared his throat. Another time.
Chapter 5. Diagon Alley. Chapter 5. Diagon Alley. Harry woke up early the next morning. Even though he could tell the sun was already up, he kept his eyes tightly shut. It was only a dream, he insisted to himself. I dreamed that a giant named Hagrid came and told me I'd be going to a school for wizards. When I opened my eyes, I'll be back home in my cupboard. Suddenly, a sharp tapping sound broke the silence.
That must be Aunt Petunia, Harry thought, his heart sinking. Still, he didn't open his eyes. The dream had been too good. Tap, tap, tap. Okay, Harry muttered. I'm getting up.
He pushed himself upright, and Hagrid's heavy coat slipped off him. Sunlight flooded the hut. The storm had passed. Hagrid lay fast asleep on the broken sofa, and an owl was tapping its claw against the window, a newspaper clutched in its beak. Harry jumped to his feet, his chest swelling with excitement. He hurried to the window and flung it open. The owl swooped inside, dropped the newspaper onto Hagrid, who didn't stir, and then fluttered down to the floor, where it began attacking Hagrid's coat.
Hey, stop that!
Harry tried to shoo it away, but the owl snapped its beak at him and went right on tearing at the coat.
Hagrid, Harry called loudly. There's an owl. Pay it! Hagrid mumbled into the sofa. What?
It wants payment for the paper. Check the pockets.
Hagrid's coat seemed to have endless pockets keys, pellets, bits of string, peppermint sweets, tea bags. At last. Harry pulled out a handful of strange coins.
Give it 5 nuts, Hagrid said drowsily.
Knuts.
The small bronze ones. Harry counted out 5 tiny bronze coins. The owl lifted its leg so he could place the money into a little leather pouch tied there. Then it took off through the open window.
Hagrid yawned loudly, sat up, and stretched.
Come on, Harry, with big day ahead, we've got to go up to London and get all your school things. Harry turned the wizard coins over in his hand, studying them. Then a thought struck him, and the excitement inside him seemed to deflate at once.
Hagrid?
Hagrid replied, pulling on his enormous boots.
I don't have any money, and you heard Uncle Vernon last night. He won't pay for me to learn magic.
Don't worry about that, Hagrid said, getting to his feet and scratching his head. Do you really think your parents left you with nothing? Harry was still trying to make sense of everything when
But if their house was destroyed?
They wouldn't keep their gold at home, lad. Hagrid cut in with a short laugh. No. First place we're going is Gringotts, the wizard bank. Go on, have a sausage. They're not bad, even cold. And I wouldn't say no to a bit of your birthday cake. Just the one Gringotts, run by goblins.
Harry stared at him in shock, the sausage slipping from his ha. Gobbly.
Exactly, Hind, which is why you'd be out of your mind to try robbing it. Never mess with goblins. Harry, Gringotts is about the safest place in the world for anything you want to keep secure, except maybe Hogwarts, matter of fact. I've got business there myself. For Dumbledore, official Hogwarts business. Hagrid puffed out his chest proudly. He trusts me with important jobs fetching you, picking things up from Gringotts. Knows I won. Got everything. Come on. Harry followed Hagrid out onto the rock. The storm had completely passed now. The sky was clear, and the sea sparkled brightly under the sun. Uncle Vernon's boat was still there, though it ached. "How did you get here?" Harry asked, looking around for any sign of another.
Flew! Yeah, but we'll head back in this. Not supposed to use magic too much now.
They climbed into the boat, Harry still sneaking glances at Hagrid, trying to imagine him. "Bit of a shame to row, though," Hagrid added, giving him a sideways look. "If I well gave us a little boost, you wouldn't mention it at Hogwarts, Wool."
"Of course not," Harry said quickly, eager to see more, Ma.
Hagrid pulled out his pink umbrella, tapped it twice against the side of the boat, and suddenly they shot forward, speeding across the water tow. "Why would it be so dangerous to rob Gringotts?" Harry asked.
"Magic powerful enchantments," Hagrid replied, opening his newspaper. "They say there are dragons guarding the high-security vaults, and even if you got past that, you'd still have to find your way out. The place runs for miles under London, deep beneath the underground. You'd starve before you ever made it back, even if you managed to get your hands on anything."
While Hagrid was absorbed in his copy of the Daily Prophet, Harry sat quietly, his mind racing. He remembered Uncle Vernon's rule about not disturbing someone while they read, but today, staying silent felt nearly impossible. Questions kept piling up faster than he could hold them back.
"Ministry of Magic at it again. Same old mess," Hagrid muttered, rustling the paper. Harry couldn't help himself. "There's actually a Ministry of Magic." "Of course there is," Hagrid replied. "They wanted Dumbledore to be minister. Magic powerful enchantments," Hagrid replied, opening his newspaper. "They say there are dragons guarding the high-security vaults, and even if you got past that, you'd still have to find your way out. The place runs for miles under London, deep beneath the underground. You'd starve before you ever made it back, even if you managed to get your hands on anything."
While Hagrid was absorbed in his copy of the Daily Prophet, Harry sat quietly, his mind racing. He remembered Uncle Vernon's rule about not disturbing someone while they read, but today, staying silent felt nearly impossible. Questions kept piling up faster than he could hold them back.
"Ministry of Magic at it again. Same old mess," Hagrid muttered, rustling the paper. Harry couldn't help himself. "There's actually a Ministry of Magic." "Of course there is," Hagrid replied. "They wanted Dumbledore to be minister, mind you, but he'd never leave Hogwarts. So Cornelius Fudge got the job instead. Not the sharpest, that one. Sends Dumbledore letters every morning, asking what he should do next." "So, what's the ministry for?" Harry asked.
"Mainly to keep things quiet," said Hagrid. "Stop muggles from finding out there are still witches and wizards everywhere." Harry frowned. "Why keep it a secret?" "Because if they knew," Hagrid said, "they'd be knocking on our doors day and night, wanting magic to fix every little thing. Better this way." At that moment, the boat gave a soft bump as it reached the harbour wall. Hagrid folded up his newspaper, and they climbed onto the stone steps leading into the town. As they walked toward the station, people couldn't stop staring. Hagrid stood out far too much, not just because of his size, but because of the way he reacted to everything. "Look at that, Harry," he said loudly, pointing at a parking meter. "The things muggles invent." Harry hurried to keep up. "Hagrid, earlier you said there were dragons at Gringotts." "That's what they say," Hagrid answered. "Wouldn't mind having one myself."
"You're serious?" "Always wanted one since I was a kid. Here we are."
They arrived at the station just in time. A train to London was leaving in 5 minutes. Since Hagrid didn't understand Muggle money, He handed everything over to Harry to buy the tickets.
On the train, the staring got worse. Hagrid squeezed into 2 seats and began knitting something enormous, bright yellow and oddly shaped, like part of a circus tent. "You still got that letter?" Harry, he asked, not looking up.
Harry took out the envelope. "Good. There's a list of what you'll need in there." Harry unfolded a second sheet and read through it carefully. It listed robes, a pointed hat, gloves, and a cloak, then a long set of books about spells, magic history, potions, and strange creatures. After that came equipment, a wand, a cauldron, bottles, a telescope, and scales. At the bottom, it mentioned he could bring an owl, a cat, or a toad, but no broomsticks for first years.
"All of this, we can get it in London?" Harry asked, all amazed. "If you know where to go," Hagrid said simply.
Harry had never visited London before. Although Hagrid seemed confident about the direction, he clearly wasn't used to travelling like ordinary people. He got stuck in the underground barrier and grumbled the whole time, complained. "I don't see how muggles get by without magic," Hagrid remarked, as they made their way up a rickety, half-broken escalator that opened onto a busy street full of shops. With his enormous size, Hagrid moved through the crowd like a ship through water, people parting without effort. Harry hurried along behind him, trying not to lose sight of his broad back. They passed bookstores, music shops, fast food places, and cinemas, but nothing that even hinted at magic. Everything looked completely normal. Harry couldn't help wondering if any of this was real. Beneath their feet, could there truly be vaults filled with wizard gold? Were there really places nearby selling spellbooks and broomsticks? It all felt impossible. For a fleeting moment, he even considered whether the Dursleys had somehow staged an elaborate trick, but that idea faded quickly. The Dursleys had never had that kind of imagination, and despite everything, Harry found himself trusting Hagrid.
"This is the place," Hagrid announced suddenly, stopping in front of a narrow building, the Leaky Cauldron, quite well known, actually.
Harry blinked. The pub looked small, dingy, and easy to miss. If Hagrid hadn't pointed it out, he would have walked straight past it. Strangely, no one else on the busy street seemed to notice it either. People's gazes slid right over it, as if it simply didn't exist. Harry felt a shiver of curiosity, almost as though only he and Hagrid could see it. Before he could say anything, Hagrid had already guided him inside. For somewhere so famous, it was surprisingly dim and worn. In one corner, a group of elderly women sat quietly sipping sherry, one puffing on a long pipe. Nearby, a short man in a top hat was chatting with the bartender, a bald fellow whose wrinkled face reminded Harry of a toothless walnut. The low murmur of conversation faded the moment they entered. Not now. "Tom, I've got business for Hogwarts," Hagrid said, resting his large hand on Harry's show. The bartender leaned forward, studying Harry's face as if trying to be certain of what he was seeing. "Wait, could it really be?" he murmured, his voice trailing off. A sudden stillness spread across the room, as though every conversation had been cut short at once.
"Harry Potter," the bartender whispered, almost to himself, before hurrying out from behind the counter. His expression had softened, his eyes shining as he reached for Harry's H.
Harry stood frozen for a moment, unsure how to respond as he became aware that every person in the pub was staring at him. Even the old witch in the corner had stopped paying attention to her pipe, which had quietly gone out, while Hagrid watched the scene with an unmistakable look of pride.
Then, almost all at once, the silence broke. Chairs scraped loudly as people stood and began moving toward him. And within seconds, Harry found himself surrounded, shaking hands again and again as voices rose eagerly around high.
Doris Crockford, so pleased to meet you at last.
Such an...
Daedalus Diggle, absolutely delighted. Harry blinked, recognizing the name. I think I've seen you before, you bowed.
He remembers, Diggle exclaimed excitedly, turning to the others. Did you hear that? He remembers me.
The excitement only grew, and Harry was pulled into more Han. Eventually, a pale young man edged his way forward, looking uneasy. One of his eyes, Professor Quirrell, Hagrid said, gesturing toward him. He'll be teaching.
P. Potter, Quirrell stammered, grasping Harry's hand nervously. I can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you.
What subject? Defense against the dark arts, Quirrell replied hesitantly, as though the words themselves made him uncomfortable. Not that you'll need it much. I expect, he added with a strained laugh. You'll be getting your supplies, I suppose. I myself need to pee. He looked distinctly uneasy at the others. However, were in no hurry to let Professor Quirrell have Harry to himself, and it took quite a while before Hagrid could finally draw him away from the crowd. Voices overlapped, hands kept reaching out, and only after several minutes did Hagrid manage to raise his voice above the noise. We'd better get going, still loads to buy. Come on, Harry. After one last enthusiastic handshake from Doris Crockford, Hagrid steered Harry through the bar and out the back, where they stepped into a narrow courtyard enclosed by high walls. It was an unimpressive place, with little more than a dented trash can and a few stubborn weeds pushing through the cracks. Hagrid turned with a broad grin. See, told you you're famous. Even Quirrell was shaking just meeting you. Though, to be fair, he's always like that. Is he really that nervous all the time? Harry asked.
Oh, yeah, Hagrid replied. Nice enough. Mine clever too. He was fine when he stuck to books. But then he took a year off to get some real experience. Heard he ran into vampires somewhere in the Black Forest. And there was trouble with a hag as well. Ever since then, he's not been the same jumpy about everything. Even his own subject. Now then, where's me umbrella?
Harry barely had time to process vampires and hags before noticing that Hagrid had begun studying the brick wall above the trash can, counting under his breath. 3 up, 2 across, he muttered, then nodded. Right, stand back. Harry! With a quick motion, he tapped the wall 3 times using the tip of his umbrella.
At once, the brick shifted. It trembled slightly, then began to twist, and a small gap opened at its center. The gap widened, stretching outward until, within seconds, it formed a full archway, large enough even for Hagrid, revealing a winding cobbled street beyond. Welcome, Hagrid said, clearly pleased, to Diagon Alley.
They stepped through. Harry instinctively glanced back and saw the arch shrink away, the bricks sliding neatly into place as though nothing had ever been there. Sunlight spilled across the street ahead, glinting off a display of cauldrons stacked outside the nearest shop. A sign above them listed sizes and materials: copper, brass, pewter, silver, along with features like self-stirring and collapsible designs. You'll need one of those, Hagrid remarked, but first we've got to get your money. Harry wished he could take everything in at once. His eyes darted from one side of the street to the other as they walked, trying to absorb every detail: the shops, the goods, the people. Outside an apothecary, a plump witch was muttering in disbelief about the price of dragon liver. From a shadowy storefront came the soft hooting of owls, while a group of boys crowded around a window displaying broomsticks, pointing excitedly at a model they claimed was the fastest yet. Everywhere Harry looked, There were things he had never imagined: robes in shop windows, delicate instruments made of silver, jars filled with strange ingredients, piles of spellbooks, quills, parchment, bottles of potions, even models of the moon. "Gringotts," Hagrid announced at last. They stopped before a tall, gleaming white building that rose above all the others. At the top of a set of white stone steps stood a small figure in a scarlet and gold uniform.
"That's a goblin," Hagrid said quietly as they approached.
The creature bowed as they passed through the great bronze doors and into the building, where a second set of doors, this time silver, stood ahead, engraved with a warning in neatly carved lines. Hagrid gave a short nod toward it. "Like I said, anyone trying to rob this place would have to be out of their mind." Two goblins inclined their heads and ushered them through the silver doors, revealing a vast hall of polished marble. Inside, rows upon rows of goblins sat perched on tall stools behind an extended counter, busy at their work quills, scratching across thick ledgers, coins clinking as they were weighed on brass scales, and glittering stones held up to small eyepieces for inspection. Doors lined the walls in every direction, more than Harry could keep track of, with goblins constantly guiding customers in and out. Hagrid led Harry toward the counter and addressed one of the goblins who was momentarily free. "Morning. We're here to withdraw some money from Harry Potter's vault." The goblin looked up. "Do you have the key, sir?" "Somewhere in here," Hagrid replied. Already rummaging through his coat, he began piling the contents onto the counter keys, scraps, and a scattering of slightly mouldy dog biscuits that landed right on the goblin's ledger. The goblin pulled back with visible distaste nearby. Another goblin carefully weighed a collection of rubies that glowed like embers.
"Ah, found it," Hagrid said at last, producing a small golden key.
The goblin examined it with care before giving a short nod. "Yes, this appears correct." "And I've got a letter as well," Hagrid added, straightening with importance. "From Professor Dumbledore. It concerns something in Vault 713. The goblin read the letter slowly, then returned it. "Very well. Someone will escort you. Griphook." A different goblin approached at once, after stuffing everything dog biscuits included back into his pockets. Hagrid followed Griphook, with Harry close behind, toward one of the many doors. "What's in Vault 713? Harry asked quietly. Hagrid lowered his voice. "Can't say. Highly confidential. Hogwarts business. Dumbledore trusted me with it, and that's all I'll tell." Griphook opened the door for them. Harry, expecting more marble, was surprised to find himself stepping into a narrow stone corridor lit by flickering torches. The passage slanted sharply downward, and along the floor ran a set of metal tracks. At a whistle from Griphook, a small cart sped toward them, screeching slightly before coming to a stop. They climbed in Hagrid with some effort, and the cart shot off immediately. They raced through a twisting network of tunnels, turning so often that Harry quickly lost any sense of direction. He tried to follow the path left, right. Another turn, but it was hopeless. The cart seemed to guide itself, rattling forward at high speed without any help. Cold air rushed past them, stinging Harry's eyes, but he kept them open, determined not to miss anything. At one point, he thought he caught a flash of fire deeper in the tunnels and twisted around, wondering if it might be a dragon, but they were already plunging further down. They sped past an underground lake, where jagged formations of stone rose from above and below. "What's the difference between a stalactite and a stalagmite?" Harry shouted over the noise. "Stalagmite's got an M in it," Hagrid answered, looking rather unwell. And don't ask me much else right now, I think I'm about to be sick." His face had taken on a greenish tinge, and when the cart finally screeched to a halt beside a small door set into the wall, Hagrid climbed out unsteadily, leaning against the stone for support. Griphook unlocked the door. A cloud of greenish smoke drifted outward, and as it cleared, Harry stared in disbelief. Inside lay piles upon piles of gold coins, stacks of silver, and heaps of small bronze knoots.
"All yours?" Hagrid said with a grin.
Harry could hardly take it in. It didn't seem real. The Dursleys had never known if they had. They would have taken it without hesitation. All those years of complaints about the cost of keeping him, and all along, this fortune had been waiting, hidden deep beneath London, belonging to him. Hagrid bent down to help Harry scoop some of the coins into a small bag. "The gold ones are galleons," he said. 17 silver sickles make 1 galleon, and 29 knuts go to a sickle. Not too hard once you get used to it. That'll do for now, enough for a few terms. We'll leave the rest safe here." He turned back to the goblin. "Vault 713 next, and maybe a bit slower this time." "Speed does not vary," Griphook replied shortly. The cart plunged onward again, this time descending even farther into the depths. It picked up speed as it went, the cold air growing sharper against Harry's face while they whipped around narrow bends. At one point, they thundered across a deep chasm, and Harry leaned over the edge, trying to glimpse what lay below in the darkness, only for Hagrid to grab him firmly and pull him back. When they stopped at last, they stood before a plain door set into the rock, one without any keyhole at all.
"Stand aside," said Griphook. He ran a long finger lightly over the surface, and to Harry's astonishment, the door dissolved away as though it had never been solid. "Anyone else attempting that would be dragged inside and sealed in," Griphook added calmly.
"How often do you check?" Harry asked. "Roughly every 10 years, Griphook said, a thin smile creeping across his face. Harry's curiosity sharpened instantly. Whatever was hidden here had to be extraordinary. He leaned forward, expecting glittering treasures, but at first glance, the vault seemed empty. Then he spotted it, a small, worn parcel wrapped in plain brown paper, lying alone on the floor. Hagrid stepped forward, picked it up without a word, slipped it deep inside his coat. Harry's questions rose instantly, but something told him not to ask.
"Back in the cart," Hagrid said quickly. "And best not to talk on the way up. I'd rather keep my mouth shut."
The return journey was just as wild by the time they emerged once more into daylight. Harry blinked against the brightness, still clutching the bag of coins. He had no idea how wizard money compared to ordinary currency. But he didn't need to. He could feel the weight of it. It was more than he had ever owned before, more than Dudley had ever had, too. "We'll get your uniform next," Hagrid said, gesturing toward a nearby shop. "Madam Malkin's. Say, Harry, would you mind if I nipped back for a quick drink at the Leaky Cauldron? Those carts don't agree with me." He still looked a little pale. Harry nodded and stepped inside the shop alone, feeling slightly... Chapter 6. The journey from platform 9 3/4. Harry's final month at the Dursleys' house was far from pleasant. It was true that Dudley had become so frightened of him that he refused to be in the same room, and Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon no longer locked him in the cupboard, ordered him around, or yelled at him. In fact, they barely acknowledged his existence at all. Their behavior hovered somewhere between fear and resentment, as if any space Harry occupied simply didn't count. While this was, in some ways, an improvement, the constant silence gradually became heavy and isolating. Most of the time, Harry stayed in his bedroom, keeping company with his new owl. He had named her Hedwig, a name he had discovered in a history of magic. His school books fascinated him, and he would lie awake for hours reading late into the night, while Hedwig glided freely through the open window. It was just as well that Aunt Petunia had stopped coming in to clean, since Hedwig had developed a habit of bringing back dead mice each night before going to bed. Harry would mark off another day on the scrap of paper pinned to his wall, counting down eagerly to the 1st of September. On the evening of August 31st, Harry decided it was time to ask his aunt and uncle about getting to King's Cross Station the next day. He went downstairs to the living room, where they were absorbed in a quiz show on television. Clearing his throat softly to announce himself, he startled Dudley, who let out a scream and bolted from the room.
Uncle Vernon." Uncle Vernon responded with a low grunt, indicating he was listening. "I need to be at King's Cross tomorrow," Harry said hesitantly, "to catch the train to Hogwarts." Another grunt. "Could you give me a ride?"
A third grunt followed. Harry took it as agreement.
"Thanks," he muttered.
He was just about to head back upstairs when Uncle Vernon suddenly spoke. "Strange way to get to a school for wizards by train. What happened? Magic carpets out of order." Harry chose not to respond. "Where exactly is this place?" Uncle Vernon continued. "I'm not sure," Harry admitted, realizing it himself for the first time. He took the ticket Hagrid had given him out of his pocket. It says, "I need to board at platform 9 3/4 at 11 o'clock. Both his aunt and uncle looked at him in disbelief.
"Platform what?" 9 3/4.
"Don't be ridiculous," Uncle Vernon snapped. "There's no such thing."
"It's written right here on the ticket." "Madness," Uncle Vernon muttered. "The whole lot of them must be completely insane. You'll see soon enough. Still, we'll drive you to King's Cross since we're heading to London anyway. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother."
"Why are you going to London?" Harry asked, trying to sound polite. "Taking Dudley to the hospital," Uncle Vernon replied gruffly. "He needs that blasted tail removed before he starts at Smeltings." Harry woke at 5 the next morning, too restless with anticipation to fall back asleep. He got dressed quickly, choosing jeans instead of his wizard robes he planned to change once he was on the train. He checked his Hogwarts list again and again to make sure nothing was missing, confirmed that Hedwig was safely secured in her cage, and then paced around his room while waiting for the Dursleys to wake up. 2 hours later, his large, heavy trunk had been loaded into the car. Aunt Petunia had reluctantly persuaded Dudley to sit beside him, and soon they were on their way. They arrived at King's Cross around 10:30 without ceremony. Uncle Vernon hauled Harry's trunk out of the car, dropped it onto a trolley, and pushed it along for a short distance, for a brief moment. Harry thought this might be an unexpected act of decency until Uncle Vernon came to an abrupt halt, staring ahead with a smug, unpleasant expression. "Well then," he said, nodding toward the tracks. "Platform 9, platform 10, yours must be somewhere in between, though it looks like they forgot to build it." He wasn't wrong. A bold number 9 marked one platform, a large 10 the next, and between them stood nothing but a solid barrier.
"Enjoy your term," Uncle Vernon added, his grin widening in a way that made it clear he found the whole thing amusing.
Without waiting for a reply, he turned back. Harry watched as the Dursleys drove off, all three of them laughing. A hollow feeling settled in his chest. For a moment, he simply stood there, unsure of what to do next. People nearby had begun to notice him, especially Hedwig in her cage, and their curious glances only made things worse. He decided he had no choice but to ask for help. Spotting a railway employee, Harry approached cautiously. However, he couldn't bring himself to mention the strange platform number. When he asked about Hogwarts instead, the man looked puzzled, then irritated, as though Harry were deliberately wasting his time. Harry tried asking about an 11 o'clock train, but was told no such departure existed. The man eventually walked away, shaking his head and muttering under his breath. Now the pressure was mounting. The large clock overhead showed only 10 minutes remaining. Harry stood frozen in the middle of the station, surrounded by noise and movement, yet completely stuck. His trunk was too heavy to carry far. His pockets were filled with unfamiliar wizard coins, and Hedwig shifted restlessly beside him. Panic began to creep in. Maybe Hagrid had left something out, some small but crucial instruction. After all, there had been a trick to entering Diagon Alley. Perhaps there was something similar here. Harry even considered taking out his wand and trying anything near the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Just then, a nearby conversation caught his attention.
Of course it's full of muggles.
Harry turned quickly. A plump woman stood nearby with 4 boys, all of them red-haired. Each boy was pushing a trunk much like his own, and one of them had an owl as well. Hope sparked instantly, trying not to draw attention. Harry followed them at a short distance. They stopped, and he lingered close enough to overhear. "Now then," the woman said, "which platform is it?"
9 3/4, chirped a younger girl with bright red hair, clutching her hand. "Mum, can I come too?"
"You're too young. Ginny, quiet now. Percy, go on you first." The oldest boy stepped forward confidently, heading straight toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry watched intensely, determined not to miss a single detail. But just as the boy reached it, a crowd of passing tourists moved between them, blocking Harry's view. For a second or two, all he could see were backpacks and shifting bodies, and then, just like that, the boy was gone. "Your turn." "Fred," the woman said.
"I'm not Fred, I'm George," the boy replied, feigning offence, really. "You'd think our own mother could manage to tell us apart." "Oh, sorry, George, dear."
"Relax. I'm only teasing. I am Fred," he said, with a grin, then hurried forward. His twin shouted after him to move along, and within a heartbeat, he too had disappeared. Harry blinked, baffled he hadn't seen how it happened. The next brother stepped up without hesitation, striding toward the barrier. He was nearly there, and then, in an instant, he was gone as well. Harry stared. There was no trick he could spot, no hidden doorway, no gap, nothing. He took a breath and turned to the woman.
"Excuse me?"
She smiled warmly. "Hello, dear. First year. Ron is as well." She gestured to her youngest son, a lanky boy with a scattering of freckles, oversized hands, and an uncertain posture.
"Yes," Harry said. I don't quite know how to."
"Get through to the platform," she finished gently. Harry nodded. "It's quite simple," she assured him. "Just head straight toward the barrier between 9 and 10. Don't slow down, and don't hesitate, you won't crash. That part's important. If you're nervous, a little run helps. Go on now before Ron does."
"Right, okay," Harry said.
He turned back to his trolley and fixed his eyes on the solid-looking barrier. It didn't seem promising. He started forward. People brushed past him on their way to the nearby platforms. He quickened his pace. The wall loomed closer. Surely this was a mistake. He was about to slam straight into it. He leaned into the trolley and broke into a run.
"Closer."
Closer. No turning back now. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself. but there was no impact. He was still moving. Cautiously, he opened his eyes. A gleaming red steam engine stood before him, billowing clouds of white vapor over a crowded platform. Above it hung a sign, Hogwarts Express 11 o'clock. Harry spun around. Behind him was no barrier, but an iron archway marked platform 9 3/4.
He'd made it.
Steam drifted through the air as voices overlapped in excited chatter. Cats wove through the crowd, brushing against legs, while owls called out irritably from their cages, disturbed by the noise and motion. The platform was alive with movement students, parents, trunks scraping along the ground. Many of the compartments were already filled. Some students leaned out of windows, waving or calling final goodbyes, while others argued over seats inside. Harry began pushing his trolley along, searching for somewhere to sit.
As he passed, he heard a round-faced boy say anxiously, "Gran, I've lost my toad again." "Oh, Neville," an older woman replied with a weary sigh.
A little farther on, a boy with long, rope-like hair stood at the center of a curious crowd.
"Come on, Hartley, let's see it."
Grinning, the boy lifted the lid of the box he was holding. Instantly, those gathered around recoiled with a mix of shrieks and laughter as something inside extended a long, hairy leg into view. Harry pushed his way along the platform, weaving through the crowd until he reached a carriage near the rear where one compartment still sat empty. He slid Hedwig's cage inside first, then turned back to wrestle with his trunk. Dragging it to the door was one thing, getting it up. The steps was another entirely. He strained, managed to lift one end slightly, and then lost his grip. The trunk dropped with a thud right onto his foot. He winced.
"Need some help?"
Harry looked up. One of the red-haired boys the twins stood nearby, grinning.
"Yes, please," Harry said, catching his breath. "Fred, over here," the boy called.
Between the two of them, they hauled the trunk up and shoved it into the compartment, wedging it neatly into a corner.
"Thanks," Harry said, brushing his hair back from his face.
One of the twins suddenly leaned closer, eyes fixed on Harry's forehead. "Hey, what's that?" The other followed his gaze. "Wait a second. No way."
"It is, isn't it?" the first said, turning back to Harry. "You are." "Who?" Harry asked, confused. "Harry Potter," both twins said at once.
Harry hesitated. Yes." They stared at him, wide-eyed, and Harry felt his face grow warm under their attention. Before either of them could say more, a familiar voice called from outside.
"Fred, George, where have you got to?" "Coming, Mum," they answered together.
They gave Harry one last curious look before hopping down from the train. Harry took a seat by the window. From there, he could watch the family gathered on the platform without being too obvious. Their mother had pulled out a handkerchief and was fussing over the youngest boy.
"Ron, your nose is dirty."
He tried to dodge, but she caught him and briskly wiped it clean.
"Mum, stop it," he protested, pulling away. "Ickle Ronnie's got something on his nosy," one twin teased. "Shut it," Ron snapped, his face reddening.
"Where's Percy?" their mother asked.
"Coming," someone replied.
The eldest brother appeared moments later, walking with purpose. He was already dressed in his black school robes, and a polished silver badge marked with a large P gleamed on his chest.
"I can't stay," he said quickly. "Prefects get their own compartments up front." "Oh, you're a prefect. Percy," one twin said, feigning astonishment. "Funny you never mentioned it." I could have sworn he did, the other added thoughtfully. Once or twice. Or all summer, the first finished? Enough, Percy said sharply.
Why does Percy get new robes? Then one twin asked. Because he earned them, their mother said warmly. Now off you go, dear, and send an owl when you arrive. She kissed him on the cheek before he hurried away. Then she turned her attention to the twins, her expression shifting. And you two behave yourselves this year. I mean it, if I hear about any more incidents.
Incidents, one twin echoed innocently. Like blowing things up, she said pointedly.
Blowing things up, we'd never. Though it does sound interesting, the other added.
That's not funny, she said firmly, and look after your brother.
Don't worry, little Ronnie's in safe hands. Be quiet, Ron muttered again. He was nearly their height now, though his nose was still pink from the earlier scrubbing.
Hey, Mum, one of the twins said suddenly. Guess who we ran into on the train?
Harry quickly leaned back from the window so they wouldn't catch him watching. You remember that boy at the station, the one with dark hair? The twin continued. You know who he is.
Who? She asked. Harry Potter.
A younger voice burst in eagerly. Mum, can I go see him? Please, just for a minute.
You've already seen him, Ginny, their mother said gently but firmly. And he's not some exhibit to stare at, are you sure? Fred, how do you know?
We asked him, Fred replied, and we saw it, the scar. It's exactly like they say, a lightning bolt. There was a brief pause.
Poor child, their mother said softly. That explains why he was on his own. He was very polite when he spoke to me.
But do you think he remembers anything? One of the twins asked quietly. About you know who.
At once? Their mother's tone changed, becoming sharp and serious. Absolutely not, their mother said firmly. You're not to bring that up. Fred, not on his first day. Leave the boy alone. Fine, fine, he replied lightly. No need to panic. A sharp whistle pierced the air. Quick now, she urged.
The three boys scrambled aboard, then leaned back out of the window so she could kiss them goodbye. Their little sister clung to the moment, tears spilling down her face.
Don't cry. Ginny, one of them called. We'll ride all the time.
Maybe we'll send you something special like a piece of Hogwarts, another added mischievously.
George.
Just kidding, Mum. With a lurch, the train began to roll forward. Harry watched as the woman waved steadily, while the girl ran alongside for as long as she could, caught between laughter and tears. Eventually, the train picked up speed, leaving her behind. She slowed, still waving as she grew smaller in the distance. The platform slipped away, replaced by rows of houses flashing past the window. A surge of anticipation rose in Harry's chest. Whatever lay ahead, it had to be better than everything he'd just left behind. The compartment door slid open. The youngest of the red-haired boys stepped in. "Is this seat free?" he asked, gesturing toward the spot across from Harry. The rest are taken. Harry nodded, and the boy dropped into the seat. He gave Harry a quick glance, then immediately turned toward the window as if he hadn't. The faint smudge still lingered on his nose. A moment later, the door opened again. Ron. The twins had returned. "There's something you've got to see," one said. "Lee Jordan's got a massive spider down the train."
Right, Ron muttered, clearly unsure whether he cared. Oh, and we never properly introduced ourselves, the other added, turning to Harry. Fred and George Weasley This is our brother Ron. Catch you later."
"See you," Harry and Ron said together. The twins slipped out, closing the door behind them. For a brief moment, there was silence. Then Ron blurted, "So, are you actually Harry Potter?" Harry gave a small nod.
"I thought it might have been a joke," Ron admitted. "Fred and George are always messing about, but have you really got, you know?"
He gestured awkwardly toward Harry's forehead. Harry brushed his hair aside, revealing the scar. Ron leaned forward, staring.
"That's where he—" "Yeah," Harry said, "but I don't remember any of it."
"Nothing at all?" Ron asked, his curiosity lighting up. "Just a flash of green light," Harry replied. "That's it." "Blimey," Ron breathed. He continued to look at Harry for a few seconds before suddenly turning away, embarrassed at his own staring. Harry studied him in return. "Is your whole family magical?" he asked. Ron shrugged. "Pretty much. Though I think there's some distant relative who works as an accountant or something. No one really talks about him."
"So you've grown up around magic, then?"
It made sense. Ron seemed completely at ease with everything Harry still found strange.
"I heard you lived with muggles," Ron said. "What's that like?"
Harry hesitated. "Some are fine," he said. "But my relatives? Not exactly. I'd have traded them for a few wizard brothers any day. 5 older brothers," Ron said, his expression dimmed a little. "I'm number 6 heading to Hogwarts. Bit hard to stand out, really." He shifted in his seat before continuing. "Bill and Charlie have already finished. Bill was head boy, and Charlie captained the Quidditch team. Percy's just become a prefect. Even Fred and George, yeah. They mess about all the time, but they still get top marks, and everyone thinks they're brilliant. So when it's my turn, if I do well, it's nothing spec." He gave a small shrug. "And nothing you own is ever actually new when you've got that many brothers. These robes used to be Bill's. My wand belonged to Charlie. And T." He pulled out a plump, grey rat, fast asleep in his palm.
"Scabbers," Ron said. "Completely useless. Barely moves most of the time. Percy got an owl when he made prefect, but we couldn't really, well,
He trailed off, his ears turning slightly red, as though he'd said more than he meant to. He quickly looked away, focusing on the... Harry didn't see anything embarrassing about it. Only a few weeks earlier, he hadn't owned anything at all. He told Ron about wearing his cousin's oversized clothes and never receiving proper birthday presents. As he spoke, Ron's mood visibly lifted. And before Hagrid showed up, Harry finished. "I didn't even know I was a wizard or anything about my parent." "Ron."
"What?"
"You said his name," Ron said, eyes wide. I thought you wouldn't."
"I didn't realize I wasn't supposed to," Harry replied. "I'm not trying to be brave or anything. I just didn't know. Like I said, I've got loads to learn." He hesitated, then added quietly, "I bet."
"You won't," Ron said quickly. "Loads of students come from Muggle F."
As they talked, the train had left the city behind. The view outside had changed to open countryside green fields, dotted with cows and sheep rushing past the windows. For a while, neither of them spoke.
At about 12:30, a rattling sound came from the corridor. The compartment door slid open, and a cheerful woman with dimples smiled at. "Anything from the trolley, D?" Harry jumped to his feet. He hadn't eaten all morning. Ron, however, turned pink again and muttered that he had braw.
"Ha."
Back at the Dursleys, he'd never had money for sweets. Now, with gold and silver coins jingling in his pockets. He felt like he could buy the entire cart. He looked eagerly for familiar chocolate bars, but instead, "What are these?" Harry asked, picking up a box labelled chocolate frogs. He eyed it suspiciously. "They're not actually alive, are they?"
"Don't worry," Ron said. "They're just sweets. But check the card inside, that's the best part. I'm still trying to find a gripper." "A gripper?" Harry repeated. "Right. You wouldn't know," Ron said. "Each frog comes with a collectible card, famous witches and wizards. I've got loads of them, but I'm missing a few. A gripper. Ptolemy. Haven't found those yet."
Harry peeled open the wrapper and slid out the card. A portrait stared back at him. An elderly man with half-moon spectacles, a crooked nose, and long silver hair flowing into a beard.
"Albus Dumbledore," Harry read aloud. "So that's him." Ron blinked at him. "You've never heard of Dumbledore? Seriously, can I have one of those frogs? Maybe I'll finally get a gripper."
Harry handed one over and flipped his card around to read the back. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. Widely regarded as one of the most powerful wizards of the modern age, Dumbledore is known for defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his work in alchemy alongside Nicholas Flamel. Harry read it twice, impressed. When he turned the card back again, he blinked in confusion. The picture's gone.
Ron barely looked up. They don't stay still forever. He'll come back.
Sure enough, when Harry checked again, Dumbledore had reappeared, offering a faint, knowing smile.
Meanwhile, Ron had already collected another duplicate. "Morgana again," he muttered. "Want it? You might as well start your own set."
Harry accepted it absently, still fascinated. "Photos don't do this where I come from," he said. "People just stay frozen."
"They don't move at all," Ron said. Chapter 7. The Sorting Hat.
Standing there was a tall witch dressed in deep green robes, her black hair pulled back neatly. Her expression was sharp and unyielding. Harry instinctively felt she was not someone to challenge. "The first years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced.
"Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take them from here."
She stepped aside, holding the door open wider. The entrance hall beyond was enormous, so vast that Harry thought the entire Dursley house could fit inside it with room to spare. Torchlight flickered along the stone walls, much like what he had seen at Gringotts, while far above. The ceiling disappeared into shadow. Directly ahead, a sweeping marble staircase curved upward toward the higher floors. They followed her across the wide stone floor. From somewhere nearby, through a doorway to the right, came the hum of many voices. The rest of the students were already gathered, instead of taking them there. However, Professor McGonagall led the first years into a smaller adjoining room. They filed in and instinctively drew close together, glancing around with unease. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she began. "The feast to mark the beginning of term will take place shortly. Before that, however, you will be assigned to your houses." Her voice was calm but carried authority. "This sorting is of great importance. During your time here, your house will serve as your community. You will attend lessons with its members, share a dormitory, and spend your free time together." She paused briefly before continuing. "The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each has a proud tradition and has produced many accomplished witches and wizards. While you are here, Your actions will contribute to your house. Successes earn points, while rule-breaking will cost them. At the end of the year, the house with the highest total is awarded the House Cup. Her gaze moved across the group. I expect each of you to bring honor to whichever house you join. The sorting will begin shortly, in front of the entire school. In the meantime, I suggest you make yourselves presentable. Her eyes briefly settled on Neville, whose cloak was fastened awkwardly, and then on Ron's smudged nose. Harry, suddenly self-conscious, attempted to smooth down his unruly hair. I will return when everything is ready. Until then, wait here quietly. With that, she left. The door closed. Harry swallowed hard. Do you know how they decide? He whispered to Ron. Some kind of test, I think, Ron said. Fred mentioned it once, said it was painful, though he might have been joking.
A test?
Harry felt his stomach drop, in front of everyone. He hadn't learned a single spell yet. What could they possibly expect him to do? Panic began to creep in. He glanced around. The others looked just as tense. No one was speaking much, apart from Hermione, who was murmuring rapidly about spells she had practiced, clearly trying to prepare herself. Harry tried not to listen. His thoughts were already racing. He had never felt this nervous, not even when he'd had to explain to the Dursleys why strange things kept happening around him. His eyes stayed fixed on the door, waiting for it to open again. Then suddenly, a sharp cry broke the silence behind him.
Harry jumped.
So did nearly everyone else. From the wall at the back of the room, figures began to drift through as if it weren't there at all. Pale and shimmering, nearly transparent. A group of ghosts floated into the chamber. They moved calmly, engaged in their own conversation, barely acknowledging the stunned first years. They seemed to be in the middle of an argument. A plump, monk-like figure was saying, "I still think he deserves another chance. We should forgive him." "My dear friar," said another ghost in an exasperated tone, "haven't we already been far too lenient with Peeves? He's an embarrassment to all of us, and, frankly, he's not even a proper ghost. Now then, what are all of you doing here?" The speaker, dressed in old-fashioned clothes with a ruff at his neck, had finally noticed the group of first years. No one answered.
"New arrival, of course," said the plump monk cheerfully, smiling at them. "Waiting to be sorted, I imagine."
A few students gave small, nervous nods. "Well then, I do hope to see some of you in Hufflepuff," he added warmly. "That was my house, after all." "That's enough," came a firm voice. "The ceremony is about to begin." Professor McGonagall had returned. At once, the ghosts drifted away, passing silently through the opposite wall.
"Form a line," she instructed. "Follow me."
Harry stepped forward, his legs feeling oddly stiff, as though they barely belonged to him. He fell in behind a sandy-haired boy, with Ron just behind him. Together, they followed Professor McGonagall out of the chamber, across the entrance hall, and through a pair of towering doors. The sight beyond took Harry's breath away. The great hall was unlike anything he had ever imagined. Thousands of candles hovered in mid-air, casting a warm glow over 4 long tables filled with students. Golden plates and goblets sparkled under the light. At the far end of the hall stood another table, where the teachers sat. The first years were led to the front and arranged in a line facing the rest of the school, with the staff behind them. Hundreds of faces watched them, pale and flickering in the candlelight, here and there. ghostly figures shimmered among the living. To escape the weight of so many eyes. Harry glanced upward and froze. Above them stretched what looked like an open night sky, deep and endless, scattered with stars. "It's enchanted," Hermione whispered beside him. "It reflects the real sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." It felt impossible that a ceiling existed at all. Harry quickly looked back down as Professor McGonagall placed a small wooden stool in front of them. On top of it, she set an old, pointed hat. It was worn, patched, and looked as though it had been neglected for years. Harry couldn't help thinking Aunt Petunia would have thrown it away immediately. For a moment, nothing happened. The entire hall fell silent, every eye fixed on the hat. Then it moved.
A tear near the brim stretched open like a mouth, and the hat began to sing.
"You may not find me much to see. My shape is worn, my seams not neat. But judge me not by outward thread, for sharper minds rest 'neath my seat. No cap or crown can match my skill. No hat can think the way I do. For I can read your hidden thoughts and find the place that's right for you. If courage beats within your chest, and boldness drives the things you do, then Gryffindor may be your home, where hearts are strong and spirits true. If fairness guides your every choice, and loyalty runs deep and wide, then Hufflepuff will welcome you, with patient souls at your side. For minds that seek and love to learn, where wit and wisdom both prevail, you'll find your place in Ravenclaw, where clever thoughts will never fail. Or perhaps your path leads elsewhere still, to those who plan and persevere, in Slytherin, where cunning minds will shape their future without fear. So place me on no need to dread, no cause at all for fear or fright, for though I lack a hand or head, I'll see your heart and judge you right." As the song ended, the hall erupted into applause. The hat gave a slight bow toward each of the tables before becoming still once more. "So that's it, we just put it on," Ron whispered. "Fred told me we'd have to wrestle a troll." Harry let out a weak laugh. Wearing a hat sounded far better than anything like that. Still, he wasn't thrilled about doing it in front of the entire school. The hat seemed to expect quite a lot. At that moment, Harry didn't feel especially brave, clever, or anything else it had described. If there had been a house for people who felt slightly sick with nerves, he thought, that's where he would belong. Professor McGonagall stepped forward once more, unrolling a long strip of parchment. "When I call your name," she announced, "you will come forward, place the hat on your head, and sit on the stool until your house is decided." She glanced down at the list.
Abbott, Hannah?
A round-faced girl with blonde pigtails hurried forward, nearly tripping as she reached the stool. She pulled the oversized hat down over her head. It slipped so low it covered her eyes completely. There was a brief pause.
Hufflepuff.
Cheers rose from the table to the right as she hurried over to join them. Harry noticed the cheerful ghost he'd seen earlier, the fat friar waving enthusiastically in welcome. Bones, Susan. The result came almost instantly. Hufflepuff. Susan joined Hannah, and the applause continued.
Boot! Terry! Ravenclaw.
This time, clapping came from another table. A few students stood to greet him as he took his seat among them. Names continued one after another. Some students barely had the hat on before their house was called, while others sat for longer, the hall holding its breath.
Brocklehurst, Mandy, Ravenclaw again.
Brown, lavender, the first Gryffindor, greeted with loud cheers from the far left table. Harry spotted the Weasley twins shouting excitedly. Bulstrode, Millicent, Slytherin. Harry eyed that table uneasily. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but something about them felt colder, less welcoming. His stomach twisted slightly. More names followed.
Finch Fletchley, Justin Hufflepuff.
Harry noticed that sometimes the decision was immediate, while other times the hat seemed to hesitate. When Finnegan... Seamus was called the sandy-haired boy who had stood near him earlier. The wait stretched on for nearly a full minute before the verdict finally came. Gryffindor. Next. Granger, Hermione. She practically rushed to the stool, placing the hat firmly on her head as though eager to prove herself.
Gryffindor.
Ron let out a groan under his breath.
A sudden, unsettling thought crept into Harry's mind. What if the hat couldn't decide at all? What if he just sat there indefinitely until someone declared there had been a mistake and sent him away?
The idea made his chest tighten.
Longbottom, Neville. Neville stumbled forward, tripping on his way up. The hat seemed to take its time with him, leaving the hall in suspense until at last.
Gryffindor. Neville dashed off in relief, only to realize he was still wearing the hat. Laughter rippled through the hall as he hurried back to return it before the next name was called. When Malfoy Draco was announced, he stepped forward confidently, almost lazily. The hat had barely touched his head before shouting,
Slytherin!
He smirked as he joined Crabbe and Goyle, clearly satisfied. The list grew shorter.
Moon, not Parkinson. Then the twin names. Patil. Followed by Perks, Sally Ann. And finally, Potter, Harry. At once, whispers spread across the hall like sparks catching fire.
Did she say Potter? The Harry Potter. Harry stepped forward, feeling every pair of eyes on him, just before the hat slipped down over his face. He caught a glimpse of the entire hall leaning in to watch.
Then everything went dark. Silence. After a moment, a quiet voice spoke right beside his ear.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Courage, yes, not lacking in that. And a mind that's far from dull. Talent. Certainly. Oh, and there's plenty of that. And something else, a desire to prove yourself. Harry's grip tightened on the stool. So, where to place you?
Not Slytherin, he thought desperately. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, the voice murmured. Are you quite certain? You could achieve great things there. You know, it would help you on your path. No doubt about it.
Harry pressed the thought harder. Not Slytherin. There was a pause. Well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor. The final word rang out across the hall. Relief flooded through Harry as he pulled the hat off and stood. He made his way toward the Gryffindor table, legs unsteady but heart racing with something closer to excitement now. The applause was thunderous, louder than for anyone before him. Percy Weasley stood to shake his hand enthusiastically, while Fred and George shouted triumphantly, "We've got Potter!" Harry sank into a seat across from the ghost in the rough. As it gave him a friendly pat on the arm, a sudden icy chill shot through him, as though he'd dipped his arm into freezing water.
Still, he barely noticed.
He was in Gryffindor, from his seat, Harry could finally take in the high table clearly. At one end sat Hagrid, who caught his eye and gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Harry returned the gesture with a grin. At the centre, seated in an ornate golden chair, was Albus Dumbledore. Harry recognised him immediately from the chocolate frog card he had opened earlier. His long silver hair seemed to glow, almost as brightly as the shimmering ghosts drifting around the hall. Nearby sat Professor Quirrell, the nervous man Harry had met at the Leaky Cauldron. He looked even stranger now, wearing an oversized purple turban that made him stand out from the rest of the staff.
Only a few names remained. Thomas, Dean.
A tall boy joined the Gryffindor table, greeted with applause.
Turpin! Lisa! Ravenclaw!
Then
Weasley, Ron.
Ron stepped forward, looking distinctly unwell. Harry crossed his fingers under the table.
Moments later.
Gryffindor! Relief washed over Harry as he joined in the cheering. Ron dropped into the seat beside him, looking as though he'd just survived something dreadful.
Well done. Ron's splendid, Percy called from across the table, sounding very pleased with himself.
The final name was sorted Zabini, Blaze, into Slytherin, and Professor McGonagall gathered up the parchment, removing the hat. Harry glanced down at his plate. It was still empty, and suddenly he realized just how hungry he was. The snacks from the train felt like a distant memory. Then Dumbledore rose. He smiled warmly at the students, spreading his arms wide, as though welcoming them home. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, I have a few words to share." The hall quieted. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. He sat down again. A beat of silence. Then the hall erupted in applause. Harry blinked, unsure whether he'd missed something.
Is he all right? He asked Percy cautiously. Mad, Percy said, with a dismissive wave. No, brilliant. The greatest wizard alive, though, yes. Perhaps a little eccentric. Potatoes. Harry looked down again and froze.
His plate was no longer empty, it was overflowing. Dishes had appeared as if by magic, filling the table from end to end, roasted meats, golden potatoes in every form, sausages, vegetables, rich gravy, and more. There was more food than Harry had ever seen at once.
At the Dursleys, he had never gone truly hungry, but he had never been allowed to eat freely, either. Dudley always made sure of that.
Now, no one was stopping him. Harry piled his plate high, skipping only the peppermint sweets, and began to eat. Everything tasted incredible.
That looks wonderful, said a mournful voice beside him.
Harry glanced up. The ghost in the ruff was watching him with clear longing as he cut into his steak.
Can't you? Harry began. I haven't eaten in nearly 4 centuries, the ghost replied. Not that I need to, but one does miss it. He straightened slightly. I don't believe I've introduced myself. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, at your service. I reside in Gryffindor Tower. I know who you are, Ron suddenly said. My brothers told me you're nearly headless Nick.
I would much prefer the ghost began stiffly.
Nearly headless, Seamus interrupted, frowning. How does that work?
Sir Nicholas's expression shifted at once, clearly offended, as though the conversation had taken a very unfortunate turn. Like this, he said, clearly annoyed. He grabbed hold of his ear and tugged. To Harry's shock, his head tilted completely to one side, hinging loosely as though barely attached. It drooped against his shoulder, revealing that whoever had tried to behead him hadn't quite finished the job.
Judging by the stunned expressions around him, Sir Nicholas seemed satisfied. With a practiced motion, he flipped his head back into place, gave a small cough, and straightened. "Now then, new Gryffindors," he said, brightening. "I trust you'll help us reclaim the House Cup this year. It's been far too long. Slytherin has held it for 6 years running." He lowered his voice slightly. "Their ghost, the Bloody Baron, is becoming insufferable."
Harry glanced toward the Slytherin table. Sitting among them was a ghost far less friendly-looking, his face hollow, eyes empty, and robes streaked with silvery stains that looked disturbingly like blood. He sat close to Malfoy, who didn't seem entirely comfortable with the arrangement.
"How did he end up like that?" Seamus asked, fascinated.
"I've never inquired," Sir Nicholas replied carefully. As the meal wound down, the food on the plates vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving everything spotless once again, almost immediately. Desserts took their place, an overwhelming array of sweets, ice creams in countless flavors, pies, tarts, pastries, and puddings of every kind. Harry reached for a treacle tart as conversation around the table turned to family stories.
"I'm half and half," Seamus said. "My dad's a muggle. Mam didn't tell him she was a witch until after they were married. Gave him quite a shock."
The others chuckled. "What about you, Neville?" Ron asked. "Well, I was raised by my gran. She's a witch," Neville explained. "But for years, everyone thought I might not have any magic at all. My great-uncle Algy was always trying to force it out of me once he pushed me off Blackpool Pier. Nearly drowned, but still nothing happened." He paused, then continued, warming to the story. "It wasn't until I was 8. He had me hanging upside down out of a window when my great-aunt distracted him and he dropped me. I didn't fall properly, though I bounced all the way down into the garden and out into the road." Neville smiled faintly. Gran was overjoyed. She cried. "And when I got my Hogwarts letter, you should have seen their faces. They hadn't been sure I'd make it. Uncle Algy was so pleased he bought me my toad." Nearby, Percy and Hermione were deep in conversation about lessons.
"I hope we begin straight away," Hermione was saying eagerly. "There's so much to learn. I'm especially interested in transfiguration, turning one thing into another, though I hear it's quite advanced."
"You'll start small," Percy replied. "Simple transformations, matches into needles, that sort of thing." Harry listened with half an ear. The warmth of the hall, combined with the enormous meal, was making him drowsy. He leaned back slightly and glanced once more toward the high table. Hagrid was raising a large goblet to his lips, drinking heartily. Professor McGonagall was in quiet conversation with Dumbledore, and nearby, Professor Quirrell, still wrapped in his peculiar turban, was speaking with a teacher Harry hadn't noticed before. This man had greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and a pale, sallow face. Something about him made Harry instinctively uneasy. It happened without warning. The dark-haired teacher with the hooked nose shifted his gaze past Professor Quirrell and locked eyes with Harry. A sudden, searing pain tore across Harry's forehead.
He instinctively grabbed his head. "What's wrong?" Percy asked at once. "Nothing," Harry said quickly.
The pain vanished almost immediately, leaving behind only a faint echo of it. But something else lingered, an uneasy feeling stirred by that man's stare. It had been cold and unmistakably hostile. "Who's that talking to Professor Quirrell?" Harry asked, trying to sound casual. "You've already met Quirrell," Percy replied. "Then you've seen the other one too, that's Professor Snape. He teaches potions. Though, truth be told, he'd rather have Quirrell's job. Everyone knows it. He's deeply interested in the dark arts." Harry glanced back toward the staff table. Snape was no longer looking at him. Eventually, even the desserts vanished, and once again Professor Dumbledore rose to his feet. The chatter died down almost instantly. Just a few final announcements now that everyone is properly fed," he said pleasantly. "First-year students should be aware that the forest on the grounds is strictly off-limits." He paused, then added with a knowing look toward the older students. "And that rule applies to everyone." His eyes flickered briefly toward the Weasley twins, who looked entirely unapologetic. "Additionally, Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that magic is not to be used in the corridors between lessons."
A few groans rippled through the hall.
"Quidditch trials will take place during the second week of term. Those interested should speak to..." Chapter 8. The Potions Master.
Over there, do you see him?
"Where exactly?" "Beside that tall red-haired boy. The one with glasses. Look at his face."
And the scar, did you notice it?
From the instant Harry stepped out of his dormitory the next morning, murmurs seemed to trail after him like a shadow. Students lingering outside classrooms craned their necks for a better look, while others deliberately looped back through corridors just to pass him again, openly staring. It made focusing on something as basic as finding his lessons far more difficult than it should have been. Navigating the castle didn't help. Hogwarts was a maze of 142 staircases, some broad and grand, others narrow and unstable. A few led somewhere entirely different depending on the day of the week, and one in particular had a step that vanished halfway up unless you remembered to leap over it. Doors had their own personalities. Some demanded politeness before they would open, others required a precise tickle, and a few were nothing more than walls pretending to be entrances. Even when you thought you knew the layout, the place seemed to rearrange itself. Portraits wandered off to visit one another, and Harry could have sworn the suits of armour shifted when no one was watching. Portraits wandered off to visit one another, and Harry could have sworn the suits of armour shifted when no one was watching. The ghost, instead of making things easier, often added to the confusion. It was unsettling when one drifted straight through a door you were about to open. Nearly headless Nick was helpful enough, gladly guiding lost Gryffindors. But Peeves, the poltergeist, was another matter entirely. Running into him when you were already late was worse than any locked door or tricky staircase he delighted in dropping bins on unsuspecting heads, yanking rugs from beneath your feet, or pelting you with chalk while cackling. Sometimes he would sneak up unseen, grab your nose, and shriek nonsense just to startle you. Yet even Peeves wasn't as troublesome as the caretaker, Argus Filch. Harry and Ron earned his displeasure on their very first morning when they accidentally tried to force open a door that led to the forbidden third-floor corridor. Filch refused to believe they were simply lost. He was convinced they had been attempting to sneak in and was already threatening punishment when Professor Quirrell happened to pass by and intervene. Filch's constant companion, a bony, dust-coloured cat named Mrs. Norris, made matters worse. With her lamp-like eyes and silent patrols, she seemed to notice every small rule broken. The moment she spotted anything suspicious, she would vanish and return with Filch almost instantly. He knew the castle's hidden routes, better than nearly anyone, perhaps rivaled only by the Weasley twins, and could appear without warning, much like the ghosts. Students universally disliked him, and many quietly dreamed of getting the better of Mrs. Norris, though none dared try. And once Harry finally managed to locate the classrooms, he discovered something else entirely. Magic was far more complex than he had imagined. It wasn't just a matter of flicking a wand and reciting strange phrases. There was a great deal more to learn, and it quickly became clear that this new world would demand far more effort than he had expected. Every Wednesday at midnight, they were expected to climb up to the astronomy tower and peer through telescopes, mapping constellations and memorizing how planets drifted across the sky. It was tiring work at that hour, but there was something quietly fascinating about the vast darkness above them. Several times a week, they also attended herbology in the greenhouses behind the castle, under the guidance of Professor Sprout, a short, round witch with a practical manner. There, they handled peculiar plants, learned how to nurture them, and discovered their often surprising magical properties. The dullest subject by far, however, was history of magic. It was the only class taught by a ghost, Professor Binns, who had apparently died in his sleep and simply continued teaching as though nothing had happened. His voice droned endlessly, while students struggled to keep up with long lists of names and dates, often mixing up historical figures with confusingly similar titles. Staying awake in his lessons became a challenge in itself. Charm, on the other hand, was much livelier. Professor Flitwick, the tiny instructor, had to stand atop a stack of books just to be seen behind his desk during their very first roll call. He became so excited upon reaching Harry's name that he let out a squeak and vanished from view behind his desk. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall proved both impressive and intimidating. She wasted no time laying down strict rules, making it clear that her subject demanded discipline and precision. To demonstrate, she effortlessly transformed her desk into a pig and then restored it, leaving the class amazed, despite their excitement. The students quickly learned that mastering such magic would take time. Their first assignment, turning a simple matchstick into a needle, proved far more difficult than it sounded. By the end of the lesson, only Hermione Granger had succeeded even slightly, earning a rare nod of approval. Defense Against the Dark Arts had been the class everyone anticipated the most, but it quickly became something of a disappointment. Professor Quirrell seemed perpetually nervous, and his classroom carried a strong scent of garlic. Rumour had it he used it to ward off a vampire he once encountered abroad. He also claimed his turban was a gift from a foreign prince. Though few found the story convincing, whenever pressed for details about his supposed adventures, he tended to dodge the subject awkwardly. The Weasley twins even joked that the turban itself was packed with garlic for extra protection. Despite all this, Harry found some comfort in realizing he wasn't as far behind as he had feared. Many students, like him, had grown up outside the magical world and were just as unfamiliar with it, with so much to learn. Even those from wizarding families didn't seem to have as much of an advantage as he'd expected. By Friday, Harry and Ron felt a small sense of victory. They had actually made it to breakfast in the Great Hall without taking a wrong turn. "What's on the timetable today?" Harry asked, absent-mindedly sprinkling sugar into his porridge.
"Double potions," Ron replied, lowering his voice slightly. "With the Slytherins. And Snape runs Slytherin House. People say he's not exactly fair when it comes to them. Guess we'll find out."
Harry made a face. "Would be nice if McGonagall showed us a bit of favoritism," he said. Being head of Gryffindor hadn't stopped her from assigning a mountain of work the previous day. At that moment, the Morning Post arrived. Harry had grown accustomed to the spectacle now, though it had startled him at first, owls flooding into the hall, swooping above the tables before dropping letters and parcels in front of their recipients. Hedwig hadn't delivered anything for him before. Usually, she would simply glide in, nip at his ear affectionately, steal a bit of toast, and then head back to rest in the owlery. But today she landed neatly beside his breakfast and dropped a folded note onto his plate. Harry opened it eagerly. The handwriting inside was large and uneven. "Dear Harry, I reckon you've got Friday afternoon free. Fancy coming down for tea around 3? I'd like to hear how your first week's been. Send word back with Hedwig, Hagrid." Harry quickly borrowed Ron's quill, scribbled a short reply agreeing to come, and tied the note to Hedwig's leg. She gave a soft hoot and took off again. It was a good thing he had that to look forward to, because the potions class that followed proved miserable. At the welcoming feast, Harry had suspected that Professor Snape didn't care for him. After this lesson, he realized that had been far too mild. Snape clearly had something closer to outright hostility. The class was held deep in the castle's dungeons, where the air felt noticeably colder. The atmosphere alone was unsettling, made worse by shelves lined with glass jars containing preserved creatures that floated eerily in cloudy liquid. Snape began by calling the register, like Professor Flitwick. He paused when he reached Harry's name, but instead of excitement, there was something else in his tone.
"Ah, yes," he said quietly. "Harry Potter, our celebrity."
A few snickers rose from Draco Malfoy and his companions behind him. When the list was finished, Snape looked up, his dark eyes sweeping across the room. Unlike Hagrid's, they held no warmth, only a cold, unreadable intensity that made Harry think of tunnels with no light at the end.
"You are here," Snape began softly, "to study the precise craft and subtle discipline of potion-making." His voice was barely above a whisper, yet every student heard him clearly. "There will be no foolish wand-waving here, so some of you may struggle to recognize this as magic at all."
He moved slowly along the front of the class as he spoke. "I do not expect most of you to appreciate the elegance of a properly brewed potion, the gentle simmer, the shifting vapors, the quiet power of liquids that flow through the body, altering thought, shaping emotion, ensnaring the senses." He stopped, his gaze settling briefly on Harry. "But I can show you how to capture glory in a bottle, how to create fame, even how to hold death itself at bay, provided," he added coolly, "that you are not quite as incompetent as the usual lot I am forced to teach." A heavy silence settled over the dungeon after Snape finished speaking. Harry and Ron exchanged a quick glance, both raising their eyebrows. Hermione, however, leaned forward eagerly, practically vibrating with the urge to prove herself.
"Potter," Snape said abruptly, "if I combined powdered asphodel root with an infusion of wormwood, what would the result be?" Harry blinked. The terms meant nothing to him. He glanced sideways at Ron, who looked equally lost. Hermione's hand shot up so fast it was almost a blur. I don't know, sir," Harry admitted.
Snape's mouth twisted slightly. It seems fame doesn't guarantee intelligence." He deliberately ignored Hermione. "Let's try something simpler. Where would you search for a bezoar?" Hermione's arm stretched even higher, her fingers practically trembling with effort. Harry, however, was completely at a loss. He could hear quiet snickering behind him, Malfoy and his friends clearly enjoying the moment.
"I don't know that either," Harry said, keeping his voice steady.
Snape's expression sharpened. "So you came here without bothering to open your books?" Harry met his gaze, Though it wasn't easy, he had read through them, but expecting him to memorize everything already seemed unreasonable. Snape continued, still refusing to acknowledge Hermione. "Tell me, then, what distinguishes monkshood from wolfsbane?"
At that, Hermione couldn't contain herself. She stood up, her hand still raised high. "I don't know," Harry said quietly. "Then, unable to resist?" he added. "But Hermione probably does. You could ask her."
A few students chuckled. Seamus caught Harry's eye and gave a quick grin. Snape, however, looked anything but amused.
"Sit down," he snapped at Hermione. Then, turning back to Harry, he said coldly, "For your information, asphodel and wormwood together create a potion known as the Draught of Living Death, a powerful sleeping draught. A bezoar is a stone found in a goat's stomach and can counteract most poisons. And monkshood and wolfsbane are not different at all. They are the same plant, also called aconite."
He swept his gaze across the class. "Well, why aren't you writing this down?" There was an immediate scramble for parchment and quills as they hurried to take notes. Snape added, "And Gryffindor loses a point for your impertinence. Potter." The lesson only went downhill from there. The class was split into pairs and tasked with brewing a basic cure for boils. Snape moved between the tables like a dark shadow, his cloak trailing behind him as he observed their work, criticizing nearly everyone while offering quiet approval to Malfoy. He had just begun praising Malfoy's technique when chaos erupted. A loud hiss filled the room, followed by a cloud of sickly green smoke. Neville had somehow managed to ruin his cauldron entirely. It had melted into a warped lump, and the potion spilled across the floor, sizzling as it ate into shoes and stone alike. Students scrambled onto their stools to avoid the spreading liquid. Neville, caught in the mess, cried out as the potion splashed onto his skin. Angry red boils began to erupt across his arms and legs, swelling rapidly as he winced in pain.
"Foolish boy," Snape snapped, flicking his wand to vanish the spilled potion in an instant. "You added the porcupine quills before removing the cauldron from the flame, didn't you?"
Neville gave a miserable whimper as painful boils spread rapidly across his face. "Take him to the hospital wing," Snape ordered sharply, addressing Seamus without a hint of sympathy. Then he turned on Harry and Ron, who had been working beside Neville.
"And you, Potter, why didn't you stop him? Thought letting him fail would make you look more competent." Another point from Gryffindor.
The accusation was so unreasonable that Harry almost protested, but Ron gave him a sharp nudge with his foot.
"Don't," Ron muttered under his breath. "He'll only make it worse."
When the lesson finally ended and they climbed back up from the dungeons, Harry felt frustrated and discouraged. Losing points in his very first week stung, and he couldn't understand why Snape seemed to single him out. "Forget it," Ron said, trying to lighten the mood. "He's always picking on Fred and George too. Want me to come along to see Hagrid?" A little before 3 o'clock, they headed out across the grounds. Hagrid's cabin stood near the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a small wooden structure with a crossbow propped beside the door and a pair of large boots nearby. When Harry knocked, there was an immediate flurry of noise inside, scratching claws and deep, booming barks.
"Back! Fang! Back!" Hagrid's voice called from within.
The door opened just a crack, revealing his familiar, bearded face.
"Hang on a moment, Back. Fang," he said again, wrestling with something unseen. A second later, he let them inside. still gripping the collar of an enormous black dog.
The cabin consisted of a single room. Cured meats and birds hung from the ceiling beams. A kettle bubbled over the fire, and a large bed with a patchwork quilt filled one corner. "Sit yourselves down," Hagrid said, releasing the dog. Fang immediately bounded toward Ron and began enthusiastically licking his ears. Despite his intimidating size, he was clearly friendly. "This is Ron," Harry said as Hagrid poured hot water into a teapot and set down a plate of his homemade rock cakes. "Another Weasley." Hagrid chuckled, noticing Ron's freckles. "Spent plenty of time chasing your brothers away from the forest." "I have." The rock cakes were so hard they were almost impossible to bite through, but Harry and Ron did their best to act appreciative while they told Hagrid about their first week of classes. Meanwhile, Fang rested his heavy head on Harry's knee, drooling contentedly. They were especially amused when Hagrid referred to Filch as that old nuisance.
"And that cat of his, Mrs. Norris," Hagrid went on, shaking his head. "Wouldn't mind letting Fang have a word with her some day. Every time I go up to the castle, she's right behind me like a shadow. Can't shake her off. Filch must be sending her after me." Harry went on to describe the disastrous potions lesson, but Hagrid reacted much the same way Ron had, shrugging it off and insisting Snape treated nearly everyone poorly. "Still," Harry said, frowning, "it felt like he really had something against me." "That's nonsense," Hagrid replied quickly. "Why would he—"
Even so, Harry couldn't ignore the way Hagrid avoided his gaze when he said it.
"How's your brother Charlie these days?" Hagrid asked suddenly, turning to Ron. Always had a knack with creatures, that one.
The change of subject felt a bit too deliberate. While Ron launched into an enthusiastic update about Charlie's work with dragons, Harry's attention drifted. A folded newspaper clipping lay partly hidden beneath the teapot, and he picked it up. It was from the Daily Prophet. Gringotts break-in update. Authorities continue to investigate the attempted robbery at Gringotts on July 31st, believed to involve unidentified dark magic practitioners. Goblin officials maintain that nothing was stolen. The vault in question had already been emptied earlier that same day. "We will not disclose what was stored there," a spokesperson stated, and advised the public not to interfere. Harry's eyes widened slightly. He remembered Ron mentioning the incident on the train, but not the date.
"Hagrid," he said slowly, "this happened on my birthday. We were there that day. It could have been happening at the same time."
Hagrid gave a vague grunt and busied himself offering another rock cake, once again avoiding eye contact. Harry reread the article, his thoughts racing. The vault had been cleared earlier that very day. Vault 713, that was the one Hagrid had opened, retrieving the small, mysterious package. Could that have been the target? Later, as he and Ron made their way back up to the castle for dinner pockets weighed down with rock cakes they hadn't dared refuse, Harry found his mind far from food. None of his classes had given him as much to puzzle over as this visit. Had Hagrid removed that package just in time? Where was it now? And perhaps most unsettling of all, did Hagrid know something about Snape that he wasn't willing to share? Chapter 9. The Midnight Duel. Before coming to Hogwarts, Harry had been certain no one could be worse than Dudley, but that was before he crossed paths with Draco Malfoy. Fortunately, Gryffindor first years only shared potions with Slytherin, so encounters with Malfoy were limited, at least. That had been the case until a notice appeared in the common room that made everyone groan aloud. Flying lessons would begin on Thursday, and Gryffindor would be paired with Slytherin. Brilliant. Harry muttered, less than pleased. Exactly what I need, making a complete mess of things on a broom in front of Malfoy. It was especially frustrating because flying was the subject he'd been most excited about. You don't know you'll be terrible, Ron said, trying to reassure him. And Malfoy goes on about how great he is all the time. I reckon he's mostly bluffing. Malfoy certainly talked as though he were an expert. He often complained that first years weren't allowed to join house Quidditch teams and spun dramatic stories about his supposed flying exploits, usually involving narrow escapes from muggles in helicopters. Still, he wasn't the only one. Seamus Finnegan claimed he'd spent much of his childhood darting across the countryside on a broom. Even Ron liked to recount a near collision he'd once had with a hang glider while using one of Charlie's old brooms. Among students from wizarding families, Quidditch seemed to dominate every conversation. Ron had even gotten into a heated debate with Dean Thomas, his dorm mate, about football. Ron couldn't understand the appeal of a game played on the ground with just one ball, while Dean thought wizarding sports sounded absurd. Harry had once caught Ron poking at Dean's West Ham poster, clearly hoping the players might start moving.
Neville, meanwhile, had never been on a broom at all. His grandmother had always forbidden it. Harry privately suspected she had her reasons, since Neville managed to get into trouble even when firmly planted on the ground.
Hermione was nearly as uneasy about flying, though for different reasons. Unlike Neville, she tried to prepare by studying everything she could find. That morning at breakfast, she launched into a long explanation of techniques she'd memorized from Quidditch through the ages. Neville listened intently, clinging to every tip. But Harry and Ron were relieved when her lecture was cut short by the arrival of the post. Neville shot straight up into the air like a cork popping out of a bottle, fast, jerky, completely out of control. Everyone gasped as he rose higher and higher, his face pale with terror.
"Come back, Neville," someone shouted, but it was too late.
His broomstick started to wobble violently. Tilting to one side, Neville slipped, his hands flailing, and then he fell.
Thud.
He hit the ground with a sickening crash. For a moment, nobody moved. Madam Hooch sprinted over and knelt beside him. "Don't move," she said firmly. Examining his arm, Neville whimpered, clutching his wrist.
"Broken," she said. "Up you get. Boy, it's all right."
She turned to the rest of them, her yellow eyes blazing. "None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are, or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch." Then she helped Neville away, leaving the class behind in tense silence. It lasted about 10 seconds.
"Did you see his face?" Malfoy drawled, breaking into laughter. He bent down and picked something up from the grass. "Look at this, the thing Longbottom's gran sent him."
It was the Remembrall, glowing faintly in his hand.
"Give that here, Malfoy," Harry said sharply. Malfoy smirked. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about up a tree?"
He kicked off from the ground and soared into the air, rising smoothly. He hovered above them, clearly enjoying himself.
Harry didn't think he just acted. He grabbed his broom and kicked off. "Harry, no!" Hermione shouted. "You'll get into trouble."
But Harry was already in the air. It felt right, natural. The wind rushed past him, and for the first time, he wasn't afraid, he was exhilarated.
"Come on then, Potter," Malfoy called, tossing the Remembrall high into the sky.
The glass ball shot upward, glinting in the sunlight. Harry leaned forward and sped after it, faster, faster, his fingers stretching. he caught it. Cheers erupted below as he swooped down and landed neatly on the grass, clutching the Remembrall. But the celebration didn't last.
Potter!
Professor McGonagall was striding toward him, her face stern. Harry's stomach dropped.
Follow me, she said sharply.
No explanation, no chance to defend himself. Harry walked after her, heart pounding.
That's it, I'm going to be expelled.
But he had no idea things were about to turn out very differently. Come back, Neville, she shouted, but he kept going higher and higher, shooting upward like a cork from a bottle 10 feet, then 20. Harry caught a glimpse of his pale, frightened face as he looked down, panicked. Then Neville lost his balance, slid off to one side and...
Crack!
He hit the ground hard, landing face first in a crumpled heap, his broom. Meanwhile, continued to rise, drifting lazily away toward the edge of the forbidden forest until it vanished from sight. Madam Hooch rushed over, her face nearly as pale as Neville's. She knelt beside him, checking his arm. "Broken wrist," she murmured. "It's all right. Come on. Up you get." She then turned sharply to the rest of the class.
Not one of you is to move while I take him to the hospital wing. Leave your brooms exactly where they are, or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can even say Quidditch.
Supporting Neville, who was sniffling and clutching his arm, she led him away. The moment they were gone, Malfoy burst out laughing. "Did you see that? What a great lump." The Slytherins around him joined in.
Shut it! Malfoy! Snapped Parvati Patil. Oh, defending Longbottom now, sneered Pansy Parkinson. Didn't think you liked blubbering little babies. Parvati? Hey, look at this, Malfoy suddenly said, stepping forward and grabbing something from the grass. That stupid thing his Gran sent him.
He held up the Remembrall, which sparkled in the sunlight. "Give it back, Malfoy," Harry said quietly. The chatter around them stopped at once. Malfoy's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Maybe I'll leave it somewhere for him to find. Up a tree, perhaps." "Give it here," Harry snapped. But Malfoy had already jumped onto his broom and taken off. He rose smoothly, clearly confident in the air, and hovered near the top branches of a tall oak.
"Come and get it, Potter," he called down.
Harry didn't hesitate. He seized his broom.
"No," Hermione cried. "Madam Hooch told us to stay put. You'll get us all into trouble."
But Harry ignored her. His heart was pounding as he kicked off the ground and shot upward. The wind rushed past him, tugging at his robes, and suddenly a fierce thrill filled him. He just knew how to do it. No lessons, no practice. Flying felt natural. He climbed higher, hearing gasps from below and an excited cheer from Ron. Turning sharply in midair, he faced Malfoy. Malfoy's expression faltered.
"Hand it over," Harry called, "or I'll knock you off your broom."
"Really?" Malfoy shot back, though his voice wasn't as steady as before. Harry leaned forward, gripping the broom tightly, and sped toward him like a missile. Malfoy barely dodged in time. Harry swung around quickly, regaining balance with ease. Below them, a few students began clapping. "No Crabbe and Goyle to bail you out up here." "Malfoy!" Harry shouted. Malfoy hesitated for a split second, clearly realizing he was on his own. "Then try and catch it," he yelled, hurling the Remembrall high into the sky before diving back down toward the ground. For a moment, everything seemed to slow. Harry watched the small glass ball rise, glinting in the sunlight, then begin to drop. He leaned forward, angling his broom downward. In an instant, he was diving fast, chasing the falling Remembrall. The wind roared in his ears, mixed with distant screams from below. Faster, closer, his fingers stretched out. Just before it hit the ground, he snatched it from the air. He pulled up sharply, leveling out, and landed with a slight stumble on the grass. The Remembrall clenched tightly in his hand.
Harry Potter.
His stomach dropped. He turned to see Professor McGonagall striding toward him, her face rigid with fury.
I have never in all my years at Hogwarts, she began, clearly struggling to find words. How dare you? You could have been seriously hurt.
It wasn't his fault, Professor Parvati tried to say.
Silence, Miss Patil.
But Malfoy... That will do, Mr. Weasley Potter. Come with me, now. Harry glanced back just long enough to see Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle smirking. Then he followed Professor McGonagall, his legs feeling heavy and unsteady.
This is it, he thought. I'm finished.
He wanted to explain, to defend himself, but his voice wouldn't cooperate. Professor McGonagall didn't look back once, walking briskly toward the castle. Harry had to hurry just to keep up. They climbed the stone steps, crossed the entrance hall, and went up the marble staircase. Still, she said nothing. Doors swung open, corridors passed in a blur. Maybe she was taking him to Dumbledore. Harry's mind raced. Would he be expelled? Sent back to the Dursleys? The thought made his stomach twist. He imagined returning home, watching everyone else stay behind and become real witches and wizards while he was left out. Professor McGonagall stopped suddenly outside a classroom and opened the door.
Excuse me, Professor Flitwick, may I borrow Wood for a moment? Wood, Harry thought in confusion. Is that some kind of punishment?
But Wood turned out to be a tall, solid-looking fifth-year boy who stepped out, looking puzzled. Come along, both of you, said Professor McGonagall. They continued down the corridor, Wood glancing curiously at Harry.
In here.
She led them into an empty classroom except for Peeves, who was scribbling rude words across the blackboard.
Out, she snapped.
Peeves dropped the chalk with a clatter and zoomed out, muttering under his breath. Professor McGonagall shut the door firmly, then turned to them.
Potter! This is Oliver Wood. Wood, I've found you a seeker.
Wood blinked, then broke into a wide grin.
You're serious, Professor? Quite serious, she replied. This boy is a natural. I've never seen anything like it. Was that your first time on a broom? Potter?
Harry nodded, still completely bewildered, but one thing was becoming clear. He wasn't being expelled after all. He caught it with one hand after diving nearly 50 feet, Professor McGonagall said to Wood, and not a single scratch. Even Charlie Weasley couldn't have managed that. Wood looked absolutely thrilled, as if something incredible had just fallen into place. Have you ever watched a Quidditch match, Potter? He asked eagerly.
Wood is the captain of the Gryffindor team, Professor McGonagall added.
He's perfect for a seeker. Wood went on, circling Harry and studying him closely. Small. Quick, exactly what we need. We'll have to get him a proper broom. Professor? Maybe a Nimbus 2000? Or even a Clean Sweep 7. I'll speak with Professor Dumbledore about bending the first-year rule, said Professor McGonagall firmly. We need a stronger team this year. Last season was dreadful. We were completely beaten by Slytherin. I could hardly look Severus Snape in the eye afterward. She turned her sharp gaze back to Harry.
I expect you to train seriously, Potter. Otherwise, I may reconsider this decision.
Then, unexpectedly, her expression softened. "Your father would have been proud," she said quietly. "He was a remarkable Quidditch player."
You're kidding.
It was dinner time, and Harry had just finished telling Ron everything that had happened after he'd followed Professor McGonagall. Ron was holding a forkful of steak and kidney pie in mid-air, completely frozen.
A seeker, he repeated, but first years never.
"Apparently I'll be the youngest player in about 100 years, Harry said, taking another bite. After everything that had happened, he was starving. That's what Wood told me.
Ron just stared at him, stunned. I start practice next week, Harry added, but don't tell anyone Wood wants to keep it quiet. At that moment, Fred and George Weasley entered the Great Hall, spotting Harry. They came straight over. Nice one, George said in a low voice. Wood told us. We're on the team too, Beaters.
This could be our year, Fred said excitedly. We haven't won the cup since Charlie left, but with this line-up, it's going to be brilliant. You must be good. Harry Wood was practically bouncing when he told us. Anyway, we've got to go, George added. Lee Jordan thinks he's found another secret passage out of the castle. Probably the one behind Gregory the Smarmy's statue we found that ages ago. See you later. They hurried off just as another, less welcome group approached Malfoy with Crabbe and Goyle at his sides.
Enjoying your last dinner, Potter? Malfoy sneered. When's your train back to the Muggle world?
You seem a lot braver now that you're not alone, Harry replied coolly. Crabbe and Goyle scowled, cracking their knuckles, but with teachers nearby, they didn't dare do anything.
I'd fight you one-on-one any time, Malfoy said. Tonight, if you like. A wizard's dual wands only, no physical fighting, or have you never heard of one? Of course he has, Ron cut in, turning sharply. I'll be his second. Who's yours?
Malfoy glanced at his companions, then nodded. Crabbe, midnight, trophy room, it's always unlocked. And with that, he turned and walked away, leaving the challenge hanging in the air. When Malfoy walked away, Harry and Ron exchanged uncertain looks.
What exactly is a wizard's duel? Harry asked. And what do you mean by being my second?
Well, the second is supposed to step in if you die, Ron said, matter-of-factly. Finally, taking a bite of his now cold pie, seeing Harry's alarmed expression, he quickly added, but that only happens in proper duels with fully trained wizards. You and Malfoy will probably just send a few sparks at each other. Neither of you knows enough to do anything serious. Honestly, I bet he thought you'd refuse.
And what if I try a spell and nothing happens?
Then drop the wand and punch him, Ron suggested. Excuse me. They both looked up. Hermione Granger was standing there.
Can't people eat in peace around here? Ron grumbled.
Hermione ignored him and addressed Harry directly.
I couldn't help overhearing what you and Malfoy were saying. Course you couldn't, Ron muttered. And you mustn't go sneaking around the castle at night. If you get caught, Gryffindor will lose points, and you will get caught. It's incredibly selfish. And it's none of your concern, Harry replied.
Good night, said Ron curtly. Still, as Harry lay awake later that night, listening to Dean and Seamus drifting off to sleep, Neville was still in the hospital wing. He couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. Ron had spent hours offering advice like, if he tries to curse you, dodge it. I don't remember any proper counterspells. That wasn't exactly reassuring. There was a real risk of being caught by Filch or Mrs. Norris, and Harry knew he was already pushing his luck after everything that had happened that day, but every time he thought of backing out, Malfoy's mocking face came to mind. This was his chance to stand up to him properly. He couldn't walk away.
11:30, Ron whispered eventually. Time to go.
They slipped on their robes, grabbed their wands, and quietly made their way down the spiral staircase into the Gryffindor common room. The fire had burned low, casting dim shadows over the furniture. They were almost at the portrait hole when a voice spoke from the darkness.
I can't believe you're actually doing this. Harry!
A lamp flickered on. Hermione was sitting there, wearing a pink dressing gown, arms crossed.
You, Ron hissed, go back to bed! I nearly told Percy, Hermione shot back. He's a prefect, he would have stopped you.
Harry couldn't believe how determined she was to interfere. Come on, he muttered to Ron, pushing open the portrait of the fat lady and climbing through. Hermione followed them out, still whispering angrily. Don't you care about Gryffindor at all? It's not just about you. I don't want Slytherin winning the House Cup because you lose points and I worked hard to earn some with Professor McGonagall. Just leave us alone.
Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you when you're sent home tomorrow. You're so...
She broke off abruptly. The fat lady's portrait was empty. She had slipped away for a nighttime visit, leaving the entrance sealed. Hermione stared at the blank frame. She was locked out. Quick! This way! Harry gasped. Chapter 10.
Halloween.
Malfoy stared as if something had gone terribly wrong. Harry and Ron were not only back at Hogwarts the next day, they looked oddly satisfied. There were dark circles under their eyes. Sure. But whatever had happened the night before clearly hadn't frightened them off. If anything, it had done the opposite. By breakfast, the whole incident with the three-headed dog had already been rebranded in their minds as an exciting exploit. In fact, they found themselves half hoping for another encounter just as dangerous. At some point that morning, Harry finally told Ron everything about the object that had apparently been moved from Gringotts into the castle. From then on, the two of them kept circling back to the same question. What could possibly require that level of protection? It has to be something incredibly important, Ron said thoughtfully. Or something no one wants getting out, Harry countered. Ron shrugged. Could easily be both. Unfortunately, their investigation didn't get far. The only detail they had was its size barely 2 inches long, which wasn't much to go on. Neville, for one, had no interest in solving the mystery. As far as he was concerned, the less he thought about that dog, the better. Avoiding it entirely was his only priority. Hermione reacted differently. She had cut Harry and Ron off completely, refusing to acknowledge them at all. Still, given her tendency to lecture and correct them, her silence felt less like a punishment and more like a break. The boys had other concerns anyway, namely, finding some way to get under Malfoy's skin. That opportunity arrived sooner than expected. Roughly a week later, during breakfast, the usual flood of owls burst into the great hall. But this time, something unusual stood out immediately. A long, narrow package being carried by no fewer than six large, screeching owls, heads turned all across the room. Harry followed its descent with mild curiosity until it became very clear the delivery was meant for him. The bundle dropped right in front of his plate, sending his breakfast scattering. Before he could even react, another owl swooped in and released a letter onto the parcel. He opened the note first. Good thing he did. Do not open this package here. Inside is your new Nimbus 2000. I'd prefer it if this remained discreet otherwise. Every student will start asking for one. Meet Oliver Wood tonight at 7 on the Quidditch pitch for your first practice. Professor McGonagall. Harry barely managed to keep a straight face as he passed the message to Ron.
"A Nimbus 2000, Ron whispered hoarsely, staring at the parchment. "You're kidding. I've never even been close to one."
They didn't waste another second. Grabbing the package, they rushed out, eager to unwrap it somewhere private before lessons began. They didn't get far. Halfway across the entrance hall, Crabbe and Goyle stepped directly into their path. A moment later, Malfoy appeared, snatching the parcel from Harry without asking. He pressed it between his hands, testing its shape. "A broom," he said flatly, tossing it back, his expression twisted with irritation. "You're finished now. Potter, first years aren't allowed those." Ron let out a short laugh. "You might want to look again," he said. "That's not just any broom, it's a Nimbus 2000. He tilted his head, smirking. "Remind me. Malfoy, what are you flying at home? A Comet 260? He shot Harry a grin before adding, "Comets are fine if you like the look of them, but they're nowhere near Nimbus level. What would you know?" "Weasley." Malfoy shot back coldly. "A broom like that costs more than your whole family could manage. I'd guess you lot would have to collect it piece by piece, stick by stick."
Ron's temper flared, but before he could fire off a reply, a small voice interrupted from beside them. "Surely there's no quarrel going on here?" squeaked Professor Flitwick, who had suddenly appeared at Malfoy's side. Malfoy wasted no time. "Professor, Potter's just received a broomstick." "Ah, yes, quite so," Flitwick said brightly, turning toward Harry with clear delight. "Professor McGonagall already informed me. Exceptional circumstances. I understand. And which model have you been given?"
"A Nimbus 2000, sir," Harry replied, barely suppressing a grin as Malfoy's face tightened in disbelief. "Though, to be fair," he added lightly, "I owe it in part to Malfoy." That only made things worse. Harry and Ron quickly made their escape, climbing the stairs while trying and failing to hold in their laughter. Malfoy's mixture of anger and confusion made it nearly impossible.
"I'm not wrong, though," Harry said between chuckles once they reached the marble staircase landing. "If he hadn't grabbed Neville's Remembrall, I'd never have made the team." "And you think that justifies breaking rules?" came a sharp voice behind them.
Hermione was right on their heels, her expression stern and disapproving, her eyes fixed on the package Harry carried.
"I thought you'd stop talking to us," Harry said coolly. "Honestly, don't ruin it now," Ron added. "We were just getting used to the piece."
Hermione sniffed and swept past them, head held high, clearly offended. For the rest of the day, Harry found it nearly impossible to concentrate. His thoughts kept drifting back to the dormitory, where the broom lay hidden beneath his bed, or forward to the Quidditch pitch, where he'd finally get to try it out. By evening, he barely tasted his food, rushing through dinner without noticing what he was eating. The moment he could, he and Ron hurried upstairs and tore open the package. Ron let out a long breath. Blimey! The broom slid free onto Harry's bed, gleaming under the light. Even without knowing much about broomsticks, Harry could tell it was something special. The polished mahogany handle shone richly, and the tail was perfectly arranged, each twig smooth and aligned. Near the top, the name Nimbus 2000 was etched in elegant gold lettering. As evening settled in and the sky darkened, Harry slipped out of the castle and made his way toward the Quidditch pitch. He had never seen the stadium up close before, and it took him a moment to take it all in. Towering stands surrounded the field on every side, rising high so spectators could follow the action from above. At each end stood 3 tall golden goalposts, each topped with a circular hoop. They reminded Harry faintly of the plastic rings Muggle children used for blowing bubbles, only these soared some 50 feet into the air. Wood hadn't arrived yet, and Harry was far too impatient to wait. Without hesitation, he climbed onto his broom and pushed off from the ground. The sensation was exhilarating. He darted through the hoops, then shot across the pitch. Picking up speed, the nimbus responded effortlessly, gliding exactly where he intended with the slightest movement. It felt as though the broom understood him.
"Potter, get down here!"
Harry slowed and descended. Oliver Wood stood below, holding a large wooden crate tucked under one arm. "Impressive," Wood said, watching him closely. McGonagall wasn't exaggerating. "You've got real instinct." He set the crate down. "Tonight we'll go over the basics. After that, you'll be training regularly with the team." He lifted the lid. Inside lay 4 balls of different sizes. "Right, then," Wood began. "Quidditch isn't too complicated in theory, though playing it is another matter. Each team has 7 players. 3 of them are chasers." 3 chasers, Harry repeated, focusing carefully as Wood picked up a bright red ball about the size of a football. "This is the quaffle," Wood explained. "Chasers pass it between themselves and try to score by getting it through one of the hoops. Each successful goal earns 10 points. Clear so far?" "So they pass the quaffle and aim for the hoops," Harry said. "Sounds a bit like basketball, just in the air, with more goals."
"Basketball," Wood echoed, puzzled. "Doesn't matter," Harry said quickly.
Wood continued. "Each side also has a keeper. That's my role for Gryffindor. I stay near our goalposts and block the opposing team from scoring." 3 chasers, 1 keeper, Harry repeated, committing it to memory, all using the quaffle. "Got it? And the rest?" He gestured toward the 3 balls, still inside the crate.
"You're about to find out," Wood said. "Take this."
He handed Harry a short, heavy bat.
"These," Wood went on, "are the bludgers."
He revealed 2 dark, iron-black balls, slightly smaller than the quaffle. They twitched against the straps holding them in place, as though eager to break free. "Keep your distance," Wood warned, crouching down to release one. The moment it was freed, the bludger shot upward, then came hurtling straight at Harry's head, reacting instantly. Harry swung the bat, deflecting it just before impact. The ball veered wildly, zipping around them in sharp, unpredictable turns before charging toward Wood. Wood leapt forward, tackling it mid-air and forcing it down, pinning it firmly against the ground. "See what I mean?" Wood said, slightly out of breath as he wrestled the bludger back into the crate and secured it tightly. Those things don't just float around, they actively go after players, trying to knock them off their brooms. That's where the beaters come in. Each team has 2 of them. Ours are the Weasley twins. Their job is to intercept the bludgers, defend their teammates, and, if possible, send them hurtling toward the opposition. Got all that straight? Harry nodded and quickly summarized. Chasers handle the quaffle and aim to score. The keeper defends the hoops. Beaters deal with the bludgers and keep them away from their side.
"Exactly," Wood said with approval. Harry hesitated, then asked, trying to sound casual, "Have the bludgers ever, seriously hurt anyone?"
"Nothing fatal at Hogwarts," Wood replied. "A few broken bones here and there, once or twice a shattered jaw, but nothing worse." Now, the final position is the seeker, he pointed at Harry. That's you. You won't need to worry too much about the other balls unless one of them decides to take your head off. He gave a short laugh. Still, with the Weasley twins around, you'll be fine, honestly. They're almost as dangerous as the bludgers themselves. Reaching back into the crate, Wood lifted out the last ball. It was much smaller than the others, no bigger than a walnut, gleaming gold in the fading light. Tiny silver wings flickered rapidly at its sides. This, Wood said, holding it up, is the golden snitch, the most crucial piece of the game. It's incredibly fast and nearly impossible to spot once it's in motion. As seeker, your sole responsibility is to catch it. He continued, you'll have to dodge everything else happening on the field, players, bludgers, the quaffle while chasing it down. And here's the key part. Catching the snitch earns your team 150 points. Most of the time, that decides the match. Harry listened closely. Games only end when the snitch is caught, Wood added, so they can last a very long time. The longest one on record went on for 3 months. Players had to rotate in and out just to get rest. He snapped the crate shut. That's the basics. Any questions? Harry shook his head. The rules made sense. It was the execution that seemed daunting. We won't release the snitch tonight, Wood said. It's too dark, we'd never find it again. Instead, we'll start with something simpler. He pulled a handful of golf balls from his pocket. Moments later, both of them were airborne. Wood began hurling the balls in different directions at high speed, and Harry chased after them, catching each one cleanly.
Not a single miss.
Wood's satisfaction was obvious. By the time half an hour had passed, the sky had gone completely dark, forcing them to stop. This could be our year, Wood said as they walked back toward the castle, clearly pleased. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up even better than Charlie Weasley, and he had the talent to go professional before he left to chase dragons. With practices now filling 3 evenings a week, along with a growing pile of homework. Time seemed to move faster for Harry. It hardly felt real when he realized he'd already spent 2 months at Hogwarts. The castle no longer felt unfamiliar. In fact, it felt more like home than Privet Drive ever had. Even his classes were starting to become more engaging, now that the fundamentals were behind him. On the morning of Halloween, the castle corridors were filled with the warm, inviting scent of roasting pumpkin. The day improved even further during Charms class, when Professor Flitwick announced that they were finally ready to attempt levitation, a skill everyone had been eager to learn ever since they'd seen him send Neville's toad sailing through the air. The class was divided into pairs for practice. Harry ended up with Seamus Finnegan, which he didn't mind at all, especially since Neville had been clearly hoping to partner with him. Ron, however, was paired with Hermione Granger, a match that neither of them seemed pleased about. Hermione still hadn't spoken to either of them since the incident with Harry's broom. "Remember the movement?" squeaked Professor Flitwick from atop his usual stack of books, a smooth swish followed by a flick. "And don't forget clear pronunciation is essential. Consider the unfortunate case of Wizard Baruffio, who mispronounced a spell and ended up flat on his back with a buffalo on his chest." Putting theory into practice proved far more difficult than expected. Harry and Seamus repeated the motion again and again, but the feather in front of them refused to budge. Growing frustrated, Seamus jabbed at it with his wand only to set it on fire. Harry quickly smothered the flames with his hat.
At the next table, Ron was struggling just as much.
"Wingardium Leviosa!" he bellowed, swinging his wand with exaggerated force.
"That's completely wrong," Hermione snapped, unable to hold back. "It's Wingardium Leviosa. You need to stretch the gar." "Then you try it," Ron shot back irritably.
Without another word, Hermione pushed up her sleeves, gave a precise flick of her wand, and said, "Wingardium Leviosa." At once, her feather lifted gracefully from the desk, rising until it hovered several feet in the air.
"Excellent," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Everyone, take note, Miss Granger has done it perfectly."
By the time the lesson ended, Ron's frustration had only grown.
"No wonder she hasn't got any friends," he muttered to Harry as they squeezed into the busy corridor. "She's unbearable."
Someone brushed past Harry just then. It was Hermione. He caught a quick glimpse of her face and froze. She was crying. "I think she heard you," Harry said quietly. "So what?" Ron replied. Though his tone lacked conviction, she ought to realize it by now. Hermione didn't show up for their next lesson, and she remained absent throughout the afternoon. Later, as Harry and Ron made their way to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, they overheard Parvati Patil telling Lavender that Hermione had locked herself in the girls' bathroom, upset and wanting to be left alone. Ron looked uneasy at this, but the moment they stepped into the Great Hall, the festive decorations, floating pumpkins, flickering lights, and autumn colours everywhere quickly pulled their attention away from everything else. The Great Hall had been transformed into something eerie and alive. Bats filled the air, hundreds clung to the walls and ceiling, while countless others swooped low over the tables in dark, shifting waves. Their wings stirred the air so much that the candles inside the carved pumpkins flickered wildly. As if on cue, the feast suddenly appeared across the golden plates, just like it had at the start of term. Harry had barely begun serving himself a potato when the doors burst open. Professor Quirrell rushed in, his turban crooked and his face drained of colour. He stumbled forward, drawing every eye in the room until he reached Professor Dumbledore's seat, gripping the edge of the table. He gasped, "Troll in the dungeons, I thought you should know." And with that, he collapsed unconscious onto the floor. The hall erupted instantly, shouts, scraping chairs, rising panic. It took several loud bursts of purple sparks from Dumbledore's wand to restore order. "Prefects," he said, his voice carrying over the noise, "escort your houses back to their dormitories at once." Percy Weasley sprang into action as though he'd been waiting for this moment his entire life. "This way. Everyone. Stay together, no wandering off. First years. Keep close. There's nothing to worry about if you follow instructions. Make room, prefect coming through." As they were herded out and began climbing the stairs, Harry frowned.
"How did a troll even get inside?" he asked.
"No idea," Ron said. "They're supposed to be thick as bricks. Wouldn't surprise me if Peeves had something to do with it. Sounds like his kind of joke." They passed clusters of students rushing in all directions. As they squeezed past a group of confused Hufflepuffs, Harry suddenly stopped and grabbed Ron's sleeve. "Wait, Hermione."
Ron blinked. "What about her?" "She doesn't know she's still in the bathroom."
Ron hesitated, chewing his lip. "Fine," he muttered at last. "But if Percy catches us, we're done for." They ducked away from their group, slipped into the stream of Hufflepuffs heading the opposite direction, and quickly broke off down a quieter corridor, moving as fast as they dared. They made for the girls' bathroom. Chapter 11. Quidditch. As November arrived, a sharp chill settled over the castle grounds. The mountains in the distance took on a dull, icy grey, and the lake hardened into something that looked like cold, polished metal. Each morning, Frost coated the grass in a thin, glittering layer. From the upper windows, students could often spot Hagrid out on the Quidditch pitch, bundled up in heavy layers, scraping ice off the school brooms while wearing thick, fur-lined gloves and massive boots. The Quidditch season had officially begun. After weeks of intense practice, Harry's first match was finally approaching Gryffindor versus Slytherin. A win would push Gryffindor into second place in the house standings. Very few people had actually seen Harry play. Wood had insisted on keeping him hidden as a surprise advantage. Still, word had somehow spread that he was the team's new seeker. Harry wasn't sure which was worse, those confidently predicting he'd be amazing, or those joking they'd stand below him with cushions in case he fell. Having Hermione as a friend turned out to be a huge relief. Between long evenings of homework and Wood's increasingly demanding training schedule, Harry wasn't sure how he would have managed without her help. She had even lent him Quidditch through the ages, which he found surprisingly fascinating. From it, Harry discovered that there were over 700 officially recorded fouls in Quidditch, and that every single one had been committed during a chaotic World Cup match in 1473. He also learned that Seekers were typically the smallest and quickest players on the field, and, unsurprisingly, they were involved in most of the game's serious injuries. While fatalities were rare, referees had been known to disappear mid-match, only to reappear months later in distant places like the Sahara Desert. Since the troll incident, Hermione had loosened up somewhat about rules, and it made her far easier to be around. The day before Harry's first match, the three of them stood outside in the freezing courtyard during a break. Hermione had conjured a small, vivid blue flame and contained it inside a glass jar so they could carry it with them. They huddled around it, backs turned to the cold, soaking in its warmth. That was when Snape appeared, striding across the courtyard. Harry noticed immediately that he was limping. Without a word, Harry, Ron, and Hermione instinctively shifted closer together, trying to hide the flame from view. They were fairly certain it wasn't allowed, but their attempt wasn't subtle enough. Something in their behavior must have given them away, because Snape's sharp gaze fixed on them at once. He changed direction and began making his way toward them, his uneven steps slow but deliberate. He hadn't spotted the fire, but it was clear he was searching for a reason to reprimand them anyway. "What's that you're holding?" "Potter." Snape's voice cut sharply through the cold air. Harry held up the book. It was Quidditch Through the Ages. "That belongs in the library," Snape said coldly. "Students are not permitted to take such books outside. Hand it over, and 5 points from Gryffindor."
As Snape stalked away, favouring one leg, Harry muttered under his breath, "He just invented that rule." "Yeah," Ron said darkly. "Well, I hope whatever's wrong with his leg hurts."
That evening, the Gryffindor common room buzzed with noise and excitement. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had taken seats by the window. Hermione was reviewing their charms homework, scanning it carefully. She refused to let them copy, outright insisting they needed to learn, but her help usually steered them to the correct answers anyway. Harry, however, couldn't settle. His thoughts kept drifting back to the match the next day and to the book Snape had confiscated. He needed something to distract himself.
"I'm going to ask for it back," he said suddenly, getting to his feet.
Ron and Hermione exchanged looks. "You're braver than we are," they said together. Still, Harry suspected Snape might behave differently if other teachers were around. With that in mind, he headed down toward the staff room and knocked on the door. No reply.
He knocked again. Silence.
Maybe Snape had left the book inside, Harry thought. It was worth checking. Slowly, he pushed the door open and glanced in.
And immediately wished he hadn't.
Snape and Filch were alone inside. Snape had lifted his robes to reveal his leg, which looked badly injured, bloodied, and torn. Filch stood beside him, carefully wrapping it in bandages. That cursed creature, Snape was muttering. How is anyone meant to keep track of all 3 heads at once?
Harry's heart jolted. He began to ease the door shut, trying not to make a sound. Potter.
Snape spun around, his face contorted with anger as he dropped his robes to cover the injury. Harry froze.
I was just wondering if I could have my book back, he stammered. Out now.
Harry didn't wait to be told again. He backed out quickly and then ran all the way back up to the common room.
Well, Ron asked as he returned. Did you get it? What happened?
Lowering his voice, Harry told them everything he'd seen. When he finished, he leaned closer, his voice urgent. Don't you see? He was trying to get past that 3-headed dog on Halloween. That's where he was heading when we spotted him. He's after whatever it's guarding. I'd bet anything on it. And I think he let the troll in, just to create a distraction. Hermione stared at him, eyes wide with realization. No, I don't believe that, Hermione said firmly. He may not be pleasant, but he wouldn't go that far, not against something Dumbledore is protecting.
Ron rolled his eyes. Honestly, Hermione, you act like every teacher here is perfect, he snapped. I'm with Harry on this. Snape's capable of anything. The real question is, what's he trying to get his hands on? What's that dog actually guarding?
That question followed Harry all the way to bed. Even with Neville snoring loudly nearby, sleep refused to come. He lay awake, thoughts racing in circles. He tried to clear his mind. He needed rest, especially with his first Quidditch match only hours away, but it was no use. The memory of Snape's expression and that injured leg kept forcing its way back. Morning arrived cold and brilliantly clear. The great hall was lively, filled with the smell of sizzling sausages and the excited chatter of students anticipating the match.
You should eat something, Hermione urged. I can't, Harry said. At least have some toast, she insisted gently. I'm not hungry.
His stomach churned, but not from hunger. In less than an hour, he'd be stepping onto the pitch. You'll need energy, Seamus Finnegan said, piling ketchup generously onto his plate. Seekers usually take the worst hits. Very reassuring, Harry muttered. By 11, the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch were packed. Students filled every seat, many holding binoculars to get a better view, even from the raised stands. It wasn't always easy to follow the action. Ron and Hermione found seats high up alongside Neville, Seamus, and Dean, who, as always, was proudly representing West Ham. They had prepared something special, a large banner made from one of Ron's old sheets that Scabbers had ruined. Across it, in bold letters, was written Potter for President, with a Gryffindor lion sketched underneath by Dean. Hermione had added a charm so that the letters shimmered and shifted colours in the light. Down in the locker room, Harry and the rest of the team were getting ready, pulling on their scarlet robes while Slytherin prepared in green. Wood stood in front of them, clearing his throat. All right, everyone, he began.
And women, Angelina Johnson cut in. And women, Wood corrected quickly. This is it.
The big moment, Fred added.
What we've been waiting for? George continued.
We've heard this speech before, Fred said to Harry. We were on the team last year.
Enough, Wood snapped. though not unkindly. "This is the strongest team Gryffindor has had in years. We're going to win, I'm certain of it."
He looked around at them all, his expression intense enough to suggest he expected nothing less.
"Time to go," he said. "Good luck."
Harry followed Fred and George out onto the field. The roar of the crowd hit him immediately. Trying to ignore the uneasy feeling in his legs, he stepped forward, hoping they wouldn't give out beneath him. Madam Hooch stood at the centre of the pitch, broom in hand, waiting as both teams gathered around her. "I expect a clean match from all of you," she said firmly. Her sharp gaze lingered a little longer on the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, a sixth year whose heavy features gave Harry the impression he might have a bit of troll ancestry. As Harry glanced upward, he caught sight of a banner rippling high above the stands. The words "Potter for President" flashed boldly across it. His stomach flipped, but in a good way. The nerves eased, replaced by a flicker of confidence.
"On your brooms," Madam Hooch instructed. Harry swung onto his Nimbus 2000, gripping it tightly.
A shrill whistle pierced the air. In an instant, 15 players shot upward, climbing rapidly into the sky. The match had begun.
"And Gryffindor takes early possession of the Quaffle Angelina Johnson in control," came the voice of the commentator. "Fantastic chaser, that one, and not bad looking either." Jordan.
"Sorry, Professor." Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, was providing commentary under the watchful eye of Professor McGonagall. Johnson streaks ahead, nice pass to Alicia Spinett, one of Wood's finds from last year. Back to Johnson, no. Intercepted. Slytherin captain Marcus Flint takes control and charges forward. He's flying like weight blocked. Brilliant save from Gryffindor keeper Wood. Gryffindor regains possession. Katie Bell now with the Quaffle excellent manoeuvre around Flint. She's heading upfield. That looked painful. Bludger to the back of the head. Quaffle loose. Slytherin recovers. Adrian Pusey racing toward the hoops. But hold on. A bludger sent his way courtesy of one of the Weasley twins. I think hard to tell them apart either way. Great defensive play. Gryffindor back in control. Johnson again. Clear path ahead. She's accelerating, dodges a bludger, closing in on the goal. Bletchley dives, misses, and it's a goal for Gryffindor. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor side, cutting through the cold air, while groans echoed from the Slytherin supporters. "Make room shift over a bit."
Hagrid.
Ron and Hermione scooted aside as Hagrid squeezed into the row beside them. "Was watching from me, Hagrid said, adjusting the large binoculars hanging around his neck. "But it's not the same as being here with everyone else. Seen the snitch yet?" "Not yet," Ron replied. "Harry's barely had anything to do so far." "Staying out of danger's good enough for now," Hagrid said, lifting the binoculars and scanning the sky for Harry.
Far above. Harry circled steadily over the pitch. Eyes narrowed as he searched for the faintest glint of gold. He was sticking to the plan Wood had drilled into him. Stay out of the chaos, watch carefully, and wait for the right moment. Stay clear of the action until you spot the snitch, Wood had instructed earlier. No point getting knocked off before you even have a chance.
After Angelina scored, Harry had celebrated with a couple of quick loops in the air, letting the rush of excitement out. Now, however, he had settled back into scanning the sky, eyes darting in every direction for the faintest hint of gold.
Once, he thought he saw it a brief glimmer, but it turned out to be sunlight bouncing off one of the Weasley twins' watches. Another time, a bludger came hurtling toward him like a cannonball. Harry swerved just in time, and seconds later, Fred Weasley shot past in pursuit. "Still in one piece, Harry!" Fred shouted as he smashed the bludger away, sending it whistling toward Marcus Flint.
Slytherin takes control again. Lee Jordan's voice rang out. Pusey dodges a bludger actually. 2 and slips past Bell, heading straight for hold on. Was that the snitch? A ripple of excitement swept through the crowd. Pusey dropped the quaffle mid-flight, craning his neck to follow a sudden flicker of gold that had zipped past him. Harry saw it too. His pulse surged as he plunged downward after the tiny, winged ball. Across the pitch, Slytherin's seeker. Terence Higgs had spotted it as well. The two of them raced side by side, diving at incredible speed around them. The rest of the players slowed, momentarily forgetting the game as they watched the chase unfold. Harry edged ahead. The snitch was right there, its golden wings beating furiously as it darted forward. He leaned into the dive, pushing for more speed.
Wham!
A furious shout erupted from the Gryffindor stands. Flint had slammed into Harry mid-air, knocking him off course. His broom spun wildly as he clung on desperately, fighting to stay upright.
Foul! Voices roared from below.
Madam Hooch swooped in immediately, scolding Flint before awarding Gryffindor a penalty shot. But amid the chaos, the snitch had vanished once again. In the stands, Dean Thomas was on his feet, shouting, "Send him off. That's a red card." Ron looked baffled. "What are you on about?"
In football, that gets you thrown out, Dean insisted.
"This isn't football," Ron replied.
Hagrid, however, grunted in agreement with Dean. Still, rules ought to be stricter. That hit could have sent Harry straight to the ground.
Meanwhile, Lee Jordan was struggling to stay neutral. So after that completely outrageous bit of cheating, "Jordan!" McGonagall snapped. "I mean, that highly questionable foul." "Jordan!"
Right. Flint nearly takes out the Gryffindor seeker perfectly accidental. Of course, and Gryffindor is awarded a penalty, which Spinette converts easily. Play continues. Gryffindor in control. High above. Harry barely had time to recover before another bludger tore past his head. He twisted away, and that's when it happened.
His broom jerked violently beneath him. For a split second, his stomach dropped as he nearly lost his grip. Clutching tightly with both hands and knees, he steadied himself. He had never felt anything like it. Then it happened again. The broom shuddered as though trying to throw him off.
That made no sense. A Nimbus 2000 didn't behave like this. Something was wrong.
Harry attempted to steer back toward the Gryffindor goalposts, thinking he might signal Wood for a timeout, but the broom wouldn't respond. It ignored his commands completely. Instead, it lurched unpredictably through the air, jerking left and right in sharp, violent movements, each one threatening to unseat him. Lee Jordan's voice carried on over the chaos below. Slytherin back in control. Flint with the quaffle slips past Spinette, dodges Bell-O. Bludger straight to the face. Hope that hurt, just kidding. Professor Slytherin scores weight. What's going on up there? Cheers erupted from the Slytherin side, but they quickly faltered as attention shifted skyward, high above the pitch. Something was clearly wrong. Harry's broom was no longer behaving normally. Instead of staying in the flow of the game, it was dragging him higher and higher, away from the action, twitching erratically as it climbed. Hagrid squinted through his binoculars. "What's he playing at?" he muttered. "If I didn't know better, I'd say he's lost control of that broom, but that's not possible." A wave of alarm spread through the stands. Fingers pointed upward as Harry's broom began to spin violently. He clung on desperately, barely managing to stay mounted. Then, with a sudden, brutal jolt, he slipped and was left hanging in mid-air, gripping the broom with one hand. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. "Did Flint damage it when he hit him?" Seamus whispered anxiously. Hagrid shook his head, though his voice wavered. "No way. Nothing messes with a broom like that unless it's strong dark magic, and no student could do that to a Nimbus 2000.
At that, Hermione snatched the binoculars from him, but instead of looking at Harry, she scanned the stands with urgent intensity. "What are you doing?" Ron asked, pale. "I knew it," Hermione said under her breath. "Snape, look!"
Ron grabbed the binoculars across the pitch. Snape stood rigid among the crowd, his eyes locked onto Harry. His lips were moving constantly, as though whispering something under his breath.
"He's doing it," Hermione said. "He's cursing the broom." Ron swallowed. "What do we do?" "I'll handle it."
Before he could stop her, Hermione was already gone. Ron raised the binoculars again, far above. Harry's broom was shaking so violently it seemed impossible he could hold on much longer. The entire crowd had risen to their feet, watching in horror. Fred and George Weasley soared upward, trying to reach him, but every time they got close, the broom jerked higher, as if deliberately avoiding them. They dropped back, circling below, ready to catch him if he fell. Meanwhile, completely unnoticed, Marcus Flint continued scoring again and again for Slytherin.
"Come on, Hermione," Ron muttered, gripping the binoculars tightly.
Chapter 12. The Mirror of Erist. Winter crept in quickly, and by the middle of December, Hogwarts was buried beneath thick layers of snow. The lake had frozen over completely, turning into a sheet of solid ice. Fred and George Weasley landed themselves in trouble after charming a set of snowballs to chase Professor Quirrell around the grounds, repeatedly smacking into the back of his turban. Even the post owls struggled against the harsh weather. The few that managed to deliver letters arrived exhausted and often had to be cared for by Hagrid before they could fly again. Everyone was eagerly counting down the days until the holidays. While the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall were warm and cozy with blazing fires, the corridors were bitterly cold, with icy drafts slipping through every crack. The classrooms weren't much better. Windows rattled in the wind, and students huddled in their robes. The worst place of all was the dungeon, where Professor Snape held his potions lessons. Down there, the air was so cold that their breath fogged in front of them, and they stayed close to their steaming cauldrons just to keep warm. "I almost feel sorry," Draco Malfoy drawled during one lesson, "for those unfortunate enough to remain here over Christmas. Clearly, no one at home wants them." His eyes flicked toward Harry as he spoke, while Crabbe and Goyle snickered beside him. Harry, busy carefully measuring powdered lionfish spine, pretended not to hear. Carefully measuring powdered lionfish spine, pretended not to hear. Since the Quidditch match, Malfoy had been more unpleasant than ever. Furious that Slytherin had lost, he had first tried to joke that Harry would soon be replaced by a ridiculous creature as Seeker, but no one had found it amusing. Most students were still impressed by how Harry had managed to stay on his wildly jerking broom. Frustrated and jealous, Malfoy had fallen back on mocking Harry's lack of a proper family. It was true that Harry wouldn't be returning to Privet Drive for Christmas. The week before, Professor McGonagall had gone around with a list for students who planned to remain at school, and Harry had signed his name without hesitation. He didn't mind in the slightest, in fact. He suspected this might turn out to be the best Christmas he'd ever had. Ron and his brothers were staying as well, since their parents were traveling to Romania to visit Charlie. When the class finally ended and they climbed out of the dungeon, they found their path blocked by a massive fir tree lying across the corridor. A pair of huge boots stuck out from beneath it. Along with the sound of heavy breathing, it was clearly Hagrid.
"Hey, Hagrid need a hand?" Ron called, leaning into the branches to catch a glimpse of him. "I'm fine. Thanks, Ron," Hagrid replied, his voice muffled behind the thick branches.
"Do you mind clearing the way?" Malfoy's cold voice cut in from behind them. "Or are you hoping to pick up some extra work?" Weasley. "Planning to take over as gamekeeper someday? I imagine Hagrid's hut must seem like luxury compared to what you're used to at home."
Ron didn't hesitate. He lunged at Malfoy, grabbing his robes just as footsteps sounded on the stairs. "Weasley!" At once, Ron released him. "He was asking for it." "Professor," Hagrid said, poking his large, bearded face out from behind the tree. Malfoy was making fun of his family. "Regardless," Snape replied smoothly. "Fighting is strictly forbidden at Hogwarts. 5 points from Gryffindor." "Weasley, be thankful I'm not taking more. Now, move along."
Smirking, Malfoy brushed past, with Crabbe and Goyle close behind, knocking pine needles everywhere as they went. "I'll get him someday," Ron muttered through clenched teeth, watching them go.
"I can't stand either of them," Harry said. "Malfoy or Snape." "Oh, don't let it spoil things," Hagrid said cheerfully. "Christmas is nearly here. Tell you what, come along and have a look at the Great Hall. It's looking brilliant."
They followed him, tree and all, into the hall, where Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were in the middle of decorating.
Hagrid just in time. Put that one over in the corner, please," McGonagall instructed.
The sight inside was breathtaking. Garlands of holly and mistletoe draped the walls, and a dozen enormous Christmas trees stood around the hall. Some shimmered with icicles, while others sparkled under the glow of hundreds of candles. "How long till the holidays start for you?" Hagrid asked. "Just one more day," Hermione replied. Then she suddenly straightened. "Oh, Harry. Ron, we've got half an hour before lunch. We should go to the library."
"Right," Ron said, reluctantly tearing his attention away from Professor Flitwick, who was sending streams of golden bubbles drifting across the branches of the newly placed tree.
"The library," Hagrid said, trailing after them as they left the hall. "Right before Christmas. Bit keen, aren't you?" "We're not going to study," Harry said quickly. "Ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we've been trying to figure out who he is." "You what?" Hagrid looked alarmed. "I told you, leave it alone. It's none of your business what that dog's guarding." "We only want to know who Nicholas Flamel is," Hermione insisted.
"Unless you'd rather just tell us," Harry added. "We've searched loads of books already and found nothing. Just give us a clue. I'm sure I've seen his name somewhere before." "I'm not saying another word," Hagrid said firmly.
"Then we'll just have to keep looking," Ron said, and the three of them hurried off, leaving Hagrid behind, clearly annoyed. They had, in fact, been combing through the library ever since Hagrid accidentally mentioned Flamel. After all, it seemed like the only way to figure out what Snape might be after. The problem was, they didn't even know where to begin. Flamel didn't appear in great wizards of the 20th century, nor in notable magical names of our time. He was absent from important modern magical discoveries and recent developments in wizardry as well. And then there was the size of the library itself, row upon row of towering shelves, packed with tens of thousands of books, making the search feel nearly impossible. Hermione pulled out a carefully prepared list of topics and book titles she intended to check. Meanwhile, Ron wandered down one of the aisles, randomly grabbing books from the shelves and flipping through them. Harry, on the other hand, drifted toward the restricted section. For some time now, he had suspected that Nicola Flamel's name might be hidden somewhere among those forbidden volumes. The problem was access. Any student wanting to read from that section needed written permission from a teacher, and Harry knew there was no chance he'd get that. The books there dealt with dangerous spells and dark magic, material reserved for older students studying advanced defensive magic. "What do you think you're doing here, boy?"
Harry jumped. "Nothing," he replied quickly.
Madame Pince stood nearby, clutching a feather duster like a weapon. "Then you have no business being here. Out you go immediately." With no convincing excuse ready, Harry retreated from the library, wishing he'd thought of something smarter to say. The three of them had already decided not to ask Madame Pince about Flamel. She would almost certainly know the answer, but if word reached Snape, it could cause trouble. Harry lingered outside in the corridor, waiting for Ron and Hermione. He wasn't expecting much. They had been searching for nearly 2 weeks now, squeezing in time between lessons, and had come up empty-handed. What they really needed was uninterrupted time, something impossible, with Madame Pince constantly watching.
A few minutes later, the other two emerged, and both shaking their head. Without a word, they headed off for lunch. "You'll keep searching while I'm away." "Right," Hermione said, "and send me an owl if you discover anything."
"You could ask your parents, too," Ron suggested. "See if they've heard of Flamel." Hermione gave him a flat look. "Yes. I'm sure my dentist parents are experts on ancient wizards." Once the holidays began, however, Harry and Ron found it difficult to focus on their search at all. With most students gone, the dormitory was nearly empty, and the common room felt quiet and spacious. They claimed the best seats by the fire and spent hours lounging there, toasting whatever they could stick on a fork bread, muffins, even marshmallows, while joking about elaborate schemes to get Malfoy expelled. None of their ideas were realistic, but they were entertaining nonetheless. Ron also introduced Harry to wizard chess. The rules were the same as the Muggle version, but the pieces were alive, turning each match into something closer to commanding an army. Ron's set was old and worn, passed down through his family from his grandfather, but that only made it better. He understood the pieces so well they obeyed him without hesitation.
Harry, meanwhile, borrowed a set from Seamus Finnegan. Unfortunately, the pieces didn't trust him at all. As he played, they constantly shouted conflicting advice, making it nearly impossible to concentrate. "Don't move me there, can't you see that knight?" one would complain. "Use him instead, we can afford to lose him," another would argue.
By Christmas Eve, Harry went to bed, feeling content, looking forward to a day of good food and relaxation. He wasn't expecting any presents. But when he woke early the next morning, the first thing he noticed was a small pile of packages at the foot of his bed.
"Merry Christmas," Ron mumbled sleepily as Harry jumped out of bed and hurried to unwrap them. "Same to you," Harry replied. Then his eyes widened. "Wait, look at this. I actually got presents."
"What were you expecting, vegetables?" Ron joked, turning to his own much larger pile. Harry picked up the first package. It was wrapped in thick brown paper, with "To Harry" from Hagrid scribbled across it. Inside, he found a roughly carved wooden flute. It was clearly handmade. When he blew into it, the sound that came out was soft and hooting, almost like an owl. The next parcel was tiny. Inside was a short note. "We received your message. Here is your Christmas gift, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia." Taped to it was a 50-pence coin.
How thoughtful, Harry said dryly. Ron, however, was completely absorbed in examining the coin. "That's odd," he said, turning it over. "It's not even round, this is money."
"Go ahead. Keep it," Harry said, amused by Ron's fascination. "So that's Hagrid, and my aunt and uncle, but who sent the rest?"
Ron glanced at a bulky, unevenly wrapped parcel and flushed slightly. "I think that one's from my mum. I told her you wouldn't be getting anything. And oh no," he groaned, "she's made you a Weasley sweater."
Harry had already started opening it. Inside was a thick, hand-knitted jumper in a deep emerald green, along with a large box of homemade fudge. "She does that every year," Ron said, unwrapping his own. "Mine's always the same colour, maroon."
"That's really kind of her," Harry said, tasting a piece of fudge. It was delicious.
The next gift came from Hermione, a generous box of chocolate frogs.
Only one parcel remained.
Harry picked it up. It was incredibly light, curious. He unwrapped it slowly. A soft, shimmering fabric slipped from the wrapping and pooled onto the floor, glinting like liquid silver. Ron let out a sharp breath. "No way!"
"What?" Harry asked. Ron lowered his voice. "I've heard about these. If I'm right, that's incredibly rare and worth a fortune." "What is it?"
Harry lifted the strange material. It felt unlike anything he'd ever touched, smooth and shifting, almost like woven water.
"It's an invisibility cloak," Ron said, staring at it in awe. "I'm sure of it. Put it on."
Harry draped it over his shoulders.
Ron gasped. "It worked, look."
Harry glanced down. His feet had vanished. He hurried over to the mirror. His reflection showed only his head, floating in mid-air, while the rest of his body was gone. When he pulled the cloak over his head, even that disappeared completely. "Hey, there's something else!" Ron suddenly exclaimed. "A note, it must have fallen out." Harry pulled off the cloak at once and grabbed the letter. The handwriting was unfamiliar thin, curling and elegant. He read it silently. "Your father entrusted this to me before he died. It is time for it to be returned to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a very happy Christmas." There was no name at the end. Harry stared at the message, unsettled, across the room. Ron was still staring at the cloak in amazement.
"I'd trade anything for something like that," Ron said. "Seriously, anything. What's wrong?" "Nothing," Harry replied quickly, though his thoughts were racing. Who could have sent it? And was it really something that had once belonged to his father?
Before he could dwell on it any longer, the dormitory door burst open and Fred and George came charging in.
"Merry Christmas."
"Oi, Harry's got one too," Fred laughed, spotting the sweater. Both twins were wearing bright blue jumpers, one marked with a large yellow F, the other with a G. "His looks better than ours," Fred added, holding up Harry's green sweater for inspection. "Mum must try harder when it's not family." "Why aren't you wearing yours?" "Ron," George asked. "They're warm, put it on."
"I hate this colour," Ron grumbled, though he pulled the maroon sweater over his head anyway.
"You didn't get a letter on yours," George noted. "Guess she trusts you to remember your own name. Unlike us, we're clearly Greddon Forge."
"What's all this racket?"
Percy appeared in the doorway, looking irritated. He was holding his own newly unwrapped sweater when Fred snatched it from him.
Look at that P for prefect, Fred said. Come on, Percy, you're wearing it. I am not, Percy began, but the twins had already forced it over his head, knocking his glasses crooked.
And no sitting with the prefects today, George added. It's Christmas, you're with family. Between them, they hauled Percy out of the room, his arms trapped awkwardly in the thick sweater. Later, Harry found himself sitting down to the most incredible Christmas feast he had ever seen. The tables were overflowing golden roast turkeys, piles of potatoes, both roasted and boiled, platters of sausages, bowls of buttered peas, and gleaming gravy boats filled with rich sauces. Every few places along the table sat magical crackers, far more impressive than the flimsy ones Harry remembered from home. When Harry pulled one with Fred, it didn't just pop, it exploded with a bang like a cannon, filling the air with blue smoke. Out tumbled a naval officer's hat and a handful of squeaking white mice that scattered across the table. At the staff table, Dumbledore had abandoned his usual wizard's hat in favour of a brightly patterned bonnet, laughing heartily at something Professor Flitwick had just shared with him. After the main course came flaming Christmas puddings. Percy bit into his portion and nearly cracked a tooth on a silver sickle hidden inside, nearby. Hagrid was growing steadily more flushed as he called for another glass of wine. By the end of it, he leaned over and planted a cheerful kiss on Professor McGonagall's cheek. To Harry's astonishment, she actually laughed and turned pink, her hat slipping slightly to one side. When the feast finally ended, Harry staggered away from the table with his arms full of treasures from the crackers. Among them were glowing, non-bursting balloons, a bizarre kit for growing your own warts, and a brand new wizard chess set. The white mice that had appeared earlier were nowhere to be seen. Harry had a strong suspicion they might soon become Mrs. Norris's holiday meal. The afternoon was spent outside, where Harry and the Weasleys launched into an energetic snowball fight. By the time they trudged back inside, soaked, freezing, and breathless, the warmth of the Gryffindor common room felt especially welcoming. There, Harry tried out his new chess set only to be thoroughly defeated by Ron. He had a feeling Percy's constant help hadn't exactly improved his chances. Later, after stuffing themselves again with leftovers turkey sandwiches, crumpets, trifle, and rich Christmas cake, everyone was too drowsy to do much. Most of them lounged by the fire, watching Percy storm around the room in pursuit of Fred and George, who had stolen his prefect badge. It was, without question, the best Christmas Harry had ever experienced. Still, something lingered at the edge of his thoughts all day. It wasn't until he climbed into bed that it returned clearly, the cloak, and the mystery of who had sent it. Ron, stuffed with food and free of worries, fell asleep almost instantly after drawing his bed curtains. Harry, however, leaned over the side of his bed and pulled the cloak out from where he had hidden it.
His father's.
He let the fabric slip through his fingers. It felt impossibly smooth, lighter than anything he'd ever held, almost like it wasn't entirely solid. "Use it well," the note had said.
He couldn't resist. Quietly, Harry climbed out of bed and wrapped the cloak around himself. Looking down, he saw nothing but shadows where his body should have been. The sensation was strange, almost unreal.
"Use it well." All at once, he felt completely awake. With this cloak, the entire castle was open to him. A thrill ran through him as he stood there in the darkness. He could go anywhere, explore every hidden corner, and no one, not even Filch, would be able to catch him. Ron muttered something in his sleep. Chapter 13.
Nicholas Flamel.
After his conversation with Dumbledore, Harry made no further attempts to find the Mirror of Erist. Throughout the remainder of the Christmas break, the invisibility cloak stayed tucked away at the bottom of his trunk. Still, forgetting what he had seen proved far more difficult than ignoring the mirror itself. Sleep offered no escape. Night after night, the same dream returned, his parents vanishing in a burst of green light, accompanied by a chilling, high-pitched laugh echoing through the darkness. You know, Ron said after hearing about the nightmares, Dumbledore had a point. That mirror's bad news. It could really mess with your head. Hermione, who came back just before term resumed, reacted differently. She was horrified that Harry had been sneaking around the castle at night. If Filch had caught you, you'd have been in serious trouble. Yet at the same time, she couldn't hide her frustration that he hadn't uncovered anything about Nicholas Flamel. Their search continued, though with less optimism. Harry remained convinced he had encountered the name somewhere before, but none of them could recall where. Once classes restarted, their time was limited to brief searches between lessons, hardly enough to comb through the massive collection of books. Harry's schedule became even tighter as Quidditch training resumed. Oliver Wood pushed the team relentlessly. The shift from snow to cold, relentless rain didn't slow him down in the slightest. The Weasley twins grumbled that he was turning obsessive, but Harry didn't mind. In fact, he welcomed the exhaustion on nights after practice. His nightmares were less frequent. And there was plenty at stake. If Gryffindor managed to beat Hufflepuff in the next match, they would finally move ahead of Slytherin in the standings for the first time in years. During one particularly miserable practice, soaked, muddy, and cold, Wood's patience snapped. The twins had been swooping at each other mid-air, pretending to lose control for fun. "Will you two stop fooling around?" Wood shouted. "That kind of nonsense is exactly how we lose. And this time, Snape's refereeing. He'll be watching us like a hawk, just waiting for an excuse to penalize Gryffindor."
At that, George's joking grin vanished and he nearly toppled off his broom for real. Neville's problem wasn't just Malfoy. It was that he'd spent most of his time at Hogwarts feeling like the weakest person in the room. But things don't change if you keep stepping back. "Ron's right," Hermione said firmly. "If you don't say anything, he'll just keep doing it. You don't deserve that." Neville swallowed, still shaken, but something in his expression shifted. He didn't look brave exactly, but he looked like he was trying. "I'll think about it," he said.
Harry watched him go, feeling a bit uneasy. Malfoy was bad enough on a normal day, but lately things felt different. Between Snape's behavior, the mystery of Nicholas Flamel, and the upcoming match, it was like everything was tightening around them at once.
Ron leaned back in his chair. "Honestly, if Snape's refereeing, we're doomed."
"We're not doomed," said Hermione sharply. "Just because he doesn't like you doesn't mean he's going to break the rules in front of the whole school." Harry wasn't so sure. He remembered the way Snape had stared at him during the last match, unblinking, muttering under his breath.
"I'm still playing," Harry said quietly. "I have to." Ron nodded. "Then we'll just have to make sure you don't get killed." "Very reassuring," Harry muttered.
Hermione crossed her arms. "Then we prepare. No mistakes. No showing off. And Harry, you keep your eyes open for everything." That night, as Harry lay in bed, he didn't think about homework or even Quidditch tactics. His mind kept circling back to one thing.
Snape.
Whether he was after whatever the three-headed dog was guarding, or something else entirely, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the next match wasn't just about winning. Something was coming. No need to tell me I'm not brave enough to be in Gryffindor. Malfoy's already said that, Neville muttered, his voice trembling. Harry reached into his robe pocket and pulled out a chocolate frog, the very last one Hermione had given him for Christmas. He handed it to Neville, who looked like he might burst into tears. "You're worth 12 of Malfoy," Harry said firmly. "The Sorting Hat chose you for Gryffindor, didn't it? And where's Malfoy? In rotten Slytherin." Neville's lips twitched into a faint smile as he unwrapped the frog.
"Thanks, Harry. I think I'll go to bed. Do you want the card? You collect them, right?"
As Neville walked off, Harry glanced down at the famous wizard card. "Dumbledore again," he said. "He was the first one I ever—" He stopped suddenly, his eyes locked onto the back of the card. Then he looked up sharply at Ron and Hermione.
"I've found him," he whispered. "I've found Flamel. I told you I'd seen the name before I read it on the train. Listen to this. Dumbledore is particularly famous for defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, for discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and for his work in alchemy with his partner, Nicolas Flamel."
Hermione shot to her feet, more excited than Harry had seen her in ages. "Stay right there," she said, and dashed up to the girls' dormitory. Harry and Ron barely had time to exchange puzzled looks before she came racing back, clutching a huge, dusty old book.
"I can't believe I didn't check this," she said breathlessly. "I borrowed it weeks ago just for some light reading." "Light," Ron muttered, but Hermione shushed him, already flipping through the pages at high speed, muttering under her breath. At last, she stopped. "I knew it. I knew it."
"Are we allowed to talk yet?" Ron grumbled. Hermione ignored him.
"Nicolas Flamel," she said, dramatically, "is the only known maker of the Sorcerer's Stone."
That didn't have quite the reaction she expected. "The what?" Harry and Ron said together.
"Oh, honestly, don't you ever read?" Hermione said impatiently. "Here, read this."
She pushed the book toward them, and they read. "The ancient study of alchemy is concerned with the creation of the Sorcerer's Stone, a legendary substance of extraordinary power. It can turn any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, granting immortality to the drinker. There have been many reports of the Sorcerer's Stone throughout history," Harry read aloud, "but the only one known to exist today belongs to Nicolas Flamel, a famous alchemist and lover of opera. Flamel, who turned 665 last year, lives quietly in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, who is 658. Hermione looked triumphant when they finished reading. "See," she said, "that dog must be guarding Flamel's Sorcerer's Stone. I bet he asked Dumbledore to protect it. They're friends, and he must have known someone was trying to steal it. That's probably why it was moved out of Gringotts. A stone that turns metal into gold and makes you immortal," Harry said slowly. "No wonder Snape wants it. Anyone would. And that explains why we couldn't find Flamel in recent developments in wizardry," Ron added. "He's hardly recent if he's over 600 years old." The next morning, during Defense Against the Dark Arts, Harry and Ron were supposed to be copying notes about treating werewolf bites. Instead, they kept whispering about what they'd do if they had the Sorcerer's Stone.
"I'd buy my own Quidditch team," Ron said dreamily.
That was when Harry suddenly remembered.
"The match," he said under his breath. "Snape."
He turned to Ron and Hermione. "I'm playing. I have to. If I back out, Slytherin will think I'm scared of Snape. I'm not giving them that. If we win, that'll shut them up for good." "Let's just make sure you survive it first," Hermione said dryly. But as the match got closer, Harry's confidence didn't hold up as well as he'd hoped. No matter what he said out loud, his nerves kept building. The rest of the team wasn't exactly relaxed either. Beating Slytherin and moving ahead in the House Cup was a huge opportunity, something Gryffindor hadn't managed in 7 years. But with Snape as referee, no one trusted the game would be fair. Harry started noticing something else, too. He kept running into Snape in corridors, on staircases, outside classrooms, too often to be coincidence. Sometimes it even felt like Snape was watching him, waiting for a chance to catch him alone. Potions class became unbearable. Snape seemed to take special pleasure in humiliating Harry every week. Does he know? Harry wondered. Does he know we've figured out about the stone? It didn't seem possible, and yet. There were moments when Harry felt as though Snape could see straight into his thoughts. The afternoon of the match arrived too quickly. Outside the locker room, Ron and Hermione wished him luck, but Harry could tell by their faces that they were worried. Really worried. As if they weren't sure they'd see him again. Not exactly comforting. Inside, Wood was giving one of his usual intense speeches, but Harry barely heard a word. He pulled on his Quidditch robes, picked up his Nimbus 2000, and tried to ignore the knot tightening in his chest. Whatever happened out there, this wasn't going to be an ordinary match. Ron and Hermione had taken their seats in the stands beside Neville, though neither of them looked like they were there to enjoy the match. Neville kept glancing between them, puzzled he couldn't understand why they seemed so tense, or why both of them had brought their wands along. What Harry didn't know was that they'd been preparing for this, ever since seeing Malfoy use the leglocker curse. Ron and Hermione had secretly practiced it themselves. If Snape tried anything suspicious, they were ready. "Remember locomotor mortis," Hermione whispered, watching the field without blinking.
"I know," Ron muttered. "You don't have to keep saying it."
Back in the locker room, Wood pulled Harry aside.
"No pressure. Potter," he said quickly, "but if there was ever a time to catch the snitch early, it's now. End the match before Snape gets the chance to favour Hufflepuff too much."
Fred Weasley suddenly leaned out the door, squinting at the stands. "Blimey, the whole school's here. Even Hang-On Dumbledore's come to watch."
Harry froze.
"Dumbledore," he said, hurrying over to check for himself. Fred wasn't wrong. That long silver beard was unmistakable. Relief hit Harry like a wave. With Dumbledore there, everything felt different. There was no way Snape would dare try anything under his watch. Maybe that was why Snape looked so furious as the teams walked onto the pitch, a detail Ron noticed immediately. "I've never seen him look that nasty," Ron said to Hermione. "Look, they've started, ouch!" He jerked forward. Someone had jabbed him in the back of the head. It was Malfoy.
"Oh, sorry. Weasley," Malfoy drawled. "Didn't see you there."
He smirked at Crabbe and Goyle. "So, how long do we think Potter lasts on his broom this time? Anyone fancy a bet? You in? Weasley?"
Ron ignored him. Snape had just given Hufflepuff a penalty after George Weasley sent a bludger his way. Hermione, her fingers tightly crossed, stared up at the sky, tracking Harry as he circled high above the game, scanning for the snitch.
A few minutes later, Snape awarded Hufflepuff another completely unfair penalty. Malfoy raised his voice again. "You know how they picked the Gryffindor team?" he sneered. "They just choose people they feel sorry for. Potter no parents, the Weasleys no money. You should try out. Longbottom, you've got no brains."
Neville flushed deep red, but this time he didn't stay quiet. He turned to face Malfoy, his voice shaking. "I'm worth 12 of you, Malfoy."
Crabbe and Goyle burst out laughing, But Ron, still glued to the match, muttered, "Nice one. Neville." Malfoy smirked. "If brains were gold, Longbottom, you'd be poorer than Weasley, and that's saying something."
Ron's patience was already hanging by a thread. "I'm warning you, Malfoy, one more word." "Ron!" Hermione suddenly cried. "Harry!" "What? Where?" All at once. Harry plunged downward in a breathtaking dive. The crowd gasped, then erupted into cheers. Hermione jumped to her feet, her hands pressed to her mouth as Harry shot toward the ground like an arrow.
Malfoy laughed coldly. "Looks like your boy spotted some loose change on the ground. Weasley." Ron finally lost it before Malfoy could react. Ron lunged at him, knocking him flat and pinning him to the ground. Neville froze for a split second, then scrambled over the seats to join in. "Come on, Harry!" Hermione shouted, climbing onto her seat, completely focused on the match. She didn't even notice the chaos breaking out beneath her, Ron and Malfoy grappling. Neville tangled up with Crabbe and Goyle in a flurry of fists and shouts. High above, Harry was diving straight towards Snape at the last possible second. Snape twisted on his broom just in time to see a streak of red flash past him. A heartbeat later, Harry pulled up sharply, arm raised. The golden snitch glinted in his hand. The stadium exploded with noise, cheers, screams, stamping feet. It was deafening. No one could remember a match ending so quickly. "Ron, Ron, where are you? It's over. Harry's won. We've won. Gryffindor's in the lead." Hermione yelled, bouncing up and down, grabbing Parvati Patil in excitement. Harry dropped lightly from his broom, barely a foot above the ground. His mind spun. It was over already. He'd actually done it. The match had lasted only minutes. Gryffindor students flooded onto the pitch, lifting him up, cheering wildly through the crowd. Harry spotted Snape landing nearby, his face pale and rigid with anger. Then a hand rested gently on Harry's shoulder. He turned to see Professor Dumbledore smiling down at him. "Well done," Dumbledore said softly, so only Harry could hear. "I'm glad to see you've kept yourself occupied, rather than dwelling on that mirror." Snape, not far away, spat onto the grass in disgust. Later, when the celebrations had quieted, Harry left the locker room alone, carrying his Nimbus 2000 back to the broom shed. He felt lighter than ever before. For the first time, he'd truly earned something, not because of his name, but because of what he'd done. The air was cool and fresh. As he walked across the grass, everything replayed in his mind: the dive, the cheers, his teammates lifting him high in the distance. He remembered seeing Ron and Hermione celebrating Ron, cheering despite a bleeding nose. Harry reached the shed and leaned against the wooden door, looking up at the castle glowing in the evening light. Gryffindor was in the lead. He'd done it. He'd proven himself. And Snape. A sudden movement caught his eye. A cloaked figure slipped quickly down the castle steps, moving as if trying not to be seen. It headed straight toward the edge of the forbidden forest. Harry's happiness vanished in an instant. He recognized that walk. Snape, sneaking off while everyone else was at dinner. Something wasn't right. Without hesitating, Harry jumped back onto his broom and took off, gliding silently above the grounds. From the air, he watched Snape disappear into the shadows of the forest. Harry followed, The forest was too dense, thick branches and tangled leaves swallowed everything below. Harry circled lower and lower on his broom, skimming the treetops until faint voices drifted up through the darkness. He slowed, then glided silently toward the sound and landed in a tall beech tree. Carefully, he edged along a branch, clutching his broom, peering through the leaves. Below, in a dim clearing, stood Snape. But he wasn't alone. Quirrell was there too. Harry couldn't see Quirrell's face clearly, but his voice trembled worse than ever.
I don't know why you wanted to meet here of all places, Severus.
I thought it best to keep things private, Snape replied coldly. Students aren't meant to know about the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry leaned forward, barely daring to breathe. Quirrell muttered something, but Snape cut him off sharply. Have you figured out how to get past that creature Hagrid's guarding?
But Severus...
You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell, Snape said, stepping closer.
I don't know what you...
You know exactly what I mean. An owl hooted suddenly, making Harry nearly lose his balance. He clung to the branch just in time, straining to listen.
Your little bit of hocus-pocus, Snape was saying. I'm waiting. But I don't...
Very well, Snape snapped. We'll speak again soon when you've had time to think and decide where your loyalties lie. With that, he swept his cloak over his shoulders and strode out of the clearing. Quirrell remained behind, frozen, as if rooted to the spot.
Harry, where have you been? Hermione gasped. We won! You won, Ron shouted, pounding Harry on the back, and I gave Malfoy a black eye. Neville even tried to take on Crabbe and Goyle by himself. He's still out cold, but...
Chapter 14. Norbert the Norwegian Ridgeback. Quirrell, it seemed, possessed more courage than anyone had given him credit for. In the weeks that followed, he appeared increasingly pale and drawn, yet there was no sign he had given in. Whenever they passed the corridor on the third floor, Harry, Ron, and Hermione would pause, pressing their ears against the door to make sure Fluffy's low growl still rumbled from within. Snape continued to stalk the halls in a foul mood, which they took as reassurance that the stone remained untouched. Harry, when crossing paths with Quirrell, had taken to offering him small, encouraging smiles, while Ron had begun snapping at anyone who mocked Quirrell's stammer. Hermione, though, seemed far less concerned with the stone. Her attention had shifted entirely to her studies. She had begun creating detailed revision timetables and organizing her notes with meticulous color coding. Harry and Ron might have ignored it if she hadn't constantly pushed them to follow suit.
Hermione, exams are ages away, Ron protested. 10 weeks, she shot back sharply. That's hardly ages. It's practically nothing to someone like Nicholas Flamel.
But we're not hundreds of years old, Ron argued. Besides, what's the point? You already know everything. What's the point? Hermione exclaimed. Have you completely lost it? We have to pass these exams to move on to second year. They matter. I should have started revising weeks ago. I don't know what's wrong with me. Unfortunately, their teachers seemed to share Hermione's urgency. Homework piled up relentlessly, making the Easter holidays far less enjoyable than Christmas had been. Relaxation was nearly impossible with Hermione beside them, reciting the 12 uses of dragon's blood or practicing wand movements, groaning and exhausted. Harry and Ron spent most of their spare hours in the library with her, struggling to keep up.
I'm never going to remember all this, Ron groaned one afternoon, tossing aside his quill and gazing wistfully out the window. It was the first truly pleasant day in months, the sky a bright, cloudless blue, the air hinting at the approach of summer. Harry, absorbed in reading about dittany in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, barely noticed until Ron suddenly said, "Hagrid, what are you doing in here?"
Hagrid emerged from between the shelves, awkwardly trying to conceal something behind his back. In his heavy moleskin coat, he looked distinctly out of place. "Just having a look," he muttered, his tone oddly evasive, instantly catching their attention. "What about you lot?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "You're not still trying to find out about Nicholas Flamel, are you?" "We figured that out ages ago," Ron said proudly. "And we know what that dog's guarding. It's the sorcerers."
"Shh," Hagrid hissed, glancing around anxiously. "Keep your voice down. What's wrong with you?"
"There were a few things we wanted to ask," Harry said quietly, "about what's protecting the stone besides Fluffy."
"Shh," Hagrid cut in again. "Look, come see me later. I'm not saying I'll tell you anything. Mind, but don't go talking about it here. Students aren't meant to know. Folks will think I told you."
"All right," Harry said. "We'll come by later." Hagrid gave a final nervous glance around before shuffling away. "What do you think he was hiding?" Hermione murmured thoughtfully. "Could it have something to do with the stone?" "I'm going to check what section he was in," Ron said, clearly ready for a break from studying. A minute later, he returned with a stack of books and dropped them heavily onto the table. "Dragons," he breathed. "Hagrid's been reading up on dragons. Look, dragon species of Great Britain and Ireland, from egg to inferno. A dragon keeper's guide."
"Hagrid's always had a thing for dragons," Harry said. "He told me that the very first time we met." "But it's illegal," Ron replied at once. "The Warlocks Convention of 1709 banned dragon breeding. Everyone knows that. You can't just keep one in your garden. Muggles would notice straight away. And even if they didn't, dragons aren't exactly trainable. They're dangerous. You should see the scars Charlie's got from working with wild ones in Romania."
"There aren't any wild dragons in Britain, though, are there?" Harry asked.
"Of course there are," Ron said. "Common Welsh greens, Hebridean blacks. The Ministry spends half its time covering them up. Whenever a Muggle spots one, they have to step in and modify their memory."
"Then what is Hagrid planning?" Hermione said, frowning. An hour later, when they arrived at the gamekeeper's hut and knocked, they were puzzled to find every curtain drawn shut. Hagrid's voice called out, "Who's there?" Before he opened the door a crack. Once he recognized them, he hurried them inside and closed it quickly behind them. The heat inside was overwhelming. Despite the warm weather outside, a fierce fire roared in the grate. Hagrid busied himself making tea and offered them sandwiches filled with stoat, which they politely declined. "So," he said, settling down, "what do you want to ask me?" Harry decided not to waste time. "We were hoping you could tell us what's guarding the Sorcerer's Stone besides Fluffy." Hagrid's expression tightened.
"Can't do that," he said firmly. "First, I don't rightly know everything. Second, you lot already know far too much. Even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. That stone's here for a reason. Someone nearly got it out of Gringotts figured that out, have you? Still don't get how you even found out about Fluffy." "Oh, Hagrid," Hermione said gently, her tone warm and coaxing. "You might not want to tell us, but you must know you always know what's going on around here." His beard twitched slightly. He was clearly pleased. "We were only curious about who helped guard it," she continued. "Who Professor Dumbledore trusted besides you?"
Hagrid straightened, looking rather proud. "Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to mention a bit," he said, slowly. "Let's see. He borrowed Fluffy from me. Then a few of the teachers added their protections. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall. He counted them off on his fingers. Professor Quirrell, too. And of course, Dumbledore himself did something. Hold on, missed one. Oh yeah, Professor Snape.
Snape, they echoed. Yeah, you're not still suspecting him. Oh yeah, Hagrid said. Listen, Snape helped protect the stone. He's not about to go stealing it. Harry could tell Ron and Hermione had reached the same conclusion he had. If Snape had played a role in guarding the stone, then discovering the protection set by the other teachers would have been simple for him. Most likely, he knew nearly everything. Everything except, perhaps, Quirrell's enchantment and the secret to getting past Fluffy. You're the only one who knows how to get past Fluffy, all right? Hagrid, Harry asked, a note of urgency in his voice. And you wouldn't tell anyone, would you? Not even a teacher.
Not a single soul, Hagrid said with satisfaction, except me and Dumbledore. Well, that's something. At least, Harry murmured to the others. Then, raising his voice, he added, Hagrid, could you open a window? It's roasting in here.
Sorry, Harry, you can't do that, Hagrid replied. Harry noticed his eyes flick briefly toward the fire. Following his gaze, Harry turned to look as well. Hagrid, what is that?
But even as he asked, he already knew. Nestled deep within the flames, beneath the kettle, lay a large black egg.
Well, Hagrid muttered, tugging awkwardly at his beard.
Where did you get that? Ron demanded, dropping to his knees by the hearth for a closer look. It must have cost a fortune. Won it? Hagrid said. Last night, down in the village, had a few drinks, got into a card game with a stranger, reckon he was relieved to be rid of it, if you ask me. And what exactly are you planning to do with it once it hatches? Hermione asked.
Well, I've done a bit of research, said Hagrid, pulling a thick book from under his pillow. Got this from the library, Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit. Bit outdated, sure, but it's got all the basics. You keep the egg in the fire, see? The mothers breathe flames on 'em, and once it hatches, you feed it a mix of brandy and chicken blood every half hour. Oh, and look here, this tells you how to identify different types. This one's a Norwegian Ridgeback. Not many of those about.
He beamed with pride, clearly delighted, but Hermione looked deeply uneasy.
Hagrid, she said slowly, you do realize you live in a wooden house.
Hagrid either didn't hear or chose not to. He simply continued humming cheerfully as he poked at the fire. Now they had a new concern to add to their growing list. What would happen if someone discovered Hagrid was keeping an illegal dragon in his hut? Imagine having a quiet life for once, Ron muttered later, as they once again sat buried under piles of homework, evening after evening. They struggled to keep up. Hermione had even begun organizing study plans for Harry and Ron as well. It was driving them completely mad. One morning at breakfast, Hedwig swooped down beside Harry with another message from Hagrid. It contained just 2 words, "It's hatching." Ron immediately wanted to skip herbology and head straight for Hagrid's hut, but Hermione refused outright. Hermione? How often do you think we'll ever get the chance to watch a dragon hatch? Ron argued. We have classes, she insisted. We'll get into trouble, and that's nothing compared to what will happen to Hagrid if someone discovers what he's doing.
Keep your voice down, Harry hissed suddenly.
Malfoy stood only a short distance away, frozen mid-step, clearly listening. Harry's stomach tightened. He couldn't tell how much Malfoy had overheard. but the expression on his face was far from reassuring. Ron and Hermione continued bickering all the way to herbology. In the end, Hermione reluctantly agreed that they could visit Hagrid during the morning break. The moment the bell rang at the end of the lesson, all three dropped their tools and rushed across the grounds toward the forest's edge. Hagrid met them at the door, his face flushed with excitement.
"It's about to hatch," he said, ushering them quickly inside.
The egg sat on the table, its surface now marked with deep cracks. From within came a faint tapping sound, something shifting and pushing against the shell. They pulled their chairs closer, hardly daring to breathe.
Suddenly, there was a sharp, splitting noise. The shell broke apart, and the baby dragon tumbled onto the table.
It wasn't particularly attractive. Harry thought it resembled a crumpled black umbrella. Its wings, large and spiny, looked far too big for its thin, dark body. It had a long snout with flared nostrils, tiny horn buds, and bulging orange eyes. It gave a small sneeze spark shot from its nose. "Beautiful. Isn't he?" Hagrid whispered, reaching out to stroke its head. The dragon snapped playfully at his fingers, revealing sharp little teeth.
"See that? He recognizes his mother already," Hagrid said proudly. "Hagrid," Hermione said carefully, "how quickly do Norwegian ridgebacks grow?"
Hagrid opened his mouth to reply, but suddenly his expression changed. The colour drained from his face. He sprang up and hurried to the window.
"What is it?" Harry asked.
Someone was peeping through the curtains. A student. He's legged it back to the castle. Harry dashed outside and looked toward the grounds. Even from a distance, there was no mistaking who it was.
Malfoy.
He had seen the dragon. Over the following week, the sly smile that kept appearing on Malfoy's face made Harry, Ron, and Hermione deeply uneasy. They spent nearly all their free time shut away in Hagrid's dim hut, trying to convince him to act.
"You've got to get rid of it," Harry pleaded. "Let it go, set it free." "I can't," Hagrid said stubbornly. "He's too small, he wouldn't survive."
They turned to look at the dragon. In just a week, it had tripled in size. Thin streams of smoke curled constantly from its nostrils. Hagrid had practically abandoned his duties, too busy caring for it. The floor was littered with empty brandy bottles and scattered chicken feathers. "I've decided to name him Norbert," Hagrid said softly, gazing at the dragon with watery eyes. "He knows me now, look. Norbert, Norbert, where's your mommy?" "He's completely lost it," Ron whispered to Harry.
"Hagrid," Harry said firmly, raising his voice a little. "In a couple of weeks, Norbert's going to be bigger than your house. Malfoy could report you to Dumbledore any second." Hagrid chewed nervously on his lip. I know I can't keep him forever," he admitted. "But I can't just abandon him. I can't do that."
Harry suddenly snapped his fingers and turned to Ron. "Charlie!" Ron blinked. "You've gone mad too. I'm Ron."
"No, your brother Charlie," Harry said impatiently. "In Romania. He works with dragons. We could send Norbert to him. Charlie would know how to look after him and maybe even release him safely into the wild." Ron's face lit up. "That's brilliant. What do you think, Hagrid?"
After some hesitation, Hagrid finally agreed. They would send an owl to Charlie and ask for his help. The next week seemed to crawl by. Late Wednesday night found Harry and Hermione sitting alone in the common room, long after everyone else had gone to bed. The clock had just struck midnight when the portrait hole swung open. Ron climbed through, pulling off Harry's invisibility cloak as he entered. He had just come back from Hagrid's hut, where he'd been helping feed Norbert, who had already graduated to devouring crates of dead rats.
"He bit me," Ron said, holding up his hand, wrapped in a blood-stained cloth. I won't be able to write properly for days. Honestly, that dragon is the worst creature I've ever seen, but the way Hagrid talks about him, you'd think he was some adorable little pet. When it bit me, Hagrid told me off for scaring it, and when I left, he was singing it a lullaby.
A soft tapping sound came from the window.
Hedwig, Harry said, hurrying over to open it. She must have Charlie's reply.
They gathered close as Harry unrolled the letter. Dear Ron, hope you're well. Thanks for your message. I'd be happy to take the Norwegian Ridgeback off your hands, though getting him here won't be simple. I think the best option is to send him with some friends of mine who are visiting next week. The problem is, they mustn't be seen transporting an illegal dragon. Can you bring the Ridgeback up to the tallest tower at midnight this Saturday? They'll meet you there and take him away under cover of darkness.
Send word as soon as you can. Love, Charlie.
They exchanged glances. We've got the invisibility cloak, Harry said slowly. It shouldn't be too hard. I think it's big enough to hide two of us and Norbert. It said a lot about how dreadful the past week had been that Ron and Hermione didn't argue with Harry's plan. At this point, they were ready to do anything to get rid of Norbert and avoid Malfoy's interference. There was one complication, though. By the next morning, Ron's injured hand had swollen to twice its normal size. He hesitated to visit the hospital wing. What if Madame Pomfrey recognized it as a dragon bite? But by afternoon, he had no choice. The wound had turned an alarming shade of green, and it was clear Norbert's bite wasn't harmless. Harry and Hermione hurried to the hospital wing after classes and found Ron lying in bed, looking miserable.
It's not just my hand, he whispered, though that feels like it might drop off any second. Malfoy told Madame Pomfrey he needed to borrow one of my books just so he could come in here and laugh at me. He keeps hinting he knows what really bit me. I told her it was a dog, but I don't think she believes it. I shouldn't have hit him during the Quidditch match. That's why he's doing this.
They tried to reassure him. It'll all be sorted by Saturday at midnight, Hermione said. But instead of calming him, Ron suddenly shot upright, panic flooding his face. Saturday midnight, he croaked. Oh no, oh no. I just remembered Charlie's letter was inside that book Malfoy took. He'll know we're planning to get rid of Norbert. Harry and Hermione barely had time to react before Madame Pomfrey swept over and ordered them out, insisting Ron needed rest. It's too late to change anything now. Harry said once they were outside, we can't send another owl to Charlie in time. This might be our only chance. We'll just have to take the risk. Besides, we've got the invisibility cloak. Malfoy doesn't know about that. When they went to inform Hagrid, they found Fang, the boarhound, sitting outside with his tail bandaged. Hagrid spoke to them through a partially opened window. Better not come in, he said breathlessly. Norbert's going through a bit of a difficult phase, but I've got it under control. When they explained Charlie's plan, Hagrid's eyes grew watery, though that might also have been because Norbert had just bitten his leg.
Ow. It's all right, just got me boot, Hagrid said quickly. He's only playing just a baby, after all. Inside, the dragon thumped its tail against the wall, making the windows tremble.
As Harry and Hermione made their way back to the castle, they both felt the same thing. Saturday couldn't come soon enough. By the time the night arrived, they might have felt sorry for Hagrid having to part with Norbert if they hadn't been so anxious themselves. The sky was dark and overcast, and they reached the hut later than planned after being delayed by Peeves, who had been bouncing tennis balls off the entrance hall walls and blocking their way.
Inside, Hagrid had everything prepared. Norbert was already packed into a large crate, ready for the journey. He's got plenty of rats and a bit of brandy for the trip. Hagrid said thickly, and I tucked his teddy bear in there too.
Chapter 15. The Forbidden Forest. Things truly couldn't have gone more wrong. Filch escorted them down to Professor McGonagall's office on the first floor. They sat in silence, not daring to look at one another. Hermione was shaking visibly. Harry's mind raced, scrambling for excuses, stories, explanations. Anything but every idea felt weaker than the last. There was no way out this time. They had been caught completely. How could they have been so careless? Leaving the cloak behind it was unthinkable. There was no explanation Professor McGonagall would possibly accept for wandering the corridors at that hour, let alone climbing the astronomy tower, which was strictly off limits outside of lessons. And if Norbert and the cloak came into it, they might as well start packing their trunks. Harry had thought things couldn't get worse. He was mistaken. When Professor McGonagall finally entered, Neville was with her.
"Harry!" Neville exclaimed the moment he saw them. "I was trying to find you. I heard Malfoy saying he was going to catch you. He said you had a drag."
Harry shook his head
He said you had a drag.
Harry shook his head frantically, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Professor McGonagall had already understood enough. She looked furious, more terrifying, Harry thought, than Norbert himself.
"I am deeply disappointed," she said coldly, towering over them. "Mr. Filch informs me you were found on the astronomy tower at 1 o'clock in the morning. I suggest you explain yourselves immediately."
For once, Hermione said nothing. She stood perfectly still, staring down at her slippers. "I believe I already understand what has happened," Professor McGonagall continued. "It doesn't require much imagination. You invented some ridiculous story about a dragon to lure Draco Malfoy out of bed and into trouble. I have already dealt with him. And I suppose you find it amusing that Longbottom here heard the same tale and believed it." Harry glanced at Neville, trying silently to tell him that wasn't true. Neville looked crushed and confused. Poor Neville. Harry knew how much courage it must have taken for him to sneak out in the dark, all just to warn them. "I find this absolutely unacceptable," Professor McGonagall said, her voice cutting through the room. "4 students roaming the castle after curfew. This is beyond anything I've seen before. Miss Granger, I expected far better judgment from you. And you, Mr. Potter, I thought you valued your house more highly than this. All of you will serve detention? Yes. That includes you, Mr. Longbottom. Wandering the corridors at night is forbidden, especially now when it's particularly unsafe, and I will be deducting 50 points from Gryffindor."
50? Harry blurted, stunned. That alone would erase the...
50 each, Shikla.
"Professor, please."
"You don't get to argue this," she interrupted coldly. "Return to your dormitories immediately. I have never felt so disappointed in Gryffindor students." 1. Gryffindor dropped straight to the bottom. Any hope of winning the House Cup had vanished overnight. Harry felt sick, as if something had collapsed inside him. There was no way to. Sleep never came. Across the room, Neville's quiet sobbing stretched on for what felt like hours. Harry lay awake, staring into the dark, unable to offer even a single word of comfort. Morning felt like something to fear, not welcome. By breakfast, confusion had already begun. Students gathered around the giant hourglasses, whispering in disbelief. Gryffindor's points had plummeted. Surely it had to be Anne. But it wasn't long before. Harry Potter, the same Harry who had won them Quidditch matches, was now the reason they had fallen behind. He and a couple of other careless first-year. The shift was immediate. Where Harry had once been admired, he was now avoided or openly criticised. Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs joined in, frustrated that Gryffindor had ruined their chances of beating Slytherin. Students didn't even bother lowering their voices anymore. Fingers pointed. Insults followed him. Slytherin students, however, were delighted. They clapped mockingly as he passed, calling out, "Nick!"
Only Ron refused to.
"Give it a bit of time," he said. "People will move on. Fred and George have lost loads of points before, and everyone still likes them." "They've never lost 150 in one night," Harry replied quietly. Ron hesitated before admitting, "No, not that much." There was no fixing it now. Harry made a silent decision. No more sneaking around, no more getting involved in things that weren't his responsibility. The guilt weighed too heavily. In fact, he even went to Oliver Wood and offered to step down from the Quidditch team.
Step down. Wood exploded. And how is that supposed to help us? If you don't play, we lose our chance to win, and that's the only way we can earn those points back.
But the game didn't feel the same anymore. During practice, his teammates barely acknowledged him. When they did, they avoided his name entirely, referring to him simply as the Seeker, as if distancing themselves. Hermione and Neville were struggling as well. Their situation wasn't quite as harsh. Fewer people knew them, but they were still isolated. Conversation stopped when they approached. Hermione no longer raised her hand in class, keeping her focus on her work and avoiding attention altogether. Harry almost welcomed the approaching exams. The endless revision gave him something else to focus on, something that pushed his worries into the background. Together with Ron and Hermione, he kept a low profile, spending long hours buried in books recalling potion ingredients, drilling spells into memory, and revising dates of magical events and goblin uprisings. About a week before exams began, however, his decision to stay out of trouble was unexpectedly challenged. One afternoon, while returning alone from the library, he heard a faint, distressed sound coming from a classroom ahead. As he moved closer, a familiar voice reached him. Quirrell's.
No, not again. Please.
The tone was desperate, almost pleading, as if he were being pressured by someone. Harry edged nearer, heart pounding.
All right. Quirrell's voice broke into a sob.
Moments later, the door burst open and Quirrell hurried out. Fumbling with his turban, his face was ghostly pale, and he looked on the verge of tears. He rushed past without noticing Harry and disappeared down the corridor. Harry waited until the footsteps faded, then cautiously glanced inside the room. It was empty. At the far end, another door stood slightly open. He took a few steps toward it, then hesitated, remembering his promise to himself to stop interfering. Still, he would have wagered anything that Snape had just been in there, and judging by what he'd overheard, it seemed Quirrell had finally given in. When Harry returned to the library, Hermione was quizzing Ron on astronomy. He quickly told them what had happened. "So that's it, Snape succeeded," Ron said at once, "if Quirrell told him how to break through his protective spell." "But Fluffy's still there," Hermione pointed out. "Maybe Snape's figured that out too," Ron said, glancing around at the towering shelves. "There must be something in here about getting past a three-headed dog. So what's the plan, Harry?" Ron's eyes had that familiar spark again, but Hermione spoke before Harry could respond. "We should go straight to Dumbledore," she said firmly. "We should have done that from the start. If we try to handle this ourselves, we'll definitely get expelled." "We don't have any real evidence," Harry argued, Quirrell's too frightened to support us, and Snape can easily deny everything, say he had nothing to do with the troll or the third-floor corridor. Who do you think they'll believe, him or us? Everyone knows we dislike him. Dumbledore will think we're making it up. Filch won't help either. He'd probably be glad to see us thrown out. And we're not even supposed to know about the stone or Fluffy. Explaining that would just make things worse. Hermione looked uncertain now, though Ron still seemed eager. We could at least investigate a bit more.
No, Harry said firmly. We've already done more than enough of that.
He pulled a chart of Jupiter closer and forced himself to concentrate on memorizing the names of its moons. The next morning, as they sat at breakfast, identical notes were delivered to Harry, Hermione, and Neville. Your detention will take place at 11 o'clock tonight. Please report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall, Professor McGonagall. Amid everything that had happened, Harry had almost forgotten about their detention. He expected Hermione to complain about losing valuable study time, but she said nothing. Like him, she seemed to accept that this was something they had earned. At 11 that night, Harry, Hermione, and Neville left the common room after saying good-night to Ron and made their way down to the entrance hall. Filch was already waiting for them, and Malfoy stood beside him. Only then did Harry remember that Malfoy had been given detention as well. "Come along," Filch said, lighting a lantern before leading them outside. "Perhaps this will teach you to think twice before breaking school rules," he sneered. "Hard labor and a bit of suffering. Those are the finest lessons, if you ask me. Shame they don't use the old punishments anymore. Hanging students by their wrists for a few days now that made an impression. Still got the chains in my office, nicely oiled, just in case." He gave a twisted smile. "Right. Off we go, and don't even think about running. You'll regret it if you try." They followed him across the dark grounds. Neville kept sniffling quietly. Harry couldn't help wondering what kind of punishment awaited them. Whatever it was, it had to be awful. Filch looked far too pleased. The moon lit their path, but drifting clouds kept plunging them into shadow. In the distance, the faint glow of Hagrid's hut came into view. Then a voice called out,
"That you, Filch? Hurry up, I'm ready to begin."
Relief flickered through Harry. Working with Hagrid couldn't be that bad, but Filch caught the expression on his face.
"Think this'll be enjoyable, do you?" he said, coldly. "Think again. Boy, you're heading into the forest, and I doubt all of you will come back in one piece."
Neville let out a small, frightened sound. Malfoy stopped abruptly. "The forest," he repeated, his usual confidence faltering. "We can't go in there at night. There are all sorts of things. Werewolves, for one." Neville clutched Harry's sleeve, barely able to speak.
"That's your concern, isn't it?" Filch replied gleefully. "Should have thought about that before getting yourselves into trouble."
Hagrid emerged from the darkness, Fang trotting beside him. A large crossbow rested in his hands, with a quiver of arrows slung over his shoulder.
"Finally," Hagrid said. "Been waiting half an hour. You all right, Harry, Hermione?" "They're not here for a friendly visit," Filch said sharply. "They're being punished." "That why you're late?" Hagrid frowned. "Too busy lecturing 'em. That's not your job. You've done your part. I'll take it from here."
"I'll be back at dawn," Filch said, with a nasty grin, "to see what's left of them." Then he turned and disappeared toward the castle, his lantern bobbing in the darkness. Malfoy stepped forward, his voice tight with unease. "I'm not going into that forest." "You are if you want to stay at Hogwarts," Hagrid said firmly. "You broke the rules, now you face the consequences." "This is servants' work," Malfoy protested. Students shouldn't have to do this. I thought we'd be writing lines or something. If my father knew—"
"This is Hogwarts," Hagrid cut in, his tone hardening. "Writing lines doesn't help anyone. You'll do something useful or you can leave. If you think your father would rather you were expelled, then go on, head back to the castle and pack your things."
Malfoy glared at him but didn't move. After a moment, he dropped his eyes.
"Right," Hagrid said, his voice turning serious. "Now listen carefully. What we're about to do is dangerous. I don't want anyone taking risks. Come over here, I'll explain." Hagrid guided them to the forest's edge. Raising his lantern, he indicated a thin, twisting trail that vanished into the dense darkness of the trees. A faint wind stirred the leaves and brushed through their hair as they stared into the shadows. "See that?" Hagrid said, pointing. "That silvery glow on the ground? That's unicorn blood. There's one in there that's been badly injured. Something attacked it. Second time this week. 2, I found another one dead a few days ago. We're going in to try and find it. Might have to end its suffering." "And what if whatever attacked it is still out there?" Malfoy asked, his voice tight with unease.
"Nothing in this forest will touch you if you're with me or Fang," Hagrid replied. "Stick to the path, and you'll be fine. We'll split up, cover more ground that way. There's blood all along the trail. The poor thing's been wandering around for hours."
"I'm going with Fang," Malfoy said quickly, eyeing the dog's sharp teeth.
"Suit yourself," Hagrid said, though he's not as brave as he looks. "Right then, Harry and Hermione. You're with me. Draco, Neville. You take Fang and head the other way. If you find anything, send up green sparks. If you're in danger, red sparks. Everyone understand? Good. Let's move." The forest swallowed them almost immediately. It was dark and eerily quiet. Soon the path split in two. Harry, Hermione, and Hagrid went left, while Malfoy and Neville disappeared to the right. They moved carefully, scanning the ground. Occasionally, moonlight broke through the branches above, illuminating streaks of shimmering silver-blue blood scattered across the leaves. Harry noticed Hagrid's tense expression.
"Could it be a werewolf?" Harry asked quietly.
"Unlikely," Hagrid muttered. "Unicorns are fast. Powerful creatures, not easy prey. I've never known one to be attacked like this before." They passed an old tree stump covered in moss. Somewhere nearby, water trickled softly, perhaps a stream. The trail of blood continued, marking their path deeper into the forest.
"You holding up, Hermione?" Hagrid asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, it can't have gone far in that condition. We'll find it soon, and then get down."
Without warning, Hagrid grabbed them both and pulled them behind a massive oak tree. In one swift motion, he loaded his crossbow and aimed into the darkness. They froze, listening. A strange sound crept through the forest, something sliding over dry leaves, like fabric dragging along the ground. Hagrid narrowed his eyes, peering down the path. After a few tense seconds, the noise faded into silence. "I thought so," he muttered. "There's something out here that shouldn't be."
"A werewolf," Harry whispered. "No," Hagrid said grimly. "That wasn't a werewolf, and it wasn't a unicorn either. Stay close."
They moved forward again, slower now, every sense alert. Then, in a clearing ahead, something shifted.
"Who's there?" Hagrid called sharply. "Show yourself, I'm armed." A figure stepped into view.
At first, it was hard to make sense of it. The upper body was human, a man with red hair and a beard, but from the waist down, it was unmistakably a horse. Its coat gleamed chestnut in the dim light, and a long reddish tail flicked behind it. Harry and Hermione stared, stunned. unable to believe what they were seeing. "Oh, it's you, Ronan," Hagrid said, clearly relieved. "How have you been?" He stepped forward and greeted the centaur with a firm handshake. "Good evening, Hagrid," Ronan replied in a low, mournful tone. "Were you intending to shoot me?" "Can't take chances these days," Hagrid answered, tapping his crossbow. "There's something dangerous roaming the forest. Oh, these are students from the school, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, and this here is Ronan, a centaur."
"We gathered that," Hermione said quietly.
"Greetings," Ronan said, turning his gaze toward them. "So, you are students. Tell me, do you learn much where you study?" Well, Hermione hesitated.
"A little," she said at last. "A little," Ronan echoed thoughtfully. "Better than nothing." He tilted his head back and fixed his eyes on the sky. "Mars burns brightly tonight." "Right," Hagrid muttered, glancing upward as well. Anyway, I'm glad we ran into you. Ronan, there's been a unicorn attacked. Seen anything?"
Ronan didn't respond at once. He continued staring upward, as if the answer might be written among the stars. Then he spoke slowly. "The innocent are always the first to suffer. It has ever been so."
"Yes. All right," Hagrid said. "A bit impatient now, but have you noticed anything strange around here? Anything unusual?"
"Mars is very bright tonight," Ronan repeated.
"I meant something closer to the ground," Hagrid pressed. "Haven't you seen anything out of the ordinary?"
Ronan paused again before replying. "The forest does not reveal its secrets easily." A sudden rustle behind him made Hagrid raise his crossbow again, but another centaur soon stepped into view. This one had dark hair and a more restless, intense presence.
"Evening, Bane," Hagrid said.
"Good evening, Hagrid," Bane replied. "I trust you are well." "Well enough. Listen, I was just asking Ronan, have either of you noticed anything unusual? A unicorn." Chapter 16. Through the Trapdoor. Looking back later, Harry would never fully understand how he made it through his exams at all. Every time he sat down to write, part of him expected the door to burst open and Voldemort to appear without warning. Still, the days dragged forward and nothing happened. Fluffy, as far as anyone could tell, remained safely locked behind the forbidden door. The weather had turned oppressively hot, especially in the large hall where they sat their written tests. For the exams, they were issued brand new quills enchanted to prevent cheating, no chance of sneaking answers with those. The practical tests were no easier, one by one. They were called into Professor Flitwick's classroom and asked to perform simple charms, like making a pineapple dance across a table in Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall had them transform mice into snuff boxes, awarding marks for elegance, but deducting them if any trace of whiskers remained. Meanwhile, Snape hovered close during potions, making everyone uneasy as they struggled to brew a proper forgetfulness draught under his watchful eye. Harry tried to focus, despite the sharp pains that kept flaring in his forehead ever since the night in the forest. Neville assumed it was just nerves from the exams, especially since Harry had trouble sleeping. But the truth was far worse. The nightmares had returned, more vivid than before, now haunted by the image of a hooded figure streaked with blood. Ron and Hermione, not having witnessed what Harry had, didn't seem nearly as consumed by fear. Voldemort frightened them, of course, but he didn't invade their dreams or send pain shooting through their heads. They were too busy revising to dwell on it for long. And concerns about Snape or the stone seemed to fade behind piles of notes and textbooks. At last came their final test. History of magic. One long hour of writing about eccentric old wizards and their inventions, self-stirring cauldrons and the like, and then they would be done. A full week of freedom awaited them before the results were announced. When Professor Binns, drifting at the front of the room, instructed them to put down their quills and roll up their parchment, Harry joined the others in a burst of relieved cheering. "That was much easier than I expected," Hermione said, as they stepped out into the bright sunshine with the rest of the students. All that revision on the 1637 werewolf code and Elfric the Eager was completely unnecessary. Hermione immediately began going over answers in her head, but Ron refused to listen. He claimed it made him feel queasy. Instead, they wandered down to the lake and collapsed beneath a tree nearby. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were amusing themselves by prodding the tentacles of the giant squid lounging lazily in the shallow water.
"No more revision," Ron said contentedly, stretching out on the grass. "Come on, Harry, cheer up. We've got a whole week before we even hear the results. No point stressing now."
Harry didn't respond. He was pressing his fingers against his forehead.
"I just wish I knew what this means," he said suddenly, frustration creeping into his voice. "My scar keeps hurting. It's happened before, but never this often." "You should see Madame Pomfrey," Hermione suggested at once. "I'm not sick," Harry replied. "It feels like a warning, like something bad is about to happen."
Ron, overheated and relaxed, didn't seem concerned.
"Harry, you're overthinking it," he said. "Hermione's right. The stone's perfectly safe with Dumbledore around, and we don't even know for sure that Snape figured out how to get past Fluffy. He nearly lost a leg last time. He's not going to risk that again anytime soon. Besides, Hagrid would never let anything happen. Neville's got a better chance of playing for England than Hagrid has of betraying Dumbledore."
Harry gave a small nod, but the uneasiness remained. There was a nagging sense in the back of his mind, like he'd forgotten something important, something he should have realized already. When he tried to explain it, Hermione waved it off. "That's just leftover exam stress," she said. "I woke up last night halfway through revising Transfiguration before I remembered we'd already finished it." But Harry knew this feeling wasn't about exams. He watched an owl glide across the clear sky toward the castle, a letter clutched in its beak. Hagrid was the only person who ever wrote to him. Hagrid would never betray Dumbledore. He would never reveal how to get past Fluffy. Never. But then Harry sprang to his feet. "Where are you going?" Ron asked lazily.
"I've just realized something," Harry said, his face suddenly pale. "We need to see Hagrid, now!"
"What is it?" Hermione asked, hurrying after him. "Doesn't it seem strange to you," Harry said, racing up the slope, "that Hagrid has always wanted a dragon and then, out of nowhere, someone shows up with a dragon egg who just walks around carrying something like that, especially when it's illegal? It's too convenient. Don't you see? That person must have been looking for Hagrid specifically. Why didn't I notice before?"
"What are you getting at?" Ron called after him.
But Harry didn't answer. He was already running flat out across the grounds toward the edge of the forest. Hagrid was lounging in a chair outside his hut, sleeves rolled up and trouser legs folded, calmly popping peas from their pods into a large bowl.
"Ah, there you are," he said cheerfully. "All done with exams. Then, fancy a drink?" "Yeah, sure," Ron began, but Harry cut across him sharply. "No, we can't stay. Hagrid, I need to ask you something. That night you got Norbert, what did the man you were playing cards with look like?" Hagrid shrugged. Couldn't say. He never took off his cloak.
The three of them stared at him. "Well, it's not that odd," Hagrid added, noticing their expressions. You see all sorts in the Hog's Head, that pub down in the village. Could have been someone dealing in dragons. Maybe. Never saw his face, kept the hood up the whole time. Harry sank down beside the bowl of peas, his voice tight. What did you talk about? Did Hogwarts come up at all? Maybe, Hagrid said slowly, trying to recall. Yeah, he asked what I did, so I told him I was gamekeeper here. Then he got curious about the creatures I look after. So I told him a bit, and I mentioned I'd always wanted a dragon. He paused, frowning. After that it's a bit fuzzy. He kept buying me drinks. Oh, right then he said he had an egg, and we could play cards for it if I liked. But he wanted to make sure I knew what I was doing. Didn't want it ending up with just anyone, so I told him, after dealing with Fluffy, a dragon wouldn't be much trouble. Harry's heart skipped. Did he ask about Fluffy? He said carefully. Well, yeah, Hagrid replied. Not many people come across a three-headed dog, even here. So I told him Fluffy's easy enough. If you know the trick, just play a bit of music and he falls asleep straight away.
Hagrid froze. His face drained of colour. I shouldn't have said that, he gasped. Forget it. Forget I ever told you. Hey, where are you going?
But Harry had already leapt to his feet. Ron, and Hermione ran back toward the castle without another word. They didn't stop until they reached the entrance hall, which now felt cold and shadowy compared to the bright grounds outside. We have to find Dumbledore, Harry said at once. Hagrid just told someone how to get past Fluffy, and that someone was either Snape or Voldemort in disguise. It would have been easy once Hagrid was drunk. We need to warn him. Maybe Firenze can confirm it. If Bane doesn't interfere, where's Dumbledore's office? They glanced around helplessly, as if expecting directions to appear out of nowhere. None of them had ever been told where his office was, and they didn't know anyone who had visited him. We'll just have to, Harry began. What exactly are you three doing here? Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the hall. She was approaching, carrying a stack of books. We need to see Professor Dumbledore, Hermione said, her voice steadier than the others felt. Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall repeated. Clearly suspicious, and why would that be? Harry hesitated. His mind raced. It's something confidential, he said at last, then immediately regretted it. Her expression sharpened. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago, she said crisply. He received an urgent message from the Ministry of Magic and departed for London at once. He's gone, Harry said. Panic rising! Right now! Professor Dumbledore is an extremely busy wizard. Potter, his time is in high demand. But this can't wait, Harry insisted. You believe your matter is more urgent than business from the Ministry itself, McGonagall replied coolly. Professor, please, Harry said suddenly, abandoning all caution. It's about the Sorcerer's Stone. McGonagall clearly hadn't been expecting that. The book slipped from her arms and fell to the floor, but she didn't seem to notice. How do you know about that? She demanded, her voice sharp with surprise. Professor, I think someone is planning to steal it, Harry said quickly. I need to speak to Professor Dumbledore immediately. She studied him closely. Her expression caught somewhere between disbelief and suspicion. Professor Dumbledore will return tomorrow, she said at last. And I have no idea how you discovered anything about the stone, but you can rest assured it is perfectly secure. No one can get to it. But that will do. Potter, she interrupted firmly. She bent to collect her fallen books. I suggest you all go outside and enjoy the weather. They didn't move. It's happening tonight, Harry said in a low voice once she had gone.
Snape's going to make his move. He's figured everything out and now Dumbledore's been lured away. That message must have been fake. The Ministry's going to be very surprised when he shows up. But what are we supposed to do? Ron began.
Hermione suddenly gasped. Harry and Ron spun around. Snape was standing right behind them. "Good afternoon," he said softly. None of them spoke. "You really ought to be outside on a day like this," he continued, a strange smile tugging at his lips. "We were just Harry started, but had no idea how to finish." "You should be careful," Snape said smoothly. "Lurking about like this invites suspicion, and Gryffindor can hardly afford to lose any more points. Can it?" Harry felt his face burn. They turned to leave, but Snape's voice stopped them again. "Take this as a warning, Potter," he said. "If I catch you wandering the corridors at night again, I will personally see to it that you are expelled. Good day." He swept past them toward the staff room.
Once outside on the stone steps, Harry turned to Ron and Hermione, his voice urgent.
"All right, this is what we do. One of us needs to keep watch on Snape. Wait outside the staff room and follow him if he comes out. Hermione, that should be you."
"Why me?" she asked. "Isn't it obvious?" Ron said. "You can pretend you're waiting for Flitwick," something like he pitched his voice higher. "Oh, Professor Flitwick, I'm so worried I got question 14 wrong." "Oh, very funny," Hermione snapped, but she nodded. "Fine, I'll do it."
"Good," Harry said. "Ron and I will head for the third-floor corridor and keep an eye on things there. Come on." "So you imagine yourselves clever enough to outwit powerful enchantments?" she snapped, her voice sharp with anger. "I've had enough of this. If I hear you've come anywhere near this corridor again, I will deduct another 50 points from Gryffindor. Yes, Weasley, even from my own house." There was no arguing with her. The two boys retreated in silence to the common room. Harry had just begun to say, "At least Hermione's keeping an eye on Snape," when the portrait swung open and Hermione rushed in.
"I'm sorry," she gasped, clearly shaken. "Snape came out and saw me waiting. I told him I was looking for Professor Flitwick, but then he actually went to fetch him. I had to run. I've no idea where Snape went after that."
Harry stood very still. Something in his expression changed, his face drained of colour, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. "That settles it," he said quietly. "I'm going tonight. I'll reach the stone before he does."
Ron stared. "You've lost your mind."
"You can't," Hermione added. "After everything McGonagall said, you'll be expelled."
"So what?" Harry shot back. "Louder now, don't you see what's at stake? If Snape gets the stone, Voldemort comes back. This school won't matter anymore, none of it will. He'll destroy everything or turn it into something dark. House points won't mean anything then."
They fell silent as he went on, voice tight with emotion. "If I'm caught, fine, I'll be sent away. But I won't just sit and wait for him to return stronger. I'm not going to let that happen. Not after what he did to my parents." For a moment, no one spoke. Then Hermione nodded slowly. "You're right," she said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "I'll use the invisibility cloak," Harry continued. "Good thing I still have it." Ron frowned. "Will it fit all three of us?" Harry blinked. "All three?" Ron gave him a look. "You didn't think we'd let you go alone, did you?"
"Obviously not," Hermione said briskly. "You'd never get through everything without help. I'll check my notes, there might be something useful."
Harry hesitated. "If we're caught, you'll be expelled too." Hermione straightened. "Not if I can help it. Besides, I doubt they'd throw me out after I scored 112% on my exam." That evening, the three of them sat apart from the others. tension hanging over them. No one approached Harry's fall from favour had seen to that, for once. He didn't care. Hermione flipped rapidly through her notes, searching for anything that might help. Ron and Harry remained quiet, each lost in thought about what lay ahead. Gradually, the common room emptied as students drifted off to bed.
Time, Ron muttered once the last person left.
Harry slipped upstairs into the dark dormitory. He pulled out the invisibility cloak and then paused, spotting something on his bedside table. The flute Hagrid had given him for Christmas. He picked it up and tucked it into his pocket. If music could lull Fluffy to sleep, it might be their only way through.
Singing, however, was not an option tonight. Harry dashed back into the common room, breath quick with urgency.
"We should put the cloak on now," he said. "Better check it hides all of us if Filch sees a pair of feet walking around on their own. We're finished." "What are you lot up to?" The voice came from the shadows. Neville stepped forward from behind an armchair, clutching Trevor, who looked as though he'd just been recaptured mid-escape.
"Nothing," Harry said quickly, shoving the cloak behind him.
Neville didn't look convinced. His eyes moved from one face to another, taking in their obvious tension. "You're sneaking out again," he said.
"No, we're not," Hermione replied too fast. "Really? Neville, you should go to bed."
Harry glanced at the clock. Every second mattered. Snape could already be on his way. "You can't leave," Neville insisted. "Moving closer, you'll get caught and Gryffindor will lose even more points." "This isn't about house points," Harry said, trying to stay calm. "It's important." But Neville's expression hardened. He rushed to block the portrait hole, planting himself firmly in their path.
"I won't let you," he said, voice shaking but determined. "I'll stop you if I have to." "Neville, move," Ron snapped. "Don't be stupid."
"Don't call me stupid," Neville shot back. "You said I should stand up to people, and that's what I'm doing."
"Not to us," Ron groaned. "You've got no idea what's going on."
He stepped forward. Neville dropped Trevor, who hopped away unnoticed. "Go on, then," Neville said, raising his fists. "Try it." Harry turned helplessly to Hermione. "Do something." Hermione stepped closer, her face tight with regret.
"Neville," she said softly, "I'm really sorry."
She lifted her wand.
"Petrificus totalis."
Neville's body locked instantly, arms stiff at his sides, legs pressed together. He wobbled for a second before toppling forward, rigid as a plank. Hermione hurried to roll him over. His face was frozen, only his eyes darted wildly, full of shock.
"What did you do?" Harry whispered.
"It's a full body bind," she said quietly. "He'll be fine, I think."
"I'm sorry, Neville," Harry added. "We didn't have a choice."
"You'll understand later," Ron muttered as they stepped over him and pulled the invisibility cloak around themselves. Still, leaving Neville lying there didn't feel right. The castle seemed different now. Every shadow stretched too far. Every faint noise made them flinch. A rustle sounded like footsteps. A whisper of wind felt like someone watching. Near the first staircase, they spotted Mrs. Norris lurking.
"Let's just kick her," Ron whispered.
Harry shook his head. They edged past carefully. The cat's glowing eyes followed them, but she made no sound. They climbed on without incident until they reached the staircase to the third floor. Peeves hovered halfway up, tugging at the carpet, clearly hoping to trip someone.
"Who's that?" he called, suddenly, squinting. I know you're there, even if I can't see you. Ghost, ghoul, sneaky little student.
He drifted higher, peering into the air around them. Perhaps I should fetch Filch, he said, grinning. Something's creeping about unseen.
Harry acted on instinct.
Chapter 17. The Man with Two Faces. Standing before Harry was none other than Quirinus Quirrell.
You, Harry blurted, stunned.
Quirrell gave a composed smile, no stutter, no nervous twitch. Yes, me, he replied evenly. I had a feeling we might meet here. Potter. Harry shook his head, trying to process it, but I thought it was Snape. Severus. Quirrell let out a sharp, humourless laugh. He does fit the part, doesn't he? Always lurking about like some oversized bat. Very convenient. Everyone suspects him, while no one pays attention to the timid, stuttering professor. Harry's mind reeled.
That's not possible. Snape tried to kill me. No, Quirrell corrected coldly. That was me. Your friend Miss Granger knocked me over when she rushed to set Snape on fire during the Quidditch match. It broke my concentration. A few seconds more, and you'd have fallen off your broom. Harry stared. Snape was saving me. Of course, Quirrell said. Why do you think he insisted on refereeing your next match? He wanted to keep an eye on me. Quite ironic. Really, he made himself unpopular trying to protect you, and all for nothing. Tonight, you die anyway.
With a snap of his fingers, ropes appeared from thin air and bound Harry tightly. You've been far too curious, Potter, Quirrell went on. Sneaking around on Halloween, how was I to know what you'd seen?
You let the troll in, Harry demanded. Naturally, I have a knack for handling trolls. You saw the one earlier. But while everyone else was distracted, Snape went straight to the third floor. He suspected me from the start. Unfortunately, neither the troll nor that three-headed dog managed to finish the job.
Quirrell turned away, his attention shifting.
Now be quiet, he said. I need to study this.
Only then did Harry notice what stood behind him, the Mirror of Erist. So this is it, Quirrell murmured, circling the mirror. The key to the stone, clever. Dumbledore, very clever. But he's gone. By the time he returns, I'll be long gone as well.
Harry's heart pounded. He had to keep Quirrell distracted. I saw you with Snape in the forest, he said quickly. Yes, Quirrell replied absently. By then he was already suspicious, trying to figure out how far I'd gotten. He attempted to intimidate me, foolish, really, considering I serve Lord Voldemort.
Quirrell stepped in front of the mirror again, eyes fixed on it.
I see it. I'm giving the stone to my master, but where is it? Harry struggled against the ropes, but they held firm.
Snape always hated me, he said, forcing the conversation to continue.
Oh, he did, Quirrell said lightly. He knew your father. They despised each other, but he never wanted you dead.
Harry swallowed. A few days ago, I heard you crying. I thought Snape was threatening you. For a brief moment, fear flickered across Quirrell's face. Sometimes, he admitted quietly, it is difficult to follow my master's orders. He is powerful, and I am not. Harry's eyes widened. You mean he was there? In the room with you? He is always with me, Quirinus Quirrell said in a low voice. I first encountered him during my travels abroad. Back then, I was naive, filled with childish beliefs about right and wrong. Lord Voldemort opened my eyes. There is no such thing as good or evil, only power, and those too weak to pursue it. He shuddered slightly.
I have served him ever since, though I have disappointed him more than once. He does not tolerate failure. When I failed to take the stone from Gringotts Wizarding Bank, he was furious. He punished me and decided to keep a closer watch on me.
His voice faded.
Meanwhile, Harry's thoughts raced. A memory struck him, his visit to Diagon Alley. He had seen Quirrell that very day, even shaken his hand at the leaky cauldron. How had he missed it?
Quirrell muttered angrily to himself.
I don't understand. The stone hidden inside the mirror. Should I smash it?
Harry's mind spun faster. If I want the stone more than anything, then the mirror should show me finding it and where it is. He tried to shift sideways, hoping to glance into the mirror without being noticed, but the ropes around his legs tripped him, and he fell. Quirrell didn't even look at him.
What does this mirror do? Quirrell whispered. How does it work? Help me. Master. Then, to Harry's horror, a voice answered, cold and whispering, and it seemed to come from Quirrell himself. Use the boy, use the boy.
Quirrell spun around.
Yes, of course. He clapped once. The ropes binding Harry vanished instantly. Potter, come here.
Harry stood up slowly.
Come closer, Quirrell said. Look into the mirror. Tell me what you see. Heart pounding? Harry stepped forward. I have to lie, he told himself. Just look and lie.
Quirrell moved in behind him. Harry caught a strange smell coming from the professor's turban. He shut his eyes for a moment, then opened them as he faced the mirror of Erist.
At first, he saw only his own pale, frightened reflection.
Then the image changed. The reflection smiled. It slipped a hand into its pocket and pulled out a deep red stone, the sorcerer's stone. It winked, tucked it away again. And at that exact moment, Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket.
He had it. The stone was actually his.
Well, Quirrell demanded sharply, what do you see? Harry forced himself to stay calm.
I see myself shaking hands with Albus Dumbledore, he said quickly. I've won the House Cup for Gryffindor.
Quirrell swore under his breath. Step aside, Quirinus Quirrell ordered.
As Harry moved, he felt the Philosopher's Stone pressing against his leg. For a split second, he considered running.
But a thin, chilling voice cut through the air, even though Quirrell's lips hadn't moved.
He lies. Potter, come back! Quirrell snapped. Tell me the truth. What did you see?
Then the voice spoke again, colder, more commanding.
Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength, enough for this.
Harry froze. As if rooted to the ground, he could only watch as Quirrell slowly unwound his turban. It slipped away, and then Quirrell turned around. Harry tried to scream, but no sound came. Where the back of Quirrell's head should have been, there was a face, ghastly pale, with burning red eyes and snake-like slits for nostrils.
Harry Potter, whispered Lord Voldemort. Harry's legs refused to move. Look at what I have become, the face murmured. A shadow, a fragment. I exist only when I share another's body. But there are always those willing to serve me, to let me in.
It continued softly. Unicorn blood has sustained me. You saw Quirrell drinking it in the forest, and once I possess the elixir of life, I shall return fully. Now, give me the stone in your pocket." So he knew.
Strength surged back into Harry's limbs. He stumbled backward. "Don't be foolish," Voldemort hissed. "Join me, or suffer the same fate as your parents. They died begging for mercy." "Liar!" Harry shouted.
Quirrell advanced on him, moving backward so Voldemort could still see. "How touching," Voldemort whispered. "Your parents were brave. Your father fought. Your mother tried to protect you, but her sacrifice need not be wasted. Give me the stone."
"Never."
Harry lunged toward the flames, but Voldemort screamed.
"Seize him."
Quirrell grabbed Harry's wrist.
Instantly, searing pain shot through Harry's scar. His head felt like it would split apart, but Quirrell suddenly recoiled, crying out, his fingers blistered, skin burning as if scorched. "Seize him!" Voldemort shrieked again.
Quirrell attacked once more, knocking Harry down and clutching his throat, but again he screamed in agony.
My hands, my hands."
His skin looked raw, red, and damaged.
"Then kill him, fool!" Voldemort roared.
Quirrell raised his hand to cast a curse. But Harry acted on instinct. He grabbed Quirrell's face. A horrible scream echoed. Quirrell collapsed, his skin blistering wherever Harry touched him. In that moment, Harry understood. Quirrell couldn't touch him. It was his only chance. Harry clung to him desperately, ignoring the unbearable pain in his head. Quirrell shrieked, Voldemort howled, and everything blurred. Voices echoed.
"Kill him!" "Harry."
Then everything went black. Something golden shimmered above him.
A snitch.
He tried to reach it, but his arms wouldn't move. He blinked. It wasn't a snitch. It was a pair of glasses. And behind them, a familiar face.
Albus Dumbledore.
"Good afternoon, Harry," he said gently. Harry's memory rushed back.
"So the stone?" Quirrell has it. "Calm yourself," Dumbledore said kindly. "You are a little behind. Quirrell does not have the stone." Harry looked around. White sheets, a quiet room.
The hospital wing. "You've been here for 3 days," Dumbledore continued. "Your friends have been quite worried." Harry blinked, but the stone. "It is safe," Dumbledore said. "In fact, it has been destroyed." "Destroyed," Harry echoed, stunned. "But Nicola Flamel."
"Ah, you know about Nicholas," Dumbledore said. Pleased. "Yes. He and I agreed it was best."
"But that means he'll die." "They have enough elixir left to settle their affairs," Dumbledore replied calmly. "After that, yes." Harry stared, unsure what to say. Dumbledore smiled softly. "To the well-prepared mind," he said, "death is simply the next great adventure." He glanced at the pile of sweets beside Harry's bed. "Gifts from your admirers?" he added lightly. "Though I'm afraid a certain toilet seat from your friends Fred and George was confiscated." Despite everything, Harry almost smiled.
The danger was over.
"For now. Just one more thing, sir," Harry said slowly, still feeling the dull ache in his head. The mirror. The mirror of Erist. Why was I able to get the stone from it? Albus Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon glasses.
"Ah," he said gently. That was one of my more brilliant ideas, and between you and me, that is saying something. Only one who wanted to find the stone find it, but not use it would be able to get it. Otherwise, they would see themselves making gold or drinking the elixir of life. It is one of the more ingenious protections I have devised. Harry lay back, trying to take it all in. Then another thought struck him.
Sir, my invisibility cloak. Yes, said Dumbledore. Your father left it in my possession, and I thought you might need it one day, so I returned it to you. Harry nodded slowly. The pieces were falling into place, but one more question lingered.
And Severus Snape?
Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. Professor Snape did everything he could to protect you, he said. You may not fully understand his reasons yet, but you should know this: he is not your enemy. Harry didn't reply. Too much had happened, too quickly, and his mind was still catching up. Sunlight streamed through the hospital window, warm and peaceful, so different from the darkness he had just faced. Yet deep down, Harry knew one thing for certain. His encounter with Voldemort was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. Albus Dumbledore now became very interested in a bird outside on the windowsill, which gave Harry time to wipe his eyes on the sheet. When he found his voice again, he asked,
And the invisibility cloak, do you know who sent it to me? Ah, your father left it in my care, and I thought you might like it. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Very useful. Those cloaks. Your father used it mostly for sneaking down to the kitchens for extra food. And there's something else.
Go on. Quirinus Quirrell, said Severus Snape.
Professor Snape, Harry.
Yes, him. Quirrell said he hates me because he hated my father. Is that true? Well, they certainly disliked each other, said Dumbledore, not unlike you and Draco Malfoy. And then your father did something Snape could never forgive.
What? He saved his life. What? Yes, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. Funny. The way people think, isn't it? Professor Snape couldn't stand being in your father's debt. I believe he worked so hard to protect you this year because he felt that would settle the score. Then he could return to hating your father's memory in peace.
Harry tried to make sense of it, but his head began to ache again, so he stopped.
And sir, one more thing. Only one. How did I get the stone out of the mirror? Ah, I'm glad you asked. That was one of my more brilliant ideas, if I do say so myself. Only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. Otherwise, they would see themselves making gold or drinking the elixir of life. My mind still surprises me at times.
Dumbledore smiled and reached for a box. Now, enough questions, and try some sweets. Bertie Bott's every flavour beans. I once had a vomit-flavoured one. As a boy, haven't quite trusted them since. Still, I think I'll risk a toffee. He popped a golden brown bean into his mouth, then choked. Alas, earwax.
Oh! Madame Pomfrey, the nurse Ketter was kind but extremely strict. Just 5 minutes, Harry pleaded. Absolutely not.
You let Professor Dumbledore in. Well, lady, that's different. He's the headmaster. You need rest.
I am resting. Look, lying down and everything. Oh, very well, she sighed. 5 minutes.
And she let Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger in.
Harry.
Hermione looked like she wanted to hug him, but stopped when she saw how pale he was.
Oh, Harry, we thought you were going to Dumbledore was so worried. The whole school's talking about it, said Ron. What really happened?
And so Harry told them everything. Quirrell, the mirror of Erist, the stone, and Voldemort. Ron and Hermione listened, wide-eyed, reacting at every moment, and when Harry described what was under Quirrell's turban, Hermione actually screamed. "So the stone's gone," Ron said at last, "and Nicola Flamel is just going to die." "That's what I thought," said Harry. "But Dumbledore says, to the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure." "I always said he was a bit mad," Ron replied, though he sounded impressed. Harry smiled faintly. "So, what happened to you two?" "Well, I got back all right," said Hermione Granger. "I brought Ron Weasley round. That took a while, and we were hurrying to the Owlery to contact Albus Dumbledore when we met him in the entrance hall. He already knew. He just said, 'Harry's gone after him, hasn't he?' and rushed off to the 3rd floor. "Do you think he meant you to do it?" said Ron, "sending you your dad's cloak and everything?" "Well," Hermione burst out, "if he did, that's awful. You could have been killed."
"No, it isn't," said Harry thoughtfully. "Dumbledore's a strange man. I think he wanted to give me a chance. He probably knows almost everything that goes on here. I reckon he knew we'd try, and instead of stopping us, he made sure we knew enough to manage. I don't think it was an accident I found out how the mirror worked. It's almost like he thought I had the right to face Voldemort, if I could."
"Yeah, Dumbledore's definitely a bit mad," said Ron proudly. "Anyway, you've got to be up for the end-of-year feast tomorrow. Slytherin's won the House Cup again. Of course, you missed the last Quidditch match. We got flattened by Ravenclaw, but at least the food'll be good." Just then, Madame Pomfrey marched over. "You've had nearly 15 minutes out," she said firmly.
"Oh."
After a good night's sleep, Harry felt almost normal again.
"I want to go to the feast," he told Madame Pomfrey as she arranged his piles of sweets. Can't I?"
"Professor Dumbledore says you may," she replied stiffly, as though she didn't quite agree. "And you have another visitor."
"Oh, great," said Harry. "Who is it?"
The door opened, and Rubeus Hagrid squeezed inside. He looked enormous as usual, and the moment he saw Harry, he burst into tears.
"It's all my ruddy fault," he sobbed, burying his face in his hands. "I told that evil git how to get past Fluffy. I told him. You could have died. All for a dragon egg. I'll never drink again. I should be sacked and made